Great. Overslept again. Almost forgot today was the day. 2 years ago today, my brother Kiyotaka disappeared. I'm going to pursue the mystery of the Blade Children, he said. And with those words, he vanished without a trace.
Oh no! Are you okay? Come on, young lady, say something.
Hello? Talk about dangerous. Guardrail's missing.
Did you do this? Did you push her off there?
Thanks for coming, Assistant Inspector.
Enough talk, let's hear it.
Yes, ma'am. The injured girl's a second-year student at Tsukiyomi Academy, Sayoko Shiranagatani. She fell from a fifth-floor landing, broken guardrail, we're looking into that. Oddly enough, the delivery truck parked below her acted more as a cushion than anything, so her injuries aren't severe, but we won't be able to question her for a bit. She's pretty freaked out. Is it an accident, suicide, or attempted murder? We can't rule anything out yet.
No, Wataya. Given the situation, I doubt this was a suicide.
Why do you say that?
Notice anything strange about those glasses over there?
Well, if I was a high school girl, I'd probably think they looked lame.
That's not what I mean. People who take their own lives generally care about their appearance before they die. A girl her age literally wouldn't be caught dead wearing glasses like those.
How do you know? Maybe she was just weird and liked the way they looked on her.
Open your eyes and tell me if she's wearing them in her school ID. This girl doesn't normally wear her glasses. She only puts them on if she has to.
You're right.
Wouldn't be the first time. Now start using your brain, detective.
Sorry.
Professor Sonobe, with your skilled educator's eye, do you believe you saw the freshman student Ayumu Narumi commit this horrid crime?
As one of the teachers here, I don't want to place blame on anyone, but I did see young Mr. Narumi standing exactly where Sayoko fell from.
That's eyewitness testimony, folks! How do you feel about these accusations?
I already told you once I didn't do it. Besides, what kind of an idiot would try to kill someone by pushing them onto a truck parked not 50 feet below?
Only today, the truck just happened to be parked there. Any other day, any other time, it would have been a straight shot right to the pavement.
Care to explain this exciting new development in the story, Ayumu?
I don't have to explain anything to you.
But you look like you have something more to say.
Yeah, who are you anyway?
I am a sophomore at the Tsukiyomi Academy, 3.9 grade point average and head of the school newspaper, Hiono Uesaki!
Enough, young lady. It's my job to question the witnesses here, not yours.
This is from Professor Sonobe's sworn testimony.
Actually, I just transferred to this school a few days ago, so I've taken to exploring the campus during my lunch. As I turned the corner, I heard a girl scream. Naturally, I looked around to see what was happening. Then I saw her fall, with the guardrail in tow. Everything froze for a moment. When she hit the ground, instinctively I went to help her. Then I looked up and saw Mr. Narumi standing there. He didn't seem to rush to help.
That's his statement word for word. It makes you nervous. I'm trained to see this sort of thing. Now tell me again, what were you doing up on that roof, boy?
Like I said before, I was taking a nap. I got up, and as I was headed back downstairs, I heard someone scream, so I checked to see what it was all about. Don't like it? That's your problem.
Inspector, he obviously did it!
Calm down. Now, when you were on the landing, did you notice anyone else in the immediate vicinity?
Sure didn't. It was only me.
What a grade A moron! By saying that, you just placed yourself as the only person in the whole world who could have pushed Sayoko off that landing. You are the guilty party.
You know, I don't have time for this. If I don't get home soon, I am going to be in trouble up to my eyeballs.
Oh, is your mommy gonna yell at you?
Not quite.
It's his gorgeous sister who will be mad at him, if he doesn't hurry home right now and get a nice dinner ready.
Huh?
Sometimes I'm amazed you made detective. What's my full name, Wataya?
Inspector Madoka Narumi.
Good. Now tell me his full name.
Ayumu Narumi. That's the same name.
Brilliant deduction. You get a cookie.
You mean this kid is...
This kid is my brother-in-law.
What?
I'm going to let you go. I just hope you realize what kind of trouble you've gotten yourself into this time.
Trouble and I are friends. I'm getting used to him.
I swear that girl is such a freak. Wow. So that inspector is actually Ayumu's older sister-in-law. This story is gonna explode in the headlines!
What is this supposed to be?
It's just what it looks like. Curry.
Of course it's curry. I'm not blind, I just thought we'd be eating what I wanted for dinner. You promised a Mediterranean bouillabaisse and mountain risotto. Where is the complex aroma of the saffron, the fresh tender mussels and scallops? I don't ask much, I just want good food.
I was busy being treated like a criminal all day. Sorry I didn't have time to prepare your feast before your arrival, Queen Madoka.
And what have we here? I thought it was strange that you didn't even dirty a pod-making dinner, but this is the last straw! A bag of pre-made heat-and-serve curry!
Wow, nothing gets past you, does it?
Are you mocking me? I can't believe it's been 2 years since he disappeared. 2 longest years of my life.
I never noticed before, but you've kind of got an attitude at work.
Many people inexperienced in the real world confuse professionalism with a bad attitude.
Maybe, but you can't say the people you work with would call you nice. Ow. You can't get mad at me for speaking the truth.
Seriously, you know things don't look good for you, right? If a judge or jury gets a look at your testimony, you stand out as the only possible suspect.
Sure didn't. It was only me.
Those few words could pin you as the culprit. It's highly unlikely that this is a case of suicide, and it looks more like someone pushed the poor girl than it does a simple accident. Honestly, Ayumu, as it stands now, it looks like you were the one who pushed her over the railing.
So unless someone used a special trick we couldn't see, then I'm the only suspect.
What kind of special trick?
Figure out the trick and you'll find the real culprit.
You've got to give me more than that. What's this trick about?
Well, I'm just an amateur, Madoka. I don't know for sure. I guess I'll wash the dishes.
You lie! You figured it out already!
No, but if I were you, I'd have someone keep an eye on Sonobe. Remember how he talked about the truck like he was some kind of expert on the parking lot? How could a person know that, having only worked there for a couple of days?
Good point.
No one would have known that kind of detail unless they spent some time keeping an eye on that spot. In other words, he really did his homework when he cased the area around that landing.
But he rushed right over to her when she hit the ground, meaning that if he did push her, he would have had to have run down the stairs just as quickly as she fell. Even faster. The story doesn't hold water. Sorry.
That's what I'm getting at. Unless someone pulled some kind of magic trick, I'm the only one who could have pushed her. Not to mention, Sonobe did make a point to shout at me at the crime scene.
Did you do this? Did you push her off there?
When he said that, every eye down there turned and looked at me. It was in that brief moment that he picked something up and slipped it into his pocket.
Earth to Ayumu, you still with us? You should really work on not being so introverted. Unless you speak your mind, you'll just be found guilty.
I'm not really that concerned about it.
How can you not be concerned about being the prime suspect?
Because I'm just a lowly high school freshman. You're the police inspector. I'll leave the detective work to you.
You're so difficult. Just like your brother.
Okay, so I'm difficult. It's a family trait. But being indifferent to everything, now that one is mine alone. I'm all locked up inside myself. I just don't really know why. Am I scared of getting involved with something just to have it taken away? Or am I scared that when I open my eyes, I'll see the darkness before me and get dragged in the same way he did?
Until I can touch with my own 2 hands the unseen truth, I will not return.
I am not like my brother.
How are you feeling? Would you maybe like a sip of water? Sayoko?
She's got amnesia, too? That's twice for her, and bad news for us. I mean, if she can't remember anything, we could just question her all day and we'd still get nothing.
Doesn't matter. That note we found should be the key to solving this case.
Oh yeah, that note they found in the bottom drawer of her desk.
That's how we know someone lured her onto that landing. Someone set this thing up for her to fall.
What do you think her past has to do with it? Does she have some secrets?
We all have secrets. She went to that landing yesterday to find some answers.
Amnesia or not, she acts like she can't hear anyone who talks to her. And for some reason, her family's been really uncooperative.
My brother was the best at everything he touched. There was nothing that guy couldn't do. I watched him my whole life, always wanting to be just like him. By his teens, he was considered one of the finest pianists in the world. But even with all of the acclaim, he quit, like it was nothing to him. Then, in his 20s, the police nicknamed him the Divine Brain. He solved more crimes than they did. At some point, as I struggled to emulate him, I began to detest him. Because every one of my struggles reminded me of his effortless nature.
I found you, Mr. Criminal!
Haven't you heard of due process? What do you want from me anyway?
I was simply curious if your cute little ears had picked up on the rumor yet.
What rumor?
What I mean is... The people have a right to know! What did it feel like when you pushed that poor girl?
I've told you a dozen times I didn't do it.
But the hallways are littered with whispers saying that freshman Ayumu Narumi is a heartless murderer.
So you just automatically believe these rumors?
I couldn't ignore them. The rumors spread like a virus. Someone is getting the word out on you as fast as they can.
Sonobe.
That's him. That's the guy that pushed Sayoko. Talk about creepy looking.
See, you're the talk of the campus.
He's got guilty written all over that ugly face.
I heard there's still no solid proof that he did it.
Tell me, Mr. Criminal, what do you plan to do now?
Go to my next class?
So, you intend to remain the object of the entire campus's attention?
I don't really mind it.
Strange. You don't seem like the type who relishes that stuff.
Attention is fine. It's when people follow me around everywhere that I get annoyed. Find someone else to bother.
No! You've barely given me enough for a quarter page. If I'm bugging you, let me help you find out who really did this crime. Then, I'll have a story worth printing.
You're dead set on making me out to be the bad guy here.
Sorry you feel that way, son. I just told it like I saw it.
Then I'll do the same, and soon everyone will know about you. I will figure out what kind of trick you pulled yesterday.
This is scary. It's hard to believe anyone could have survived a fall from way up here.
Pretty crazy.
And she was wearing her glasses? I always thought Sayoko hated those things.
What do you mean?
According to Hiono's data, she almost never wears her glasses, except for during lectures and driving class.
And what, pray tell, is Hiono's data?
My notebook filled with every bit of info I can squeeze from the school. It's how I make my way, so everything in it is known only to me, and you can't see it.
Like I'd want to. She must have put on her glasses to see something in the distance. But what was she looking at? What or who did she need to see from up here?
Hiono, down here! We're on our way to lunch. Do you want to go?
Yeah, sure, I'll catch up with you in a few! Oh, it's still scary.
That's it.
Huh?
Finally, the notes of truth are starting to play.
Great. Make it fast. I'm working.
I need you to check into something for me.
Okay. And that'll help us figure out the real criminal? I'll look into it and get back to you in a bit. Sometimes I would swear I'm talking to Kiyotaka.
Huh?
Professor Sonobe. Sorry to keep you waiting.
No problem. It's a nice day. What can I do for you?
Detective?
Right. We know someone lured Sayoko up there. We found a letter in her desk promising her some insight into her past if she showed at the 5th floor landing at precisely 5 p.m.
In other words, this was no suicide and no accident. This was someone's attempt at murder.
That's all well and good, but have you figured out who pushed her off? You're standing right next to your prime suspect.
Not anymore, Sonobe. Sayoko wasn't pushed, she fell.
You've got some strange theories, kid.
Because what happened was unique, and behind every weird occurrence there is something so normal most people don't see it. This is the trick you used. The unseen hands you used to push Sayoko off of that landing.
Hands? Isn't he wearing a pair of sunglasses?
I think he's saying that the glasses are what made her fall.
The victim was given a note telling her to come to the 5th floor landing for answers. I'm sure she was suspicious of the letter, but curiosity can be more powerful than any emotion. She was hoping that anyone would have a light to shine over her clouded past.
So she made her way up to that landing. But no one came to meet her. Like anyone, she looked around. It was then that someone far below caught her attention, but Sayoko is nearsighted. She had to dig out her glasses, the ones she hated, to see who it was that was looking up at her. That was your little trick. Imagine what would happen if you changed out a nearsighted girl's glasses with a different prescription. She'd start to lose her balance. Instinctively, she would grab the nearest thing she could find, the railing, which had been worked on earlier, making it no sturdier than a leaf in the breeze. Lucky for her, though, the perpetrator had two very important things go wrong. First, there's the truck. The day she fell, it was parked in a place that it usually isn't. Without that truck there, it's a 5-story drop to the pavement.
But the delivery truck actually cushioned Sayoko's fall. Without it, she'd be dead.
And secondly, when the culprit recovered the doctored glasses from the girl, he tried to carefully switch them with their usual pair. But he cut his fingers on the shattered glass.
The investigators even found shards of glass from the different prescription.
The melody of logic always plays the notes of truth, Professor. That's right. The person who did all this? It was you.
I was wrong about him. This Ayumu kid is really something else.
My young friend, the culprit was unlucky in a third way as well. He crossed the path of one heck of a detective. Kiyotaka Narumi's baby brother.
How do you know Kiyotaka? Who are you really, Sonobe? Why did you try to kill that girl?
The Blade Children.
Blade Children?
I'm going to pursue the mystery.
Of the Blade Children. Sonobe!
Hold it!
Inspector! He's over here! Look.
What happened to him? Why did Sonobe... How did...
What is all this? What are the Blade Children?
50 million sounds about right. As long as it frees me from the curse of the Blade Children, it's more than worth the price.
Don't you die on me, Sonobe. You're the only clue to my husband's whereabouts we've had in 2 years. We can't lose any more hope on finding him.
The manor of death.
The Manor of Death? This better be good. A murder at the Manor of Death?
Yeah, you think they would have seen it coming. Anyways, this Manor of Death place Sonobe mentioned. Turns out it's where Sayoko Shiranagatani lives.
First she's attacked by Shinobi, and now there's been a murder in her home. It can't just be a coincidence.
The victim is Takako Adachi, a translator. She was here last night reading some specialized books Mr. Shiranagatani keeps in his private library. Ms. Adachi appears to have died from injuries sustained to her head but not acquired in a physical attack. Apparently she collapsed to the floor for whatever reason and hit her head on the corner of this chair, causing the fatal blow.
Each of you stated that around 2 a.m., the estimated time of death, you were in your rooms.
Yeah, we'd all been asleep for hours.
There's always the possibility this was accidental.
If it was an accident, would she have left that behind?
Good point.
Who was the first to find her?
That would have been me, but Sayoko was at the library door first this morning. She didn't go in, though, because it was locked.
Mm-hmm.
I tried to go inside, but the door was locked.
Sayoko stops by the library every morning before breakfast. It's part of her routine.
And what about you, Kay?
I needed a book for class. I had a test, and I wasn't ready. I asked Sayoko what she was waiting on, and she told me that the door was locked. She couldn't open it. So I bent down and took a look in the keyhole, but there was a key inserted from the other side. I figured that was why it wouldn't open, so I grabbed a pen and pushed the key through. That's when I saw her.
You got scared and rushed to find your in-house servant Reiko in the dining room. That's when you opened the door using a spare key, correct?
Yes, I keep spares to every room in this house.
Are there any other keys to that room?
No, ma'am, just those two.
Who confirmed that the victim was deceased?
That's me again.
Mr. Shiranagatani, where were you during all of this commotion?
I was in my room.
I made him aware of the situation only after everything settled down. He isn't in the best of health these days.
I'm sorry. Do you have some kind of illness?
No, ma'am, I'm simply old.
Ayumu? Were you the one playing that beautiful music? Oh, stop brooding for once and just answer me.
You must have imagined it.
Well, fine. If you're going to be smarmy with me, then I guess I'll just keep my newly acquired secret to myself.
Whatever. I really couldn't care less.
Not even if it's one about Sayoko.
Did something else happen? Is she okay?
Oh, I thought you weren't a fan of secrets.
Yeah, nice try. But the cute innocent bit isn't working for me.
I'll dish on all I know, if you'll play that song one more time.
Sorry, Hiono. I've given up playing the piano.
What? Given up?
Would you settle for a sack lunch? They're croissants. I baked them this morning.
You worked hard to bake them, so I'll work hard to eat them.
This lock is specially warded, not something you'd find at the hardware store. The key is a copper alloy, and the design... It's so complicated, duplication would be nearly impossible.
Yeah, but there's a deadbolt. The door could just as easily have been locked from the inside. Why would anyone go through the trouble of using a key?
I'm not sure. What I do know is that the construction of the lock is such that when the key is inserted, then it's very difficult to turn the deadbolt. The killer managed to contain the crime scene in a perfectly locked room.
No witnesses.
Then there's the victim's dying message.
Do you think there's some hidden meaning?
No, Detective. I just really enjoy the sound of my own voice.
That, we believe, was the last book she was reading. We found her fingerprints on it.
Now we're on to something.
This is so great! The sun is out. I've got a tall vanilla soy latte and a buttery homemade croissant. Every bite of which tells me how sweet a guy you really are. You must really love your sister-in-law if you always cook like this for her.
So, are you gonna tell me or what?
Tell you what?
Forget it. I'm gone.
No! Okay, hold on. Where's your sense of humor? I'm just playing! My sources tell me that last night at Sayoko's house, a murder was committed in a locked room. No way in or out.
In a locked room?
Yeah,
I thought it was weird and all, seeing that Sonobe tried to kill her, and now there's a body found at her home. It's too much of a coincidence for there not to be a connection.
The Blade Children.
Our conclusion is going to be a bit upsetting, but based on the security system settings of the manor, we have to conclude that this is not the work of an outsider. So, Raizo Shiranagatani, head of the house, Sayoko, his granddaughter, Kei, Sayoko's cousin, and the housekeeper, Reiko Hatsuyama. From here on, you should all consider yourselves suspects. Wataya?
Oh, yeah. We also discovered that none of the victim's personal effects had been tampered with in any way. We can therefore eliminate robbery as a motive. There were also no signs of a struggle, leading us to believe that the killer either snuck up on or was familiar with the victim.
I don't know if all of you are aware of the victim's dying message. On the verge of death, the victim left a symbol meant to be a clue as to the killer's identity. We found a square spiral scrawled on the floor near the victim's hand. This book I'm holding is the last thing Takako ever read. Inside this book, I found a character that looks strikingly similar to Miss Adachi's message. The character translates as Lightning Gate, but is called Raimon, which I find very interesting. Don't you, Raizo?
I doubt it's a coincidence.
Oh, no.
But I'm not sure that you're digging in the right place, Inspector.
Ayumu!
Oh, not you again.
Sorry for listening in on your conversation.
Great, you're here too?
Now march yourselves out those doors and away from my crime scene!
The Blade Children.
Not this again.
You can't tell me they haven't been on your mind, too. You know something. I can sense it about you. Raizo Shiranagatani, former CEO. You built up a multi-million-dollar empire in real estate single-handedly. Then you sent the business world into near-catastrophic shock. After adopting Sayoko, you quit everything to take care of her.
Where did you hear this?
He got it from me!
And now, there's today's incident. The Blade Children. This has to do with them, doesn't it?
That's a big mouth you've got.
All right, Ayumu. Now that we've been kicked out, do you want to tell me more about these Blade Children? Ayumu? After what's happened to her, I was surprised to see Sayoko at school this morning.
You really keep your finger on the pulse of this place.
Of course, silly. I am the editor of the school newspaper. It's my job to know everything about everyone here.
Ever thought of using that book of yours to blackmail teachers?
That is so unethical. Ayumu, I'm surprised. Oh.
Sorry to interrupt.
Hi, Sayoko.
Got some interesting news about our victim. Apparently, Miss Adachi told her heart doctor something about acquiring a large sum of money.
Her heart doctor?
She suffered from a rare heart disease. Seems that anything, even the smallest shock, could cause an intense attack.
Where was the cash coming from? Blackmail, maybe?
Could she have been blackmailing the old man?
Ugh.
I've been told that my memory loss happened after I took a bad fall down some stairs when I was 12 years old. But no matter how I've tried, I've never found a picture of me before I was 12. I don't know what's true. Not that I have anything against my current family. They've been wonderful. It's just...
Strange things have been happening, and it's bringing up questions.
What did you come here to ask me?
What are the Blade Children? Takako said that one day she would tell me about them, but I never got to find out. With her bad heart, she was hardly around. Now she's dead, and I'll never have the chance to ask her again.
Her bad heart?
Right. Got it.
Please, Ayumu, if you know anything about the Blade Children, you have to tell me. It might be the one thing that shows my true past. Without my memory, every single thing in the world is surreal to me. It's like watching myself on TV and not actually living.
Surreal. I feel it too. Why does something feel fake or out of place? There's something missing. That's it. There is something missing. Something very specific. Sounds like the notes of truth are playing.
The killer had an accomplice. Time.
How's that?
He manipulated time and space to cheat our perception of what actually happened in that locked room. The view from the keyhole is very limited. If the perp wanted to stay hidden in that room, there would have been plenty of space for him to do so.
So the killer was still hiding in the room?
Thanks for keeping up, Detective. So when Kay and Sayoko leave to go call the police, our perp walked right out of the room. He closed the doors behind him, and here's the tricky part. He used a small thread of some kind to stick through the space in the keyhole and lock the deadbolt from the other side.
That means the killer is...
Raizo Shiranagatani, you are under arrest for murder.
That's quite a brazen conclusion you've come to there, Inspector. There is a slight flaw. Wouldn't the killer need to carry the string with him in order to pull the deadbolt? I don't see this physical evidence anywhere.
You carry it with you all the time. The neck strap on that watch of yours.
Of course. By your deduction, I am, indeed, the killer.
Sweet! A confession!
You losers. He couldn't have done it.
Huh?
I apologize for her bluntness, but she is right. As you can clearly see, I am completely blind.
Possible.
So that is a talking watch around your neck.
Huh?
I saw you wearing it earlier. That's when I figured out you couldn't see.
Butting in again?
If this locked room murder had been pulled off perfectly, then there would have been no clues left behind, and the culprit would have vanished into the darkness of the night. That didn't happen, but a couple of things did that will allow us to uncover the real criminal here. The first of which is...
Oh, it's Ms. Adachi's dying message.
Thank you. The second clue is something that should be among her personal items, but isn't.
Nothing was reported stolen.
That's not what I mean. The victim had a bad heart.
Her medicine, of course.
She had a disease that could rapidly bring on life-threatening cardiac arrest. So why would the medicine to prevent that from happening be missing from her things?
It was removed from her bag before she ever entered that room. That's it. The perp murdered Miss Adachi by causing her to have a heart attack.
Here's how the killer did it. A simple knock made Miss Adachi walk to the door. As she grabbed the key, the killer struck without ever setting foot in the room.
So the killer used a stun gun or something to give her an electric shock. That's why she scrawled the dying message.
I think you're right, but before that, something else had to happen. She would have gone to her purse for her medication, knowing it would be where it always was. But it wasn't there, and she got dizzy. That was when she collapsed. On the way down, she never saw what was coming. Hitting her head on the chair caused severe brain trauma, but didn't kill her immediately. It slowed her system enough for her heart to calm down, as her dying brain had one of its final thoughts. The thought of justice. The thought of a single clue to point at the killer with her last ounce of strength.
Now, hold on just a second there, Sherlock. You're saying anyone could have done it.
At this point in the story, that's true. Like I say, the melody of logic always plays the notes of truth. And of course, points to the guilty party. It stands to reason that if the killer wanted to make a clean getaway, he or she would have tried to slip the medication back with Miss Adachi. But with the new way she died and fresh blood on the floor, the killer couldn't chance leaving evidence behind by charging back to the crime scene. We can now see the killer had to be someone in a position to get back inside the room with a duplicate of that room's key. Someone who could get close enough to Miss Adachi to remove something as personal as medicine. Someone like the housekeeper. I don't know if it was on your boss's orders or what, but you're the only one who could have pulled this off.
Reiko.
Inspector?
Mr. Shiro Nagatani knew nothing about it. I take full responsibility for what happened here. I just hope that all of you can forgive me for my horrible actions.
Why did you do it?
My parents died in a factory accident. For some reason, the town blamed me for their deaths. From there, my life went downhill. And it was Mr. Shiro Nagatani who pulled me from the gutter and gave me my life back. To repay him, I took on the responsibility to protect him and this manor at all costs. Takako kept talking about the Blade Children, a subject that has been tormenting both Sayoko and Mr. Shiro Nagatani for some time. So, to fulfill my duty to protect this house, I could not allow Takako or Sonobe to get away.
Sonobe? Then you mean...
You mean you're the one who attacked Sonobe?
I know what I did is unforgivable, but Sayoko was in grave danger, and something had to be done. It was clear to me that this was the only choice there was.
I still do not know what exactly the Blade Children are, but I can tell you that they seem to be the cause of Sayoko's suffering.
How do you come up with that one?
A decade ago, my daughter left to be with a man. Then, just a few years ago, she returned with Sayoko. I never learned the details, because my daughter died days later from some unknown illness. From that point, I was father to Sayoko. The poor child mumbled things about being cursed. She was always frightened, like she knew ghosts were around every corner. Looking at these recent events, it looks like she's right. Nothing in the world can sadden my heart more. What if Sayoko is a cursed child?
After all that has happened, I still know nothing of my past.
It's still possible that with time, your memory could return to you naturally, but it might not be what you wished for in your dreams.
I don't care. Anything's better than this fake life.
A person sacrificed herself to protect this life of yours. Makes you wonder, if it's so fake, why is it worth sacrificing so much to keep it that way? I'd think about that one for a while if I were you.
Nice work on today's case, Ayumu. You solved that one in no time, and you'll get a huge write-up in the paper because I was there to catch it all!
Each time I ask the question, the mystery seems to deepen. I can't stop myself. At this point, I have to keep asking, what exactly are the Blade Children?
Investigations with Taya. Yes? Uh-huh. What? Inspector! It's Sonobe! He's regained consciousness!
He's awake?
Eyes Rutherford making his way through the hordes of paparazzi. The young piano phenomenon is receiving quite a bit of attention here on his first voyage to Japan. Eyes debuted at the age of 14.
1 year and 2 albums later, his fame spread across his native England and the Americas. Just last year, he gained notoriety in Japan when he starred in an exotic car commercial.
He released a solo album a few months ago, and it has already gone platinum here in Japan, which is quite a feat for a classical artist.
The 17-year-old pianist's live concert is tonight at the Center Recital Hall. Show starts at 7:30, but unfortunately, tickets were sold out a mere 30 minutes after being released to the public.
When you want to shop from the comfort of your couch, it's Shop TV. First up, this fabulous 7-piece knife set. Each piece has polyhygienic, triple-riveted handles that fit snug against your hand. The highly polished stainless blades in this set are some of the sharpest on the market. So sharp, it can slice a dictionary clean in half. That dictionary is over 800 pages thick, and this blade sliced through it like warm butter. What more could you need in your kitchen? If you call within the next 10 minutes, we'll throw in a free antibacterial cutting board.
Ayumu, I have breaking news for you! You're not gonna believe it!
Quiet, you're going to make me miss the phone number.
Don't tell me you're actually gonna buy something from that silly show.
I happen to enjoy this show, thank you very much. Besides, it's a 7-piece knife set with an antibacterial cutting board.
All they do is inflate the price of the knives to include the cutting board. They don't really save any money.
Never said I was looking for a deal.
Speaking of deals, I just thought of a great one. Please, please, please play the piano for me. I'll be your best friend forever. Don't worry. I know all about you being called the Angel's Fingertips. And I know you carried the entire Japanese piano world on your back. So come on, Ayumu, put on a concert. It'll be just you and me. No one else will know about it.
Knock it off! You're driving me nuts!
So is that your way of saying yes?
The antibacterial cutting board and knife sharpener.
I already told you. I gave up the piano.
But you just gave up playing in front of audiences. Don't think I didn't hear you the other day. Come on, just one song.
Then this is the pressure cooker for you.
Then suffer the wrath of my deadly Hiyona punch!
I thought you came by here to tell me some breaking news I'm not supposed to believe.
Oh yeah, I totally forgot. Apparently, Mr. Sonobe regained consciousness a few hours ago.
What? Are you serious?
I am.
Interesting.
Hey, what do you call a pair of identical wrinkles? Do you know? Twinkles, get it? I can always tell when you're deep in thought because your twinkles come out.
Please stop playing with my forehead.
I have a demand. Somebody bring to me the younger brother of Kiyotaka Narumi.
Look, I don't think it's a good...
Would you stop being so stubborn? Ice Rutherford asked to meet you on national television and you try to run away? I was supposed to interview him for the paper today and I can't allow you to not accept his invitation.
All right, fine.
Well, let's not waste any more time. Come on. It's him! I can't believe it! Ice Rutherford in the flesh!
You chose a fancy way to get me to visit. You could have just phoned. What do you want?
Play for me.
What do you mean?
I want to hear you play the piano. I'm very curious to see if the Narumi namesake can live up to the myths that seem to surround you.
Sorry to disappoint you. I gave up the piano years ago.
Clearly, you're lying to me. Not only have your hands been possessed by the piano, they conceal the passion you have for the instrument you continue to play to an audience of none.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
Of what are you so afraid? Is the recognition that you're no comparison to your brother that frightening to you? You've been blessed with a gift, but you must be aware that your skills are at best an imitation of Kiyotaka's. You don't even begin to compare to the original. You're merely a cheap recreation of one of the greatest talents to ever live.
Who is this guy? And why does he continue to refer to my brother? He talks about him like he actually knows him. Maybe he does know my brother. Is that possible? And if he does, I wonder what he knows.
Ayumu Narumi, you will forever be a loser.
Okay, I know that was weird, but at least stay for the recital.
How can I if I don't have a ticket?
Ta-da! I was lucky enough to finagle another ticket from the lady at the front desk.
Excuse me. I found that ticket you were asking for. Here you go.
Wait, of course you did. It has my name on it. I wonder, Who left them for me?
Details, schmeetails, you got them, so just enjoy the show.
Details matter.
Do you know what I think? I think the tickets were a gift from God. He must have wanted me to hear Ise Rutherford's beautiful piano music in person because someone decided he was too chicken to play for me.
Give me a break.
Ladies and gentlemen, the auditorium is now open if you care to take your seats. The show will begin in 1 hour.
Isn't this exciting? Can you believe it, Ayumu? We've got front row seats. These tickets are a gift from God. Thank you, God, for blessing us with these awesome seats. What a great story I'll have for the paper.
Good for you. An iris.
Where'd that come from? Is it for you?
I don't know.
I hope that's not what I think it is.
Well, it looks a little too dangerous to be a gift from God.
Hey! I'm a Chinese turtle. The name's Lucky. And don't you forget it, because you're going to need to be. As I'm sure you've guessed, this is a time bomb with about 90 pounds of C4 inside. So if it goes off, even the roof will go. Bye-bye.
Oh, where are the security guards? We need to call the police.
Not so fast. If you call the fuzz, the bomb will explode. It wouldn't really make a difference anyway, since the bomb squad wouldn't know what to do with this kind of smart weapon. Besides, take a look at the counter. Your time is nearly out. You're in a pickle of a puzzle, so don't get too flustered. Try tampering with it. Boom! Start cutting wires. Boom! There's only one way to trash this ticker. Press the 9 disarming buttons in the correct order. Check out my keypad.
Oh no! What are we gonna do? I don't want to die!
Remember, there is only one correct order for the code. And I'm sure I don't have to tell you that if you mess up, the bomb will explode. As a special bonus, I'll key you in on your first key. You can disarm this bomb, but you'll need plenty of wisdom, courage, and of course, luck.
This is insane.
What's going on here?
Huh?
I'm a nice turtle, so I'll give you another freebie. See that bar coming out of the box? If you grab it with your hand, the time limit will be extended to 30 minutes, which should give you plenty of time to figure out the code. But watch out! There are heat sensors attached to the bar, so the instant you let go, kaboom!
What the?
I urge you to grab it if you've got the guts. But once you do, there's no running away. Unless you disarm the bomb, you and everyone else will be blown to smithereens. So much for that open casket bureau.
We've got to evacuate the auditorium.
There's no time for that.
Is the recognition that you're no comparison to your brother that frightening to you?
Come on, Mr. Hero, blow it!
Forever be a loser.
I will. I'll do it.
You will forever be a loser.
What?
30 minutes. Now there's enough time to evacuate the auditorium. Keep quiet about the bomb. Make up some excuse to get them out of here. And don't call the police, no matter what. You heard what the turtle said.
Got it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we apologize for the inconvenience. The auditorium will reopen in 20 minutes.
Hey,
Yeah?
you're an idiot, you know.
What?
You shouldn't have grabbed the bar. You really shouldn't even be involved.
Why not? I have full confidence that you can disarm it. I was right here for the turtle's entire speech. He said you can disarm the bomb with wisdom, courage, and luck. And I happen to know that you have all three.
Don't be so naive. Do you have any idea how many possible combinations to the code there are? Try 40,320.
40,000?
Only a fool would take that bet, and I'm afraid your confidence in me will cost us our lives. The grid, the keys, the location of the first number. Are there any other clues I'm missing? And why the puppet turtle? Does it hold some significance?
He's trying to figure out the code right now. I can tell because his twinkles are showing up on his forehead again. You can do it, Ayumu. Have faith in yourself.
Sonobe, we need some answers. Why did you try to kill Sayoko Shiranagatani? What motive could you possibly have had? Did someone put you up to it? Who gave the order? Talk! Who are you, Takashi Shinobi? I want answers!
Easy.
I said talk!
Mind if I ask you a question? Why do you always tell everyone you quit playing the piano? I don't get it. I mean, everyone talks of your piano skills like you're the new Mozart. So why waste it? I vividly remember walking down the hall that day and hearing music. I thought to myself, that's the most beautiful thing I've ever heard. I wonder who's playing it. It was you playing the piano, Ayumu, wasn't it?
You heard what he said about me.
Who do you mean, Ise Rutherford?
My performances are imitations of my brother's. I try and I try, but I can't find my own sound.
You're merely a cheap recreation of one of the greatest talents to ever live.
It's not like I tried to copy him, but whenever I tried to play in my own style, it ended up sounding like his. Pretty soon I realized I did everything like my brother. I'm a nothing clone. Not just with the piano, everything. And even though my piano abilities were like his, he was still far superior. I realized that I will always be known as Kiyotaka Narumi's little brother.
Is the recognition that you're no comparison to your brother that frightening to you?
Even though I've grown to hate the piano, it reminds me of the reality that everything I've worked to achieve in my life has already been accomplished by him. That's why playing the piano is so difficult for me. But still, I guess I can never give up completely.
I'm not sure I understand what you're getting at. Do you blame your brother?
I used to, but now I see it's me. I respect my brother very much. He's a true jack of all trades, and he masters them all. Huh? Wait a minute. Now I remember something he told me a long time ago. China, turtle, 9 squares. A grid of numbers. Could this be the same thing?
What's up?
Time to disarm this bomb.
What do you mean by cursed children? Tell me what you know, Shinobi! Answer me!
Death must be inflicted upon the cursed children.
Inspector!
Blade children.
Kiyotaka, will your brother really be the key to saving the Blade children?
It was the grid of keys and the turtle's name that tipped me off.
What? You mean Lucky?
That's right. I'm pretty sure I can figure out the rest of the sequence and plug it into the keypad now.
It's good to hear that.
The solution goes back to ancient China. As legend has it, 4,000 years ago, an emperor from the Xia dynasty found a turtle on the banks of the Yellow River. When he looked at its shell, he saw that it was divided into 9 parts, and for some odd reason, each section was marked with dots. This turtle fascinated the emperor because he found a distinct pattern in the dots. He saw that when added vertically, horizontally, or diagonally, their sum was always the same.
I've heard of this.
In mathematics, it's referred to as a magic square. A magic square is a grid in which the sum of a line of numbers, whether it be in a row, column, or diagonal, always comes out the same. In the case of a 3x3 grid, the sum is always 15. Now, in a 3x3 grid with 9 slots, there are only 8 possible arrangements, and of those 8, there are only 2 where the number 1 goes here. If I punch in one of those 2 combinations, then I should be able to disarm the bomb.
You're amazing, Ayumu.
Problem is there's no way to tell which one it is.
What?
It's just like the stupid turtle said, it all comes down to luck.
Oh yeah, now I get it. That's why the turtle's name is Lucky.
The thing is, I don't believe in such a thing as luck. There's a 50% chance of death here, so don't hold it against me if I fail.
I'm not worried at all. You're not the type of person to fail in a situation like this. I believe in you, Ayumu.
Here goes. Think, Ayumu, think. Okay. Usually when people are asked to put numbers in order, they prefer to start from the lowest number and count upwards. But whoever is responsible for making this bomb is much craftier than that. And in which case, the disarming code goes like this. Hey.
Yeah?
I don't know about you, but I'd be perfectly content if I never did anything like that again for the rest of my life.
Congratulations! You disarmed the bomb! Little Narumi, the Blade Children have been waiting for you.
So is it true that Kiyotaka's younger brother disarmed Ryo's bomb?
It's true.
Don't you think it was a little much for his first test? No need to rush if we just give him some more time.
Unfortunately, time is not on our side. Please, not the curse's mark again.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now honored to present to you Mr. Eyes Rutherford.
Death must be inflicted upon the cursed children. Blade children.
Little Narumi, the Blade Children have been waiting for you.
What are the Blade Children?
What are the Blade Children?
You're hiding something, aren't you? Tell me what it is!
Let go of me!
No! Just tell me already!
You tell me first!
All of the Blade Children must be exterminated. We do not have any time to waste. To the death.
Just 10 more minutes.
Time to wake up. You're gonna be late.
I'd rather quit.
I thought you were the adult in this family.
Yeah, Narumi. What? You're sure it's Sonobe? Yeah, I'll be there in 30. Why are these people who apparently know Kiyotaka being targeted? What's this all about?
You won't be happy to see this.
What the...
The floor the victim fell from's been under a strict lockdown for the past few days. Everything seems routine except a watchman who got to work 5 minutes early.
Have you started questioning the watchman yet? It looks like Sonobe had a knife on him when he died. Any signs of a struggle?
Probably. Haven't checked yet.
No. Sonobe didn't resist.
You again?
Sonobe would have defended himself if given the opportunity, but he was pushed out the window from behind.
And your theory is based on what?
For someone hospitalized in a wheelchair, I find it unlikely he would have been able to pull out that knife in time to do any good.
It's possible the knife was planted on him, or maybe he planned on hurting someone, or even himself.
Don't you have school?
Both of them do have valid points.
Never mind the knife. What about these flowers? You think they were put here in remembrance of the dead? Notice how all the flowers are irises? Ayumu, maybe the killer is trying to send a message with the flowers. But why irises? Do they mean something? What do you think, Inspector?
I think the two of you should leave the investigative work to the professionals and get back to school where you belong!
I scattered the irises around Shinobi's body just as you instructed. And just to be sure we're on the same page, you don't mind if little Narumi happens to be killed in this next little trick I throw at him, right?
Go ahead.
Sweet.
Outside the window, kira 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 ki. The stars
song.
are twinkling. Ayumu, look at those beautiful doves.
Sure you want to skip school? It'll go on your record.
I have decided to use my position at the newspaper to pursue a breaking story.
Lucky me.
Am I annoying you?
Yes.
Come on, why do you always have to be a jerk to me?
No particular reason.
Fine then, I don't need you, I'll find the killer myself.
Nice catch.
Hey, buddy, watch where you're throwing things. You almost took my head off.
I don't mean to sound forward, but you're really cute.
Yeah, good luck convincing Mr. Grumpy over there of that. Speaking of cute chicks, does this little guy belong to you?
Yeah, his name is Robertson. Don't worry, though, he's harmless.
Well, hello there, Robertson. Here.
So, you up for a quick little game?
Sure.
Okay, in my hand I hold 7 cards.
Okay. Let's see what you got. Queen of diamonds, 2 of spades, 10 of hearts, king of spades, and aces of spades, diamonds, and clubs. That seems like a really unbalanced hand.
Go ahead, you can take the cards from me. Great. Choose one and make certain I can't see which one it is. Then, utilizing my unique reasoning skills, I'll deduce which card you chose.
I'll believe it when I see it. Okay, let me see here. I'll choose this one.
Well, I know right away I can eliminate the 3 aces.
How come?
It seems unnatural there are 3 aces out of only 7 cards. When the average person chooses an ace, you get the misperception that you're limiting yourself to choosing from only 3 cards.
That makes some sense.
Basically, people who are extremely honest or extremely clever would choose an ace. I peg you as somewhere in between.
Okay, then it's down to 4 cards now.
Right. So logic tells me your card is the Queen of Diamonds. No, your card is the 2 of Spades.
You're right. Don't tell me I'm that easy of a person to read.
No, I just have a way with the really cute girls.
Interesting pickup line you got there.
Ayumu?
After you said her card was the queen, you saw her reaction and changed your answer. You also paused to check her reaction after you excluded the 3 aces.
This is true. However, one answer change is my limit. But how do you explain my method of narrowing down her choice to between 2 cards? Shall I confess, then? I assumed there was a high probability that she would choose neither the king nor the 10 of hearts. I figured that she would get a bad feeling had she picked one of those 2 cards. My reason for this conclusion being that you both just came from the scene of Professor Shinobi's death. Remember the flower petals scattered around his body? The shape on an iris resembles the pattern on the 10 of hearts. And the king, he holds a sword in his hand, much in the same way Shinobi was found this morning.
So you?
Killed Shinobi.
You did see the knife like this one near his body. Shinobi had been shadowing us for quite some time now. He wanted to kill us all.
You mean you're?
My name is Kosuke Asazuki. And yes, I am one of the Blade Children.
The Blade Children?
Well then, down to business. You want to know what the Blade Children are. To know about the children who possess a cursed mark. I'll tell you anything you want to know, as long as you beat me at a game.
A game?
Yes, it will test your wisdom, courage, and luck. I've prepared it already, and if you're able to beat me, I'll give you the whole story about us.
What happens if I don't win?
Well, let's just say you'll end up in a bit of danger.
Don't you ever do that again! Ayumu, I hate to point this out, but you're hiding behind me?
Yes, I realize that. Thanks.
Cowering behind a girl? Real manly, Ayumu.
Sorry, it's just that bees are dangerous.
No need to state the obvious. It hurts whenever I get stung too, and sometimes people even die from bee stings.
In my case, the chance of dying is 100%.
Anaphylaxis. An extreme allergic reaction to certain foreign substances. Guaranteed death for those with the condition, but not before devastating bouts with hives, scorching fever, and choked breaths.
Who told you about this?
Your brother happened to mention it to me in conversation once, which got me thinking, what kind of person tells someone how to kill his own brother? Eh, little Narumi? Wouldn't you like to know about your older brother? Take this piece of paper. It'll tell you where to go. We'll play the game there. Be there in 1 hour. That is, if you want to put your life on the line and get involved with the Blade Children.
Little Narumi. I have to wonder, is what Kiyotaka said true? Do you have the potential to save the Blade Children?
I'm glad you decided to show. Follow me. This elementary school was recently abandoned. It's the perfect place for this sort of game. Here we are. This isn't the time for cold feet. This way. All right then, what do you say we get started?
Tell me about this game first.
It's a card game similar to the one before. I will begin by choosing one card out of this regular 52-card deck. Then all you have to do to win is guess which card I picked. Get it right and I'll tell you anything you want to hear, but if you get it wrong, I'll have to open the lid on this box.
You do realize there's no guarantee the bees will attack me.
I'm afraid I covered the note I gave you earlier with pheromones that attract this species of bee. In other words, you're the perfect target.
This game is bogus. I mean, how do you expect Ayumu to have a chance when you've already stacked the odds in your favor?
That's why I'm giving you a concession. I will allow you to ask me 4 yes or no questions. As it stands now, your odds of winning are 52-1. Depending on what you ask, you can raise your probability in your favor. If you're smart, you'll find a way to get a peek into my choices and confirm your hunches before making a final decision. So, it's in your best interest if you ask the right questions.
What assurance do I have that you won't lie in response to a question?
I'm taking this game seriously, so you have my word that I'll be completely honest at all times. Besides, what fun would it be if I cheated? Okay, I promise I won't cheat. After all, your life is depending on this. You should know, little Narumi, that someone before you guessed my card under the same conditions. I know what you're thinking, and you're right. It was your brother. Should you decide to run, I won't stop you. You're far inferior to your brother, so the stress may be too much for you.
Just ignore him.
Better take this back before I stick it somewhere else. Anything my brother can do, so can I. Now stop wasting my time and choose your card.
Let's begin. I'll remove a card that holds your fate. And now it's time for your questions. Try guessing while you hum a little tune, the way that Kiyotaka did.
It's all right, Ayumu. I know what you're capable of. You won't get it wrong. You get to ask 4 questions, which means you can narrow it down to the card's color and suit and possibly even the number. But But you're smarter than that. You'll guess it by prying into this guy's mind, thinking how he thinks.
Okay, question number 1.
Here's something you might find interesting. Kiyotaka asked only one question before guessing correctly. The real question is, can you do the same? It would mean you two are equal, but remember, if you ask me more than one, you will have lost to him once again. And you will sink deeper into the shadow of his success. What do you say, little Narumi? Are you up to the task?
I can figure it out with only one question, too.
Ayumu, be careful. He's setting you up.
Let's get this going. What's your one question?
You already decided which card you would choose before the game even started. Am I right?
That's right. Keen observation. But that's not the question Kiyotaka asked. So that's it. No more questions. Now guess, just like your brother did. What card have I chosen?
Ask the other 3 questions, Ayumu. Don't be stubborn. It's not worth dying over.
You honestly believe you outsmarted me. All that talk about my brother. How he needed just one question to win this lame game. I bet he asked something about how much of a twisted freak you are. But from what I've seen of you, I don't need to ask. The fact is, you are a twisted freak, and even though you like toying with your enemies, you would never allow them to get an edge. Before explaining your game, you removed a joker.
Wait a minute. That joker's from a different set of cards.
You didn't say anything when you removed it earlier. You didn't say that it was from the same set of cards, nor did you say that jokers would be off limits in the game. So technically, you didn't lie. But your deceptive presentation was tied directly to your choice of card. You wanted to hide the fact that you could choose a joker from the deck, and you needed the extra card to make that possible. In the process, you gave up the solution to me.
Your reasoning is logical enough, but are you confident enough in your answer to bet your life on it? I am a twisted freak after all. Do you really think I'd only use one simple trap in this game?
Yeah, I do. I have plenty of faith in my own reasoning. I'm not afraid, and I will bet my life on it. Your card is a joker.
You did it!
I win. I beat you fair and square. Now tell me about my brother and the Blade Children. Start talking, Asazuki. What's so funny?
It's frightening, the resemblance between brothers. You won the game with almost the exact same logic as Kiyotaka, and even your grandiose and cocky speech was the same. Well played. You've proven you do have wisdom and courage. Now step this way, and I'll tell you everything you want to know.
What's going on?
The continuation of the game. I never said it was over. On the far wall, you'll find a box underneath the cloth. Take a look. Not what you expected? I have a remote for that box, and with the click of a button I can unleash those bees on you. Don't think escaping will be easy, as both doors and windows are locked.
So this is another test. What for?
Why, your luck, of course. It's gonna take a lot to escape from that room without being stung.
Are you trying to kill us?
Yes, I am. I have no use for you two since we Blade Children can't be saved anyway.
For eternity, we, the Blade Children, have been denied the blessing of true life.
I hear anaphylactic shock can be quite painful. Too bad I forgot to bring any antidote.
There won't be any dying today.
Impossible! How did you get out?
You're a twisted freak, remember? I assumed you would try something like this. My suspicions began when you decided the best place for the game would be this abandoned building. By choosing this location, you unconsciously revealed to me that you had ulterior motives. Luckily, I still had the note you had given me earlier today. I figured if you wanted to kill me using the bees, the best method would involve a swarm attacking me in a locked room. Then when you led us through that room before the game, I knew that's where you would try to do it. So I blocked the hole for the deadbolt with a crumpled up note. Then it was simply a matter of opening the unlocked door. You gave me your word. Now tell me everything about my brother like you promised.
Little Narumi, I neglected to tell you this before because it's a tragic flaw. But I'm not really known for keeping my promises. Unfortunately for you, the game will continue.
Kiyotaka, what in the world are you trying to do to me?
Ayumu? You really were amazing with that card-guessing game.
Oh yeah?
Your life was on the line, yet you didn't get scared or anything. In fact, both of our lives were at stake, and your advanced intuition and logic pulled us through.
Actually, I didn't use logic to figure out the card he chose. I used a trick of my own.
Huh?
This knife reflects pretty well, wouldn't you say? I stuck the knife in the table on purpose. I placed it in a spot that would give me a good angle on the card when he pulled it out of the deck. And sure enough, he gave me the answer without even knowing it.
What about all your deductions?
Just acting. I even tried to look angry when I threw the knife down on the table. Who am I kidding? I still don't believe in my own luck or strength. Kiyotaka probably didn't need a trick to figure out the answer.
Kira, kira, kira.
I'll never surpass my brother.
Do you know what an iris signifies? The happiness of those who believe. The only humans who can surpass fate are those who can truly believe in themselves to the end.
Kosuke Asazuki. He knew things only my brother would know. What are the Blade Children? Why are they after me? What exactly was my brother pursuing?
Are you paying attention, Ayumu?
No, not really.
I'll see you in my office after class. Okay, class, let's continue. It's not that your grades are a problem. It's your constant daydreaming and lack of participation. It's normal for kids your age to drift away from time to time, but I just don't think you're living up to your potential.
So, I haven't done anything wrong?
Not specifically, no. I just think you could try harder. You're a smart kid when you put your mind to it. Don't you think you owe it to yourself to excel as much as you can?
Not really. What do you care anyway? After all, I am just a regular old boring high school student.
You don't give yourself enough credit. You're not like all the other students. You have a gift. Someday that gift may change someone's life.
So, is that all you wanted?
Soon you will understand. Your nightmarish destiny will engulf you.
Huh?
I gotta say, he's pretty clever. Little Narumi, I mean, not only did he guess my card, but he survived stage 2. It's obvious he's Kiyotaka's little brother.
Your strategy was weak. You made it too easy for him.
So it's my fault then. So tell me, does little Narumi really have what it takes to change the destiny of the Blade Children?
That all depends on how the plan goes.
Ah, the so-called plan. You know, they call it fate because people can't change it.
So they do. But our fate was made by people.
Making it all the more unchangeable.
Stop lying to me.
But I didn't do anything, really.
Miss Suzuki, what's going on here?
Oh, Mr. Imazato. This student broke the window, and she's standing here lying to me about it. She won't admit what she's done.
I'm not lying. Someone really did throw a rock from outside and break the glass.
Then why are there shards of glass on the outside of the building? If the rock really came from the outside, there should only be broken glass on the inside.
But I didn't. I promise.
Stop lying to me!
Now, Miss Suzuki.
Mr. Imazato, I can handle this, thank you.
Hold up a minute. Don't you know? Glass has elastic properties. It bends when it's hit. This flexibility allows the glass to return to its normal state. The same thing happens when it breaks. The bending causes glass fragments to fly off in both directions. It's what's known as the blowback effect. The girl isn't lying. So if I were you, I'd clean up the glass and apologize to her.
He really is just like his older brother. So, you've decided to take matters into your own hands.
Why not?
I know you. I know how you work. You're going to kill Ayumu, aren't you?
Please, it's not as though we haven't already tried.
At this point, he hasn't reached his full potential. He still lacks something vital, the ability to believe in himself. But there's no doubt in my mind that an irreplaceable power lies within him. Do you really intend to crush your last hope with your own two hands?
If he is what you say, then we won't be able to kill him. His power will make him invincible to us.
Listen, Rutherford. You go after Ayumu, consider me your enemy. I'll hunt you myself.
That didn't sound like it went very well. Things can get a lot tougher around here if Imizato turns against us. He already knows too much about our plans. If you were to talk to little Narumi, it could make things much more difficult.
So why don't you take care of the little Narumi problem?
If it were that easy, I would have handled it already. Besides, he knows my face now.
In that case, ask young Rio to assist you.
Rio's good and she knows what she's doing, but I just can't stand being around her.
What's your deal?
Guess what? I've got terrific news.
Sorry, not interested. See you later.
But I found some information on Kosuke Asazuki.
Asazuki?
Kosuke Asazuki, 17 years of age, born August 28, 1987. That makes him a Virgo, by the way. He attended Morikawa Middle School until he was 14. In his second year, he had a run-in with a teacher and she was injured. After that, he disappeared and hasn't been heard from since.
Any family?
I couldn't find anything on his father, but his mother was killed in an accident when he was only 3 years old.
That's some pretty good detective work.
Oh, that? It was nothing. Just you wait, Buster. Give me a week. I'll find out where he lives, what kind of shoes he wears. I'll even tell you what he eats for breakfast.
Okay, that's scary. About Asazuki. Based on his background, I'd say he stays on the move. But he must have found somewhere to go. He can't be working alone. He must be getting help from someone.
Ayumu. Ayumu! Isn't there something you'd like to say to me?
Like,
thank you so much, Hiono. Because of you, the Notes of Truth will play. I don't know what I'd do without you. You know, some moving words of gratitude?
what? Why would I want to do that?
Hiono, punch!
Ayumu, well,
What is it?
I just wanted to thank you for helping me today.
Huh?
Not the brightest girl.
Yeah, not so much. So, what did you do for her?
Nothing worth being thanked for. No big deal.
I told you don't give yourself enough credit.
What do you want?
You should learn to accept gratitude when it comes your way. It wasn't much, but you did help that girl. You didn't have to, but you did. You see, it's important to believe in yourself.
That's exactly what I've been trying to tell him.
Ayumu, I'd like to talk to you about the Blade Children. Huh? I thought you'd be interested, but I'm putting myself at risk by speaking to you like this. Act like we're talking about school or something.
What can you tell me?
There are forces at work all around us, Ayumu. Right now, even as we speak, there's more going on than you can imagine.
I need some straight answers. Who are you? What's happening? And what am I supposed to do about it?
We'll continue our chat later in the lecture hall. 6 o'clock.
Left, right, left, right, left, right.
Mr. Imisato.
Huh?
It's only 5 o'clock.
I'm running a search on Kosuke. Maybe I can pull up an address or a phone number. There's nothing on him in the school records.
Something's going on in the lecture hall.
What's going on?
I don't know. Everyone's over there.
Come on, let's go check it out.
Wonder what happened.
Let's find out. Hey, what's going on in there?
It's Mr. Imasato. He collapsed on the floor.
Is he okay?
No, we're too late. There's no pulse.
Ayumu, I'd like to talk to you about the Blade Children. There's more going on than you can imagine.
Someone wanted him silenced, but who?
Hey, you guys can't just barge in here and start messing.
He's not breathing and his heart has stopped. Looks like rigor mortis is starting to set in. Don't bother with an ambulance, it's too late. Someone call the police right away. Now!
I'm on it.
Alright, which one of you was the first to discover the body?
I did.
Tell me what happened.
I was passing by the class and glanced in. He was just lying on the floor. I called to him, but he didn't answer.
How do you think he died? There's no blood. He doesn't seem injured. Maybe he had a heart attack.
It wasn't a heart attack. He was gassed.
Gassed? I don't smell anything.
You wouldn't. The doors and windows are open. The room is aired out by now. Besides, this isn't the kind of gas you can smell.
It's really cold in here. I wonder if the air conditioning is turned on.
Cold. So that was the murder weapon.
Murder weapon? Are you trying to tell me this was a murder?
The timing's too perfect to be an accident. He mysteriously dies right before he was going to tell me a secret. The Blade Children have to be responsible for this.
What's going on in here?
Mr. Imasato has been murdered. Don't touch anything and don't let anyone leave. Lock down the campus and wait for the police. This was definitely a homicide, occurring shortly after 4 o'clock this afternoon. The killer is most likely a female, and by my deduction is 4.5 to 5 feet tall. She is a student here and probably still among us. She wears a size 5 shoe. She's small, but don't let that fool you. She's dangerous.
How can you tell all of this?
Because the melody of logic always plays the notes of truth. Iono, I've got a job for you. Can you take this information and narrow down a list of suspects?
Give me 3 days and I'll have it down to 20 people.
I'm counting on you.
He's counting on me!
Watch out. I'm coming for you, Blade Children. Just as I thought.
But there's nothing here.
Exactly. The killer took it. The murder weapon, I mean.
Another weapon?
Yep, dry ice.
Here, it's a list of vital stats for all the students. Height, weight, age. Using this list as my starting point, I'll extract only the girls who are between 4.5 and 5 feet tall.
That still leaves us with over 50 girls.
This is where my skills really pay off.
I hope so.
I'll just review all their schedules for today and map out all their movements. Then I'll determine to whom each of them spoke, paying special attention to the area near the crime scene. By tomorrow evening, I should be able to get you a complete rundown for every one of them.
I gotta hand it to you. Your investigative skills really are something else.
Yeah, I know, aren't they? By the way, I was wondering, what does dry ice have to do with gas poisoning?
Dry ice is nothing but frozen carbon dioxide. Imasato was poisoned with carbon dioxide.
Huh, carbon dioxide?
Yeah, people don't realize that CO2 can be deadly. Just because it's in the air all around us doesn't make it safe. In highly concentrated amounts, it'll kill you, just like carbon monoxide will.
Yikes. So the room must have been filled with carbon dioxide left when the dry ice evaporated. Mr. Imazato went in and basically suffocated.
Exactly. Dry ice must be kept at a temperature below -94 degrees. When it evaporated, the temperature in the room must have dropped drastically, leaving spots of condensation around the podium. It was simply the natural moisture in the air that condensed into water when the room temperature fell.
I think I'm following you, so the dry ice had to have been in the podium.
That's right. And then once all of it had vaporized, the killer lured Imazato into the classroom. She probably talked with him as the gas slowly began to poison him.
Oh, I see.
The killer was probably someone he knew, so he wasn't suspicious. Plus, carbon dioxide is an odorless, tasteless gas.
But how is it that the killer was unaffected by the gas? If she was in the same room with him...
She'd need to know that the carbon dioxide is a heavier gas than oxygen or nitrogen. As the dry ice evaporated, the poison gas settled in the bottom of the room. The killer stayed safe higher up.
That's why you checked the area at the top of the classroom.
She turned the classroom into a deadly gas chamber, a sort of misty gallows. She murdered Mr. Imazato and escaped.
Okay, how did you figure out the killer's height and shoe size?
I found fresh footprints all over the room. They were most likely created when the killer stepped on the floor, wet from condensation. I determined her height based on the length of her stride.
And the gender?
Based on the height and small shoe size, the killer couldn't have been a boy.
Alright, one last thing. What made you decide it was one of the students?
Well, there was no sign of a struggle or any other type of physical violence. By the time Mr. Imazato realized he was in danger, it was too late. He had already inhaled the deadly gas, which leads me to believe he wasn't surprised to see the person who killed him, because she was a student here. If I were guessing, I would say that the killer is someone we'd never suspect.
Man, you got some nerve making me do all the grunt work. You know, dry ice is heavier than regular ice.
That's why I called you. I wasn't gonna carry it myself.
Impressive, though, the way you threw it together so quickly.
Who's there?
Mr. Imazato, I need to talk to you about something important.
Ah, Miss Takeuchi. Oh.
What's wrong? Is it too cold in here?
Yeah. I wonder if there's something wrong with the air conditioning.
You know, it's always coldest when death approaches.
What did you say?
You're determined to stand in our way no matter what, Mr. Imazato.
You're a...
Member of the Blade Children, Ryo Takeuchi.
What do you want from me?
Simple. I have to be sure you won't tell Ayumu Narumi what you know about the Blade Children.
Don't you think that's a little unfair to him?
Do you actually believe that fate is fair? Oh, come now. If it was, then I wonder if the Blade Children ever would have been born at all.
I didn't realize you were so pessimistic.
It's not pessimism. It's the stark reality of the situation. Now, are you going to answer my question?
I won't stand by and let you kill Ayumu. I would gladly give my life to stop you Blade Children.
Well, if that's the way you want it, then that's the way you'll get it.
You can't hide the truth forever.
Mr. Imazato. Goodbye. Kiyotaka's little brother is going to be a headache for us.
You think so?
He's very bright. I mean, look at the way he immediately figured out the physical description of the killer. He's amazing!
He has a keen sense of perception and deduction, so what?
But there's something more. Something extrasensory. It's a gift.
What did you expect? You challenged little Narumi by killing Imazato at his school.
Ah, but Mr. Imazato was going to tell Ayumu everything. Something had to be done right away. I had no choice but to kill him there.
Don't sweat it, Ryo. The reporter girl helps him out a lot. She's pretty smart, but without her tracking things down for him, he's got nothing. And even together, they're no match for us. Don't worry, we'll never be caught.
You're so stupid, Kosuke. If you haven't noticed, Ayumu is just like his brother. He's not going to walk away from this.
Huh?
In the end, though, we will be victorious.
Your deductions are pretty solid, but we just don't have enough data. I can only narrow it down to 10 students. I've tried everything I can think of. Is it going to be enough for you to go on?
I'm afraid not. Besides, my deductions aren't that great. Even if we could single out one person, it would be my word against theirs.
So why don't you tell me what I'm doing all this work for?
Well, we need more. We need concrete proof. The trap has been set, so now we just wait. I will win out in the end.
How could we have known this was just the beginning? Things were about to take a drastic turn we never could have expected.
Ayumu, I'd like to talk to you about the Blade Children.
It was those few simple words that sealed Mr. Imizato's fate. He was silenced, causing Ayumu to stand up and take action.
Hiono, I've got a job for you. Can you take this information and narrow down a list of suspects?
Give me 3 days and I'll have it down to 20 people.
I'm counting on you.
Little did we know that our search for the killer would soon take such a drastic turn for the worse.
Come on, just stay with me. You're gonna be okay.
The story began just a short time ago. I promised Ayumu my help, so I devoted myself to narrowing down the list of suspects who could have killed Mr. Imizato. Great googly moogly, Ayumu! Your homemade sandwiches are too yummy! Fluffy hard-boiled eggs surrounded by creamy mayonnaise spiced with tangy mustard between 2 slices of lightly toasted bread with the crust cut off! I'm getting so emotional! Your Chinese box lunch the other day was great too, but today's sandwiches are on a completely different level! With each bite I can taste the love and care you've put into each and every one! Such culinary expertise makes me so happy I want to bawl my eyes out! It's a bit of heaven coming out of your kitchen and into my stomach! What I wouldn't give to eat like this every day! Ow! 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 I have a question. Say I do narrow this list of suspects down to 10 or less, and say those 10 are all pretty much the same type of person. How are you going to pick the killer?
Actually, it's something that Detective Wataya said that will lead us to the killer.
Wataya? What did he say?
Remember the death at Sayoko's house? The locked room murder?
Yeah.
Apparently, Madoka has been investigating Sayoko ever since the murder. She talked to Mr. Shiranagatani again, and he gave up some interesting information about the Blade Children and how they can be identified.
What are you talking about?
Before Sayoko's mother died, she told him one of the Blade Children's secrets. It seems they all have a very specific physical characteristic in common.
Physical characteristic?
You see, the Blade Children are missing something unusual. They're missing their 7th rib on the right side.
If someone knows what to look for, they can find us. We're all missing the exact same rib.
Nobody knows anything about that, Rio. You need to stop worrying so much.
Maybe you need to start worrying more. Ayumu's sister-in-law has been investigating Sayoko a lot, so we must assume Ayumu knows more than we expect. It's the only way we can stay ahead of him.
Mr. Shiranagatani isn't willing to believe it. But the fact is, Sayoko is missing her 7th rib also.
So that's why Imizato had the X-ray photos in his locker. He was checking for missing ribs. At first, I didn't understand when I saw the X-rays among the documents the police seized. He knew the Blade Children's secret and was going to tell you. That's why they killed him.
We still need to narrow down our list of suspects. After that, we can start checking rib cages. The web has been laid out and the trap has been set. We've already won.
No, we haven't lost yet. We can still turn the tables on him.
You think so? Ayumu knows my basic physical description. He'll get to me through that. And if he knows about the rib, It's only a matter of time before we're caught in his web.
You're wrong, Rio. Their web isn't yet complete. And besides, the real problem isn't Narumi. It's the girl. She's the one who'll expose us. So, she must be eliminated.
The web is closing in, Ayumu. Soon we'll have this killer right where we want her. Huh? Ayumu! I realize that planning your dinner for Madoka is important. However, the least you could do is acknowledge me when I speak to you.
We're being pretty open about our investigation. Everyone knows where they should bring their information, right?
Yeah, I've talked to just about everybody. Wait a minute, do you think we may be too conspicuous? What if the killer decides to run away?
No, this person won't run away.
Why not?
Considering the trouble and planning that went into murdering a Misato, it's clear that the killer sees us as a game. When she sees our web, she won't run. She wants to beat me and won't give up that chance.
What is it?
Nothing. It's just that they're gonna come at us pretty hard.
I know you, Rio. You're planning to kill her on campus like Yamazato. But if you're doing this to challenge little Narumi...
Life is a challenge. I simply prefer to face it head on.
But he's with Hiono all the time. There's no way to get to her without him being around. The real challenge is getting this girl alone.
Easy. I'll set a trap.
Trap?
That's right. I'll set up a deadly trap somewhere fun. You know, somewhere where I know she'll have to be.
But are you certain you can take care of her this way?
I have a trump card.
Come to think of it, you are good at creating explosive situations.
Hey, Inspector! Guess what? Your brother-in-law is sticking his nose in our investigation again.
Are you surprised?
He and that school reporter are checking into their teacher's death. I know he's like blood to you, but he simply can't take the law into his own hands. This is a sacred institution.
Ayumu, what do you think you can accomplish all by yourself?
That's enough for today. Come on, let's get out of here.
Okay.
I'll walk you home. Please, try to control yourself.
Oh, this is so exciting!
What is?
It's just so surprising you walking me home. You're usually so cold to everyone. It's the last thing I would ever expect out of you.
I have my reasons.
Oh yeah, like what?
Like that the killer's probably gonna try to get rid of you. If I was in the killer's place, I'd want to eliminate you before we finished our list of suspects. So basically, they're gonna try and kill you either today or tomorrow.
Do you think you could talk about my impending death a little less casually?
Remember, the killer's in it for the challenge. She won't take the easy way out. If she comes after you, it'll be on campus with me somewhere close by.
So then why are you walking me home?
Because the last thing I expect is for the killer to play fair. You're just gonna have to trust me, alright? I knew they'd come after you, so I'm trying to limit their options and their opportunities. I just can't let myself get overconfident and make a mistake that costs someone their life. I considered poison first, but that was easily taken care of.
So that's why you made me those awesome egg salad sandwiches?
Look, you're helping me and that puts you in danger. I owe you nothing less but to look out for you.
Still, it would have been nice if you'd have told me all of this from the beginning.
It doesn't matter. You still would have been a target. The way I figured it, they'll use one of two methods to kill you. One effective way would be a sniper.
A sniper!
But I don't think that's very likely. An on-campus shooting would be tough to pull off undetected. That leaves them only one other option. They'll rig a trap.
A trap?
Probably in the journalism club office. Sometime when I'm there with you, and almost certainly the weapon of choice will be a hidden bomb. Don't worry about it. I've got a backup plan that will foil any attempt to bomb the office. I'll have them right where I want them.
Looking back, I suppose Ayumu's theory was logical enough. However, his judgment skills were at a level far beyond reasoning.
What are you waiting for? Hurry up.
Okay, right behind you. Hey, wait just 1 minute. That means you turned me into a decoy without my permission! Hiono Punch Double! Bear, 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 bear! Bunny, bunny, bear, bear, bear! Bunny, bunny!
Wait a minute.
Bear, bear!
There is one other way for them to break through our web.
Bear, bear, bear! Bear, bear,
No,
bear!
they'd never take that chance.
Bear, 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 bear!
Alright, let me see.
He's just adorable, isn't he?
Adorable's not the word I'd choose.
Fine, you can't look at him anymore.
Jeez, Miss Sensitive, I'm sorry I said anything.
Okay, you can look at him again.
Hey, he kinda looks like a Franken kitty.
Get out.
So, you want me to come help you plant that bomb at the school?
Kosuke, you just don't catch on too quickly, do you? Don't you see? Ayumu will be expecting me to put a bomb in that journalism club office. He's counting on it. He and Hiono have spread the news all over school about their investigation. It's a clever ploy to get the killer to go after Hiono. Can't you see that?
He's not that clever.
Don't underestimate him. He is Kiyotaka's brother. Ayumu has keen logic and uncanny intuition. He guesses our moves and sets up contingencies. I think he can tell what we're thinking before we do.
So now what? We just waltz into his web?
Don't worry. I've got a nice surprise for him. See you later, Kosuke. Thank you, Kosuke.
Are you sure you're gonna be alright?
I'll be fine. Ayumu thinks he's got us, but he couldn't be further from the truth.
What are you talking about?
Trust me, Kosuke. He will never be the victor so long as he remains unable to believe in himself.
Are you ever gonna start making sense?
Time to go. We've got a busy day tomorrow.
Ayumu, can I ask you something?
What's up?
Why exactly are you pursuing this mystery of the Blade Children?
Unlocking their secrets is the only hope I have for finding my brother.
So, why do you feel like it's your responsibility to find him?
Well, he's my brother and he's missing. I can't help but worry.
Are you so sure? You of all people should know how amazing your brother is, Ayumu. He's not the kind of person who will admit defeat. Even if you don't go searching for him, I'm sure he'll turn up safely sooner or later. I mean, how do you know your involvement isn't making it harder on him? You must feel that in your heart. And what about Madoka? Have you ever thought that maybe you're searching as much for her as you are for yourself?
They had been married less than a year when my brother disappeared. For 2 long years, she's been searching for him.
Well, here we go. This is my train.
Right behind you.
Oh, I can make it from here. Outside the window, kira, 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 kira. A shooting star streaks. Kira, kira, kira.
I'm home. You got home from work early tonight.
I came home and I was starving. Where have you been? I've been waiting for my dinner.
What, are you a little kid? You could have made something for yourself.
Ayumu, I know you're nosing around in places you don't belong. What are you scheming this time?
Me? I'm not up to anything except cooking some dinner for the mistress of the house. Outside the window. Kia, kia, kia. Stupid Hiono.
Listen, you have to stay out of official police business.
Madoka, I've been trying to find the right way to tell you this. I think you may be putting on a few pounds. Your pants don't fit you anymore, and your shirts are getting tighter and tighter. Explains why all the food in the refrigerator keeps disappearing so quickly.
Oh, really? Hang on, wasn't I telling him something?
And so, the night before the third and final day wore on for each of us. Sometime during the night, a slow, steady rain began to fall. It was almost as if the clouds felt sympathy for the tragedy about to occur. Ayumu, do you really think there's a bomb hidden in the office? Everything looks to be just like we left it yesterday.
They could have hidden a bomb in the computer. But I really don't think we're up against someone who would make such an obvious move as that. Too simple.
Once you make up your mind, you're driving me crazy! I'm tired. The school day's almost over and nothing's happened yet. What do you think's holding back the killer?
That's a good question.
Huh?
Hi, this is the journalism office, right?
Oh, hey, it's you.
Is there something we can do for you?
Well, you see, I just found this stuffed animal downstairs in the school cafeteria. It had this note stuck to its head.
Don't tell me there's a bomb in there!
Okay, hold on. A bomb that small won't be that dangerous. And there's no way someone could count on it killing any of us in a room this size.
Do you hear that? It sounds like ticking inside the little kitty.
Wait!
Are you crazy? Why would you build a bomb and blow yourself up instead of the girl?
It'll be the only way I can keep Ayumu from discovering my missing rib.
But still, Rio.
Have faith. I've got it all figured out. The charge won't be enough to really kill me, just enough to blow out a couple of ribs.
I don't care what you say, it's too risky. You're asking for trouble.
Look, Ayumu's trap depends on him being able to distinguish me by my missing rib. If my other ribs are injured in the blast, it will ruin his plan.
So what's the point of you escaping his little web if you end up dead?
That's why it's going to work. It's the absolute last thing he'd expect.
So you've had it planned out like this from the very beginning?
I believe in my luck and I believe in my abilities. I will always win and I will always come back, even from the abyss of death.
How did I misread this so badly? Alright, calm down. Look at it logically. This isn't over yet.
We were right about the bomb in the office, but the rest of it caught us off guard. The girl Rio was badly injured in the blast. She's still in the hospital. She suffered severe trauma from her left chest to her side and lost a few ribs. Ayumu hardly talked at all when the police questioned us about what had happened. He was totally lost in thought. I wish he would stop blaming himself and let me help him figure out what went wrong. Hey, Ayumu? You haven't said a thing to me in hours. Let me help you. It was our plan that didn't work out, and we got an innocent little kid hurt in the process.
You're wrong about that. She's not innocent. I didn't really think it possible. The killer would do this to distract from her missing rib. Now I know they'll stop at nothing to conceal their identities.
Hold on. Are you saying she blew herself up just so we wouldn't find out she was one of the Blade children?
If she had really wanted to kill you, she would have used a much bigger explosive. Her plan was to injure herself. Rio killed Imazato.
No way!
She's one of the Blade children, and she thinks she's in the clear. 3 weeks since the bombing, she must have let her guard down. I refuse to give up now. I will catch her.
It's odd. I've I've never seen Ayumu like this. He's usually so calm and in control.
Rio's way too reckless. I mean, come on. She went and blew herself up just to escape Ayumu's little web.
Rio did not walk the tightrope of death so that she could escape. Quite the contrary. She took the risk so that she could defeat little Narumi head on. Everything we have done so far has been a preliminary move toward victory. The true match has yet to begin.
Here, from Rutherford.
Oh, that was so sweet of him. It's so yummy.
So Rio, you want to clue me into the next step in your little game with Ayumu?
I'm glad you asked. The next part is something I could use your help with.
Huh?
There's Rio's room, Ayumu.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. You're too kind.
Well, we weren't entirely uninvolved. Well, you seem to be doing a lot better, though.
Yeah, the doctor says I'll be out soon.
Too bad that stuffed animal was a failure.
What?
We tracked down the store you bought it from. I'm sure you assumed the stuffed animal would be obliterated in the explosion, so it would be impossible for us to find out where it came from. So you were either careless or lazy and bought it at a store near the school. I found plenty of them on the shelves. You failed, Rio. The store clerk even remembers you buying the stuffed animal the day before the incident.
What are you talking about?
Don't play dumb. The store's security camera captured the entire transaction.
You see, Rio, my information network reaches well beyond the school grounds. Sorry, you didn't stand a chance. The truth of the matter is, there was no security camera, and the clerk only thought he remembered seeing Rio at the store. It was all made up, just to see if she'd come clean. Now it's her turn. Time to see if she calls our bluff.
I know you're one of the Blade children. You won't get away.
I should have expected this from Kiyotaka's younger brother, but I am impressed you discovered I'm one of the Blade children. However, if we keep butting our heads like this as equally matched opponents, I don't think we'll ever see this thing through to the end. Okay, Kosuke.
Yo, long time no see.
Asazuki.
This is one messed up situation. Are you sure you want to go through with it?
I've always known that it would come down to something like this. And besides, if I can't make it through this, how can I ever hope to beat fate? So, little brother, the time has now come to begin our final game. And put an end to this.
Access denied. I'm blocked out of Kiyotaka's file? Why? The password's correct and I should have clearance at this level. What's going on here? But it's not just Kiyotaka. Sonobe, Imizato, Adachi? I can't access any of their files and I should be able to. There's something connecting all of them, something they have in common, but what is it?
Madoka, dear.
Commissioner Kanzaka.
The game is simple. It will settle things once and for all. One packet is plain old sugar, and the other is strychnine.
A poison. It kills you by causing respiratory paralysis and circulatory collapse. It's extremely bitter. Sensitive tongues can still taste it even when it's 400,000 times more diluted than this.
This is about 2 times the lethal dose. Only I don't know which is which. The packets are exactly the same. When I say we'll each choose a glass and drink the entire contents. Choose the poison and you can say your final goodbyes. We share the same risk. Which one of us will death drag away? Can you guess? I'll even let you go first. Go ahead, pick one. I don't mind getting leftovers. That way, it won't matter even if I do know which one has the poison.
What kind of an idiot would play this stupid game? It doesn't matter what happens between us, the law will still judge you.
Can it really, though? I have a funny feeling that this proof you claim to have is nothing more than a bluff. Did I guess right?
Why do you insist on this elaborate game? If you want me dead, there are much easier ways to do it.
You're correct. We could kill you easily if we wanted to, but something prevents me from doing so. A promise made to Kiyotaka.
Promise to Kiyotaka? What do these guys know about my brother?
What's wrong, Ayumu?
Calm down. Don't lose focus. Figure out what she's thinking and let logic do the rest.
And just so you know, I haven't done anything like poison both glasses like a coward. I mean, where would the challenge be if we both die?
Why should I believe a word you say?
Well, if you like, I'll pick one and I'll drink it first. If it kills me, then you win the challenge. If it doesn't kill me, you can do whatever you want. You don't even have to drink the other glass if you don't want to. But if you're the type who runs away, then you certainly have nothing to lose.
But poison myself on purpose? Only a fool wouldn't run away.
I'm not afraid to drink it. There's no absolute guarantee that I'm going to die.
You're talking about twice the lethal dose of strychnine. The chance of survival is virtually zero. You die instantly.
You're right about that. But to run away from my challenge, isn't that really the same as death? A terrible fate awaits you and will simply snatch away that which you desire and all you hold dear as it slays your spirit and mind. Yes, you understand. Kiyotaka took everything from you, and now you only live with your head down. I won't run away. I will always go forward to protect what I hold dear and to change my fate, even if that involves risking my own life to win. Do you see? If you can't overcome this little game, then your fate will undoubtedly still kill you eventually.
Fate means nothing to me. But it seems I have no other choice than to settle this here and now. I will accept your challenge, Ryo.
Missing persons fall under the jurisdiction of public safety. Detectives like you are not to get involved.
You're telling me I can't access information regarding my own husband's disappearance?
I know this is hard for you. Kiyotaka was a good man.
The fact is, I'm not doing this for personal reasons. There's more to it than that. I believe that my husband's disappearance is linked to a series of recent murders.
You're an excellent detective. If I were you, I wouldn't want to tarnish my career.
But I think that—
Do we have an understanding?
Your strategies and tactics won't be of any use now, little brother. What you do need is the ability to believe in yourself. Your conviction that you won't lose will be the deciding factor in this game. Well, let's begin.
Wait. Do you really think this little charade of yours is gonna fool me? The ability to decipher strategy is what'll decide the outcome of your game, not the ability to believe or whatever. You really are something. You know, you're a lot smarter than you look, and you've got guts. To be honest with you, I wasn't sure what to think. I was trying to understand the psychology of a girl who was stupid enough to blow up her own chest just to hide a missing rib. You were intuitive and knew that my perspective had changed. You switched from evasion to attack. So you devised this little challenge to ensure that I would have a crushing defeat. Would you seriously put yourself in a position where you had a 50% chance of dying? You know, I really wouldn't put it past you to do something so crazy. After all, you did blow yourself up on purpose back at the school. But of course, at that point, the web we laid out was rapidly closing in, and the only option was to walk the tightrope of death. So now we find ourselves here. You've called my bluff, and at the moment, you certainly have the upper hand. It would seem that you have me right where you want me. So why would you find it necessary to bet your life again? Common sense would dictate that you wouldn't. This game is rigged, so you would have a 100% chance of winning.
But I gave you the first move. You chose your glass first. How could I have rigged the game? You saw everything I did.
That's right, I did see. And that's when you gave it away. You were gonna drink first. If you didn't die, then by process of elimination, my cup would have the poison. Why would anyone in their right mind actually drink water they knew was poisoned? There never was any poison to begin with. Both packets had sugar in them. You started this scheme by blowing yourself up, making me believe you're willing to risk your own life. So all you had to do was drink the water, not die, and you'd win. I'd be too afraid to drink what I thought was a glass of strychnine. You'd have your victory over me and I would walk away in shame. You said earlier you called my bluff, Rio. Well, now I'm calling yours. You did make a bad miscalculation, though. If one of us had actually died of strychnine poisoning, what were you planning to do with the body? What would you have told the police? They would run tests and discover that the death was a homicide. You wouldn't take that chance. These glasses are only sugar water.
Ayumu!
Impossible. That tongue-piercing bitterness. Strychnine.
That's just what I expected. You talk big, but when it came down to it, you hardly touched the glass to your lips before you gave way to caution. You didn't drink nearly enough to kill yourself. That's no way to go about changing your fate. You believe me now? I promised a fair game.
She really is willing to risk everything.
Just as Rio thought, the ability to believe in oneself decided everything. Little Narumi's reasoning was correct. Neither of the glasses contained poison. It was nothing more than an extremely bitter-tasting cold medicine. But Rio blew herself up at the school and raised the stakes. Little Narumi had to deal with the fact that she would risk her life for what she wanted. Plus, we made sure to point out that the strychnine is very bitter. As soon as the cold medicine touched his tongue, he couldn't drink any more. If he'd really believed in himself, he would have gone through with it and he'd have been fine. In the end, he gave in to his own self-doubt and lack of self-confidence.
He was supposed to believe in his reasoning and drink the water. How can you face your destiny and fate if you can't have faith in yourself?
Hold it right there! I'm sorry, but I refuse to believe that Ayumu's reasoning was wrong.
But the results are in. Just look at him. It's obvious his reasoning was flawed.
Not a chance, Rio! I believe in Ayumu! There is no poison in this glass, and I'll prove it.
Huh?
See? It was nothing more than really bitter-tasting water.
Huh?
Too bad for you, but this isn't over. Regardless of what you think, Ayumu hasn't lost to you. You owe us another match.
I admit it, I did use a little trickery. But, whether you like it or not, he did lose the challenge. Look at him, he knows he's failed horribly. He thought he had it all figured out, but he didn't. And now he sits there, a cowardly loser, ashamed of himself, as he should be.
Oh, get over yourself already! Ayumu had you by the throat, and you were lucky you were able to slither your way out. You cheated rather than face a real challenge. Why didn't you go through with it for real? Why didn't you use real poison? Because you're the coward, that's why. You should be the one hanging your head in shame. You set up a rigged game and depended on a cheap trick to save your skin. You didn't have the guts to face him fairly. If you truly wanted to settle things, you should have put faith in your luck and risked your life. Instead, all you did was trick him. You knew that fate and luck were on Ayumu's side, not yours. You knew you would lose to him unless the game was rigged. You feared Ayumu from the beginning. You weren't afraid of a bomb, but you were afraid of Ayumu's ability to figure you out. You couldn't put your life in the hands of fate. You were the one who ran away first, so you can take your pompous, self-righteous attitude and shove it.
You frighten me, really. As much as I hate to say it, I think she's right. Sorry, today's just not your lucky day. Understand, we made a promise with Kiyotaka regarding Ayumu. He insisted that we treat him with a certain respect. He never said anything about you. If you're going to insist on being a problem, I won't hesitate to eliminate you.
So you're just gonna kill me too? Like you killed Mr. Imazato?
Yes, murder is just so easy. And honestly, life can be a whole lot less risky once you've removed your enemies. Killing Imazato was easy, and killing you will be easier.
I've been waiting for you to say that. I've been recording everything you've said. The cops are gonna love this. You've admitted to murdering Mr. Imazato, plus you've threatened to kill me. Anything else you'd like to add to your statement? This is a pretty compelling piece of evidence, wouldn't you say? I started recording when we came into the room, so I've got everything. I had a hard time getting you to talk about it, but a good reporter knows how to lead her subject. You were being cautious, and that's understandable. But in the end, like so many others, you let your guard down. I think the police will find just enough evidence here to bring a solid case against you.
You sneaky little vixen!
I always save the trump card for the end of the game, don't you?
Okay, Hiono, what is it that you want from us? I don't think you'd be telling us this if you were just going to give that tape to the cops.
Yeah, I do want something. A fair rematch between you and Ayumu.
Hiono, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking about you, silly. Don't you like my idea? Ayumu!
You've crossed the line, little girl.
Oh, it can get much worse, I assure you. Ayumu, you have to hurry! Run! Get the tape out of here!
I wouldn't if I were you. Give the tape to Rio or watch your little friend here make like the pretty birdies and fly.
Ayumu, don't do it! As long as you have the tape, they won't hurt me! You know it won't do them any good to kill me until they get a hold of that tape. Think about it! They're not going to be satisfied if they have to end this challenge with brute force! Go, Ayumu! I'll be fine! You will face them another day, and you'll win! Believe in your strength!
Damn. Oh well, I guess we should just hold on to her for a while.
Kosuke, you might want to consider letting go of her.
Do you like it? My special stun gun packs 100,000 volts, enough to bring a bear to its knees.
Be careful with that thing, you could hurt someone.
That's the point, Kosuke. Maybe you'll think twice the next time you try to push me out a window.
So you could have gotten away anytime you wanted to. Isn't that right?
Yeah, well, I like to plan ahead.
Then why didn't you just leave with him?
You guys having me as a hostage is just the kind of motivation Ayumu needs right now.
Come again?
I'm interested in the degree to which you want Ayumu and I to have a rematch. You're very passionate. But I'm not sure that your hostage plan was such a good idea given the circumstances. It might give him the feeling that he failed you and himself. Maybe this is the worst thing you could have done. No, this won't sit well with him, that's for sure. When he's had a chance to think it through, he'll see. The poor boy is finished, Hiono.
You know, they say when you fall, it's best to fall straight to the bottom. And the farther you have to crawl back up, the stronger and greater you will become as a result.
Things have become quite complicated.
Yeah, I guess so.
And what about the Iwazaki girl? Where is she?
We've got her locked up for right now.
So little Narumi has tasted failure, and now wanders the playing field, ever the loser. Kiyotaka said it best. The ability to get up after a defeat is far more admirable than the ability to never lose.
Okay, so this will ensure the safety of the tape. But I ran away. I left her back there at the mercy of the Blade Children. My brother wouldn't have hesitated. My brother would have believed in himself. He would have stayed and fought.
I didn't find out anything today either. Not about the Blade Children, not about Kiyotaka, not about anything at all, and it's tearing me up. I'm home. Ayumu? Is dinner ready?
So little Narumi has tasted failure, and now wanders the playing field, ever the loser.
This feeling. I know this. It's like when Kiyotaka disappeared, when he just vanished without any warning. Ayumu!
Why are you yelling at me already?
Do you have any idea what time it is? A kid your age shouldn't be walking the streets this late.
It's only 9 o'clock. Not even grade schoolers are asleep yet. Listen, I'm probably gonna crash over to a friend's place tonight. So sorry, you're on your own for dinner. And try not to oversleep tomorrow. See you.
Ayumu, wait! You are going to come home tomorrow, aren't you? I mean, I wouldn't know what to do. I couldn't handle you disappearing like your brother did.
I've said this before. I am not like my brother. Nothing like him at all.
Look, you're acting really weird. What's going on?
Good night, Madoka. And don't forget to set your alarm.
Ayumu!
Ayumu is so much like me that I have to feel bad for him. But that's all it is, a resemblance. He'll never become the kind of person I am. He might fall apart walking in my footsteps, but if he doesn't, he might be able to reach a place in life that I never could, even if I lived to be 1,000. Madoka, when he stands at his crossroads, please extend him a helping hand.
Ayumu.
Was I right?
Ayumu, you have to hurry! Run!
Was I right to run away? Was I right to run away like a scared little kid and leave her behind? Why? Why am I like this?
And now he sits there, a cowardly loser, ashamed of himself as he should be.
Outside the window, kira 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 ki. A shooting star streaks, kira 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 ki. The moon glows brightly, yuda yuda yudari, napping so peacefully in the ocean of the stars.
Kiyotaka said it best. The ability to get up after a defeat is far more admirable than the ability to never lose.
Breakfast is served.
You're late. I am a VIP, you know.
Yeah, whatever. Here you go, Kyoko.
My name's Hiyono! Just bread and milk? I always have a Japanese-style breakfast with egg, miso soup, tofu, and seaweed. Anything else just goes against common sense.
What does an idiot who lets herself get kidnapped on purpose know about common sense?
I am not an idiot. And if I hadn't let you take me hostage, you guys would be at a severe disadvantage right now. Honestly, you should be thanking me.
I don't get it. Aren't you scared at all?
Hmm?
Think about it. Both Rio and I could finish you off in the blink of an eye. If your trump card, that little tape you made, makes its way to the cops, both she and I will have hell to pay. But we have things ready behind the scenes, so keep in mind, we could kill you right now and walk away.
But you would prefer to take care of all this quietly, am I right? You know how severe Rio's injuries are. Plus, both of you are still sitting around waiting to see what Ayumu has up his sleeve. And that means you can't get rid of me, at least not now. So, until the rematch between Ayumu and Rio is decided, I'm safe.
Sold you short.
So I gotta ask, have you had any luck tracking down Ayumu?
Nah, still can't find him.
That's so. Sounds to me like your information network isn't working out for you. Finding a close place to keep me must have taken a decent amount of funds, which means you have at least some level of organization. But I do notice that you have a lack of people. What do you think? I'm trying to use logic like Ayumu does. I find myself thinking about lots of things in here. The young girl who lost her memory, the professor you killed off, the woman you used to threaten someone else, and the teacher who ended up knowing too much. You're in disarray. It looks to me like none of you have actually had the gall to take charge of this situation, and now the unknown is all around you. You're all trying so hard to deal with this fact before the damage that's already been done trickles its way down to you. You're like a tiny ship caught in a typhoon. But don't think you're alone. You may be in trouble, but Ayumu is being tossed around the seas too. All of you are sitting right on the edge of drowning. If you don't find some footing soon, all of you are going to be swept away. Kosuke, tell me, what exactly are the Blade Children?
You want to keep living, shut your trap.
Come in.
You look well.
Eyes, what are you... Oh.
I grew worried after Kosuke told me what happened last night. I was concerned that you might be depressed, but not quite as depressed as little Narumi.
Why would I be depressed? I made him fall to his knees before me.
But then, you lost to the Iwazaki girl.
I don't feel like I lost anything. I just feel a little ashamed about the way it all went down.
Because things didn't turn out the way you expected them to.
There is that. But there's also a lot more to it. Little Narumi needs to believe in himself, of course. But I've got this nagging feeling that we might need to believe in him just as much.
Believe? Believe in the weak younger brother who's only focused in on the past.
Hey Kosuke, as long as we're here, you want to fill me in on what it is you're fighting against? You obviously need Ayumu to help you win, but not the Ayumu you've already faced. You need a stronger, more confident Ayumu Narumi to help you fight your fight. Isn't that about the shape of things?
But he's the only one who can save us. Correct me if I'm wrong.
That is what Kiyotaka said. There may not be even a drop of hope left for us in this world.
Are you afraid, Eyes? Of being betrayed? Or maybe you're afraid that what you've believed in is falling apart. If so, then you and little Narumi are the same. He too gave up believing to avoid getting hurt.
I try to avoid things that wear me out, like fighting hard. Besides, I don't think enough of that loser to bother. I don't care if I'm not saved. I committed murders of my own free will, and I became a criminal of my own free will. I don't expect that I can ever be forgiven, but when that time for redemption comes, I won't shy away. I look forward to meeting it head on.
I don't know much about any of you people, but I don't think you can ever be happy unless you fight fate.
And why would anyone fight a battle they were certain they would lose? That person would have to be a fool. A stupid fool.
Because little Narumi couldn't believe in himself, he wound up yielding to me. And because Hiono could believe in him, she ended up getting the best of me. I learned a lesson I should never forget. Only the believers in this world can find true happiness.
Ryo, are you going to face little Narumi again?
I'm not really sure. I don't know what kind of fighting he's capable of, or if he can even make a comeback at all. But if he does come back, I'll meet him with full force. This time I'll come out swinging and show him what I can do. And though it may be sad, that is the only way we can ever hope to change our fate.
Fate. Ryo, we may be cursed, but we are still friends. I don't want you to die. Take care of yourself.
Eyes? Thank you. For the melon.
Even if the time comes for our soul-burning redemption.
You know, the investigations just aren't progressing at all. Imizato's death, bomb incident, we can't figure out a clear motive for either. We checked into how those two could be connected, but turned up nothing substantial. You don't want to hear it, but the only connection we could find, of course, is that your brother-in-law Yumo is involved in both incidents.
Yeah. Ayumu. He's trying to follow the same path as Kiyotaka. The same path that caused Kiyotaka to disappear after he announced his pursuit of the mystery of the Blade Children.
He might fall apart walking in my footsteps.
I am not like my brother.
Although he's traveling the same path, Kiyotaka's shadow may be trying to crush Ayumu.
Nothing like him at all.
He might be able to reach a place in life that I never could, even if I lived to be 1,000. When he stands at his crossroads.
Hey, wait! Where are you?
Leave me alone! It's you.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, Ayumu. Ayumu? Where in the world have you gone? Ayumu.
Fate can never be changed.
You so sure? Come to think of it, this is where we first met, huh?
Madoka?
Remember that day, what you told me? You said that fate can't be changed. And you really believed that. This is a new one for me. I've never seen you look like this. I thought I was supposed to be the one looking down and depressed.
I'm not depressed, okay?
You are the spitting image of Kiyotaka.
I told you before, I am nothing like my brother.
Oh no? You've always chased after Kiyotaka ever since you were little, but you've grown up to be so angry. Angry at yourself for never being able to catch up to him.
I couldn't care less about that.
If you actually believe that, you wouldn't get so worked up about it. And you should really try looking at people when you're talking to them. What does it matter if you can't be his equal? It doesn't mean your life is over, you know?
You wouldn't understand. My brother stole everything from me. If I don't win, I can't take it back. If I don't win, my whole life is...
It's okay. No matter how you're feeling, I'll always be by your side. Even if you do lose, you should know that you'll never lose everything.
If I do lose this, then I will lose everything. I can't protect what's important to me.
Well, if that's what you believe, then you shouldn't be here all pouty and depressed. It's fine if you want to come home crying once in a while. 'Cause if you stay in this state, you'll never win anything. And besides, regardless of whether you win or lose, I still need your help around the house. You are in charge of the kitchen work and the laundry, after all. Don't forget that. Kiyotaka.
When he stands at his crossroads, please extend him a helping hand.
Was that how you wanted?
Is that rain? It was sunny not 2 minutes ago.
The TV said scattered storms. Oh man, I really hate thunder. Kosuke! These stupid puzzle rings won't come apart.
There'd be no point if they came undone easily.
I'll undo you, smarty pants.
Jeez. She can be so childish.
I can't get these stupid things apart!
Whatever. You know, you shouldn't be so scared. It's just a little thunder.
I can't help it.
Little Narumi.
You're supposed to knock before you enter a girl's room, you know.
I did.
So, what do you want, Mr. Dripping Wet Loser?
Even losers have pride. Let's play a little game.
You're supposed to knock before you enter a girl's room, you know. So, what do you want, Mr. Dripping Wet Loser?
Even losers have pride.
But...
Let's play a little game.
At this moment, we have a total hold on Hiono's life. What makes you think we can arrange for an equal trade?
If she's killed, then I won't hesitate for a moment in sending the tape to the police. You probably have contingency plans if she escapes, but your actions this time are remarkably limited. Not to mention you still have a lot of healing to do. You would like to avoid police intervention if possible, right? And that's why you can't just kill her now. But on the other side of the coin, as long as she is alive, I can't ask the police for assistance. The moment I do that, you'll kill her. Because there's no point in keeping her alive if the tape falls into the hands of the authorities. We're each holding the other's weaknesses, but as a result, neither of us can make a move. So, you want to trade the girl for the tape?
Yeah, like we'd ever agree to a stupid deal like that. You're not that hard to figure out, little Narumi. You could make a dozen copies of that tape.
No, I won't make any copies.
Huh. Your word doesn't amount to crap.
Look, even if I manage to somehow spring her from wherever you're holding her, there's still the possibility we could be targeted for revenge later. I need to ensure her safety even way into the future. My reason for the trade. End of story.
There's more than one way to put it, little Narumi. If you don't hand over the tape, then we can and will get rid of Hiono whenever we think is the right time.
My only choice would be to immediately hand the tape over if that's true. But it isn't. You're not the kind of people who would be satisfied if I surrendered because of such violence. I'm not proposing a deal or a simple exchange. I'm proposing we finish what we started yesterday. You want to exterminate me.
And you'll let us do that? Lightning flashes. Pika, pika, pikari.
Oh, come on, Ayumu. If you don't save her soon, the imprisoned princess will have to liberate herself.
Let me tell you one thing before going further. If we exercise angel-like fairness and give little Narumi a chance to fight and a chance for victory, then we are also prepared to snatch his life away like a demon. That was a restriction to which we and Kiyotaka agreed. In other words, I absolutely can exterminate you in this situation.
So if you give your opponent the same chance, then being unfair and deceitful is no problem? That explains why you attack everything like it's a game.
Little Narumi, if you can make a comeback now, then it is just as Kiyotaka said.
So tell me, exactly what kind of trade is it that you had in mind?
We each have something the other wants, wouldn't you say? The tape and the hostage. Whoever ends up with both is the proud victor. Follow me?
Of course I do.
So here it is. As of right now, the tape is in a place where I won't be able to recover it until after 2 p.m. tomorrow. Next step, I set things up so that if by chance anything should happen to me along the way, the tape ends up in police custody. In other words, you guys won't be able to rush off and injure me right off the bat. But on the other hand, if you learn where the tape is hidden and you can get there before I do, then you can steal it.
Continue.
You just give me the same chance I give you. At exactly 1:30 tomorrow afternoon, I will personally reveal to you the location of the tape. At that time?
At that time, we tell you where we've been hiding that little girl of yours. So it is just a simple exchange.
Not really. Both sides will know exactly where the other one is going. Don't you think you could find some creative way to slow your opponent down?
I see. What you're getting at is that it would be possible to get both, given the chance.
Exactly. That's the kind of game I'm proposing. The one who gets their hands on both prizes while blocking their opponent's moves is the winner.
Your rules are a little vague, don't you think?
You can decide on the rules. It's up to you, though, to make it a fair game of wits. That is my trade. Will you accept my challenge? Or run away?
Fine, I accept. But you will regret this tough guy attitude.
Try and make me.
We've been had. Hiono was right about this all along. That isn't the same little Narumi as before.
What do you mean?
Up till now, little Narumi never had confidence. His reasons for fighting were weak. He never had a clear purpose for himself in mind. But now, rescuing Hiono is the clearest purpose he could find.
You guys having me as a hostage is just the kind of motivation Ayumu needs right now.
That girl has turned this whole thing upside down.
Idiot. You can still win this, you know. Besides, it's not like you to be such a weepy mess.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry.
We need to concentrate our efforts on finding a way to outwit and bring death upon that little Narumi.
That's right. Even if you do have pride, it will make you regret every ounce of it.
Well, it looks like I managed to drag Rio into the game. Now the real show starts.
We're going to play a little game.
Another one already?
We weren't the ones who suggested it. This time it was little Narumi.
Are you serious? Oh, I can't wait!
Praying to God, huh?
Hardly. There's no such thing as God.
Is it okay for you to be up and walking?
No, I need 2 more weeks of rest. But this is no time for me to be lounging around in bed. Well then, let me explain how the game will work.
The object of this game is to get both the tape and you, the girl, which are located in different parts of town. There are obstacles naturally, but there are no complicated rules. I'm gonna give you this key to hold on to.
What is it for?
It disarms a bomb that's been placed in a certain location. I'm sure I don't need to tell you that if you can't disarm the bomb within the given time limit, boom!
What is this certain location?
Wouldn't you like to know? Around little Narumi's neck.
It may be small, but it's powerful enough to blow your head clean off. By my watch, the bomb will explode at 2:30 p.m. So you'll want to synchronize your watch with mine. I know I don't have to say this, but the device won't come off without using the key. If you try and remove it by force, it'll just...
Boom. I get it.
And the key has been given to Hiono. Your time limit is 1 hour. If you can meet her before then, you'll survive. But if you do anything during the game, like call the cops or ask anyone for help, the collar will explode immediately.
You can expect a fair game from me.
Now, at 1:30, Hiono will be released. And the game will begin. How you decide to use the girl is all up to you.
So you're looking for a fair 2-on-2 match, is that it?
I suppose you could say that. Oh yeah, and we won't touch her for the first 10 minutes after the game begins. But after that, we'll start making our moves to capture her again. And of course, if we acquire the tape first, we'll eliminate Hiono without a moment's hesitation.
Since we're allowed to keep our opponents from reaching their goal, I suppose it's only natural.
We've got cell phones, and we've given one to Hiono as well. You can ask her for her present location yourself. All 4 of our numbers are programmed in, so you can call your opponents at any time. However, it is up to you whether to accept a call from them or not.
Wow, how thoughtful of you.
This is a large battlefield. Without the phones, the required teamwork would be rather impossible.
Think. If I try to meet her while on my way to get the tape, it would have to be at a place near the tape's location. Naturally, these guys would be homing in on just that spot, which would increase the risk of Hiono being attacked. But if I make our meeting point at someplace far away, the chance of the tape falling into enemy hands is high. Even if I can elude the enemy enough to try to meet Hiono after getting the tape, there still might not be enough time. I'm walking a tightrope, no matter what I do.
Are you already regretting your decision?
Sorry to jump the gun like this, but I want to confirm that Hiono is okay.
Go ahead.
Ayumu!
Yo, Dingbat, I'm coming to save you. Bye.
Oh, wait a sec. Is that all he can say? The nerve of him! Are you all right, my fair princess? They're not treating you badly, are they, my beautiful swan? Why couldn't you said something meaningful like that?
Don't look at me.
Ridiculous!
So, you want to tell me where your little tape is hiding?
The post office. I sealed it up tight and mailed it to myself. It should arrive around 2 p.m. today.
That's some good thinking there.
I'm sure you've thought of this, but keep in mind that if you arrive at the mailbox before me and check the mail, you won't be able to steal the tape if it hasn't been delivered yet.
The mailbox key, I take it?
The box is in an apartment building. Next to the manager's office are the mailboxes for all the tenants, probably to ensure protection of privacy. If I wind up dead from this and you guys still can't get to the tape, my sister-in-law will undoubtedly check the suspicious package, basically meaning it lands in the hands of the police.
Impressive. You really thought this thing through beginning to end, haven't you?
What, couldn't you have predicted that? I mean, come on. I predicted you would put this kind of bomb on me right from the start.
Timing is more important than being the first one there. Kosuke is already near Little Narumi's house, but now there's no point in having him rush there. This key is a bottleneck. We don't need it to open the mailbox, but if we don't, we run the risk of being seen by the residents or the manager. Which means that I now have a move to make, and it's going to cost us a lot. The stage is set. Everything's in place for our next match. The time limit will be 1 hour. And let the game begin.
If you don't want little Narumi dead, then you'll have to get out of here fast.
I won't let you catch me twice.
10 whole minutes. That's a big head start. Rio, I just let the girl go. She's on her way.
Then I'll explain our strategy to you.
Ayumu, the weather's so nice now. It looks like we never even had a storm.
Yeah, where are you now?
On an embankment. I see a river to my right and a railroad bridge up ahead, so I must be about a quarter mile south of Shumari Station.
I'm near the church, over 1.5 miles away from you.
Ayumu, listen, let them get the tape. We have to remove the bomb from your neck first. There's nothing that can be gained from your death.
No, there's no point in doing any of this if it's not a complete victory for us. So, I'm sorry, but the tape comes first.
Well, you certainly do get assertive when somebody's worried sick about you.
I want this thing off as quickly as possible too, but I can't thanks to you.
What?
You went too far, Hiono. They're more than ready to kill you if they have to, you know. If they get that tape, they'll kill you immediately, regardless of the game's outcome. Worry some about yourself. The tape comes first. Yeah, I'll sweat bullets, but the bomb has to wait until the end.
Okay, then what do you think I should do?
It's all over if you're caught. So keep away from them until I get the tape. If you're near Shumari Station, then get on a train.
A train?
The safest place for you right now is on a moving train. Plus, they can't do anything violent with the other passengers around. You don't have to worry about getting caught now. They gave you a bit of a head start, right?
Yeah.
Just keep going back and forth between the first few stops. But make sure you return to Shumari Station around 2:10. I'll be able to get the bomb key from you in the remaining 20 minutes.
Get back at 2:10. Got it.
And choose the train wisely. You get on the wrong train and you won't make it back in time before the explosion.
Yeah, I got it. You can count on me. I will be there.
I'll give you the next set of instructions when I get the tape. Watch yourself until then.
Right.
I can tell what he's thinking for the most part. So listen, he'll put himself at risk somehow and wait until the last half to get the key. Getting that tape will be his priority.
Right.
You go straight for that tape, Kosuke.
Roger that. But what should I do about the mailbox key?
It's a pin cylinder lock. You can pick it, right?
Yeah, but it'll take a few seconds. It'd be a pretty messy situation if someone saw me.
Do something. There's just no time for me to get this key to you. During this, I have to completely crush little Narumi's chances of disarming the bomb. There is no other way that we can win this match. No matter what, don't let your guard down.
I am all over it.
First stop, Shumari Station.
I have to get to Shumari Station fast. Platforms 1 and 2 are for unloading trains only. That leaves platforms 3 and 4.
This is exactly how little Narumi would think. Hiono needs to be in a location where her safety can be guaranteed. Her best bet for this would be inside a moving train.
They figured it out! Should I go outside? No. Kosuke might be out there already, waiting to ambush me.
The next train on line 2 will be stopping at this station. This train is out of service and not portable. The high-speed express train on line 1, headed for Shin Wakakusadai, will be departing shortly.
High-speed express.
The doors will be closing now. Please refrain from rushing.
No, should I get on? Oh no!
Bye-bye!
She got me.
Excuse me?
Yes?
If someone got on that train by mistake, around what time do you think they would be able to return to this station?
Oh, well, let's see here. The high-speed express train makes its next stop in 15 minutes, so even if they transferred, it would be 2:31. So around 2:30.
Thank you very much, sir.
No problem.
Time-wise, that train has become a moving prison. Now I can assume I've destroyed any chance for him to get the bomb key. But even without a key, he still has a chance for survival. I guess I'll have to crush that too.
I am so sorry, Ayumu. Rio was already there and she pushed me onto some weird train. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I won't make it back before the bomb.
Calm down. It's actually a good thing she pushed you. As long as you're on that train, there's no way you can get hurt during this game. All I have to do now is secure the tape, and I'll have your safety secured too.
I may be fine, but what about you? Now I don't have any way of getting you the key. Ayumu, you're not seriously thinking it's okay for you to die as long as I'm safe, are you? You better answer me, Ayumu.
It turns out, unlike my brother, I actually am a fool. I have to be Hiono or else I can never protect anyone.
You think that's somehow going to make me feel better about the situation?
Stop worrying. My death isn't guaranteed just yet. There's still a way to survive. I've even made the preparations. All it depends on now is how much luck and courage I have.
By my watch, the bomb will explode at 2:30 p.m. You want to tell me where your little tape is hiding?
I mailed it to myself. It's at a post office. It should arrive around 2 p.m. today.
Ayumu, listen. Let them get the tape. We have to remove the bomb from your neck first.
There's no point in doing any of this if it's not a complete victory for us. Sorry, but the tape comes first.
You go straight for that tape, Kosuke.
I am all over it.
You're not seriously thinking it's okay for you to die as long as I'm safe, are you?
It turns out, unlike my brother, I actually am a fool. I have to be Hiono or else I can never protect anyone.
The power to believe can alter even fate.
Are you listening?
Yes.
Before I say anything else, just know that I'm gonna be okay. Rio said that she has a switch in her possession that can detonate the bomb. If that's true, which I think it is, then she can probably disarm the bomb as well. I'm willing to bet on it.
It doesn't make me feel any better. What are you gonna do?
Create a situation where if she doesn't disarm the bomb, she also dies.
You can't.
I'll call again soon. No. Just relax and try not to worry.
Ayumu.
Excuse me, miss?
careful, Ayumu.
Since he doesn't have the release key, little Narumi must be depending on my disarm switch as his last resort. Knowing him, he'll try to create a scenario that would force me to press the button. But he would only do that if he were positive that I would die in the explosion. To do that, he'd have to somehow increase the blast radius of that tiny bomb around his neck. More than likely, he'd want to set a large amount of kerosene or gasoline ablaze when the explosion occurs. Naturally, his possible locations would be limited. A place with nobody around, a place near Shumari Station in case he failed to get the key, and the only such place in town is the area around this bridge. So, before the game started, he must have hidden it around here somewhere.
What do you know? A postman that's on time. What a nice surprise. I'm gonna have to work fast. I got only about 10 seconds to pick that lock before someone notices. So sorry, little Narumi. The tape is mine. What the hell?
Oh, sorry about that.
Uh-huh.
Guess I forgot to mention I sent a bunch of dummy tapes to confuse you. Pretty sweet, huh?
Dummy tapes?
Unfortunately, my plan did have a slight miscalculation.
And what's that?
Well, it turns out even I can't tell which one of them is the real tape.
You serious?
Man, that is one fine packaging job, if I do say so myself.
Why are you sitting there admiring them? Are you even trying to win?
Well, I don't know what to tell you. We're just gonna have to stay here and open each one until we find it.
He's trying to act innocent, but he's cooking up something here. I know it. Huh?
You shouldn't let your guard down. See ya. Ready, set, gotta go!
No! Stop, you thief!
Phase 1 complete. Now I just have to find a way to get this bomb off my neck. I'll call again soon. Just relax and try not to worry.
Okay, Ayumu. I'm waiting. But I can't stop worrying about you.
Sorry, Ryo, but he got the tape. Are you there?
You're so stupid, Kosuke! Make your way to Shumari Station now. There is still a chance that Hiono's train will make it back in time before the bomb detonates.
What about the tape?
Don't worry about it. The tape is coming to me.
So, we have a chance. But Ryo, be careful. In spite of his life being on the line, he was smiling as if this game was nothing for him. He's either overconfident or downright stupid.
Of course, Kosuke. That's the Kiyotaka in him.
So, you need backup?
I'd prefer it to be one-on-one at the very end. Besides, little Narumi is already as good as dead.
Ayumu!
Yo.
Don't you yo me! Listen, I'm at Uchiyama Station right now. The earliest train back to Shumari is the express line at 2:16. It should be arriving just before 2:30. So if you're waiting there at the platform, I can give you the key as soon as the door opens. We'll make it in the nick of time.
Out of the question. Asazuki is staked out at the station. Stop trying to make decisions.
Stop trying to make... I'm trying to help you here!
I know, Hiono. But for this to work, you're just gonna have to do what I say. Okay?
Yeah.
Alright, here's the plan. Or at least something along those lines.
I understand.
Good.
And Ayumu? Please be careful.
Yeah. Now. This match will be decided in the very last second.
What is it?
Can we meet?
Are you wanting me to take the bomb off?
You want the tape, don't you?
Where do you want to meet? This time I'll come out swinging and show him what I can do. And though it may be sad, that is the only way we can ever hope to change our fate. Thanks to the constant pain, my senses are sharper. It's actually an advantage, not a handicap. Little Narumi, you have no way of winning. Looks like we've passed the 10-minute mark.
Looks that way.
Looks like we've passed the 10-minute mark.
Looks that way. And if I don't act fast, I'm going to die.
There's something you wish to find. This, right?
So you brought it. Thanks a bunch.
I absolutely will not press it for you. You are going to die.
No. I absolutely will not die. Kerosene. If the bomb explodes, I'm gonna burn up pretty good. As will this. You won't be fully satisfied unless you have my head as well as the tape, and I know how bad you need it. So unless you press that disarm button, you will die. Or, to put it just a little bit more precisely, your pride will.
You're right. Assuming it is filled with kerosene. I replaced the kerosene with water. Now all you have for yourself is death. After your head explodes, I will take the tape from your lifeless hand and ensure my victory.
You can have it if you want. It's a dummy. The real one's still in the mailbox at my apartment. All I did was show Asazuki one of the dummy tapes and he was fooled. Even you were tricked into thinking it was the real thing. How disappointing. Asazuki is waiting at Shumari Station, right?
Let me guess. Hiono won't even return to Shumari. Instead of giving you the key, she'll head to your apartment and retrieve the tape.
Of course. I told her to go by taxi and be there no later than 2:40 p.m. If you were to call Asazuki now, he would never make it in time. You're going to lose this fight.
This can't be. Could he really have known my every move?
You missed something. My top priority coming into this game was to keep Hiono safe, and you overlooked that. You lost this game all by yourself.
Very well. In regards to the tape, I'll admit defeat. Things will get sticky if the police get a hold of it, but I'm willing to accept that risk. But, even if Hiono is safe, you won't escape death.
You think so? I assumed you would change the contents of the gas tank in the beginning, so I was never actually relying on it being here.
So you bluffed.
I told you. You can't kill me. 3 minutes left. You want to see a miracle?
What?
Here. I'll let you handle the countdown.
He knows it's over. He's just trying to get a rise out of me before he dies. A miracle. There's no way it could happen.
You think there's no chance left for me, do you? I still have 2 solid ways to survive.
Your little bluffs are getting lame, you know.
The first possibility is that you press that disarm button.
Completely out of the question. I would never do anything so pathetic.
Then why are you looking after it so carefully? Wouldn't it be better if you just broke it or got rid of it? You're confused. You're not sure if it's okay to kill me or not. Right now, I have absolute faith that I won't die. There's no logic or anything to it. Just simple, unwavering faith. I think my brother said it once. The power to believe can change even fate. Let's find out. Am I the kind of person to die in a place like this?
I'm the one that holds his life in my hands. Me.
The happiness of those who believe. Is he really the key to saving the Blade children?
Calm down. Wait for the appropriate time.
There isn't much time left for us. We're living on the brink of death. It could all be over soon. Kiyotaka.
I won't press it. I can't save you. Even if the consequences are worse for us, I won't do it. Many times I have suffered and felt about to die, and yet I've always had my way. I won't bend to something this insignificant. I won't let you defeat me!
Then there is only one other way that this can end.
There's no other way.
You're wrong. There is. There's always the possibility the bomb's a dud.
Are you insane? That would never happen.
Are you so sure? Look around. Machines malfunction all the time.
I built that bomb myself. Not in a million years would...
Then in a billion years, it might malfunction.
It could never happen. But Kiyotaka could probably summon forth such a fluke. With his strong luck, he could make it happen out of necessity. If so, then could his little brother do the same?
What's the time? Should be less than a minute left. To be honest, I don't really know what you guys want, or what my brother is thinking. But the one certainty is that I'm being tested for something. Isn't that right? Well then, let us welcome the moment of truth together.
Only 10 seconds left. I'm still not gonna press it.
Calm down and just count.
7 seconds. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. No way. What dumb luck.
I'm surprised as well. I guess I do have a penchant for luck, just like my brother.
My will, my calculations, lost to dumb luck? I can't accept that. It's crazy. Time doesn't lie. Time. Stay back! Just as I thought. Confuse me while you still have some time to spare, trying to paralyze my sense of time. It's not that easy. You set your watch 2 minutes ahead. It was only natural that the bomb didn't explode when it said 2:30. You intended to take advantage of my delusion of defeat to steal the disarm button. It was a well-thought-out plan, though not completely unexpected from the little brother of Kiyotaka. Looks like I'm victorious. I have won. I saw through you and won! And with that turn of events, your death is now certain.
10 more seconds and I would have been able to take it from you. You realized too soon.
Too bad for you.
Yeah, it is too bad. Why can't I be more like my brother?
1 minute left.
Already? All I can do now is pray. I beseech you, O Lord, hear my prayer. Save this pitiful sinner.
There's no such thing as God.
Are you so sure? Look, my goddess has arrived.
If that's the express line that arrives at Shumari Station a few minutes after 2:30, then it'll pass on this very bridge before stopping. And if little Narumi was lying about Hiono heading to the apartment to collect the tape, then it's possible.
My prayers have been answered.
Ayumu, here!
Hallelujah. Disarm successful. I thought I was a goner for sure.
Well now, looky who it is.
Oh, fancy meeting you here, Kosuke. Did you hear the news? Ayumu won.
So, little Narumi, I must know, were you betting on that exchange to happen from the beginning?
Yeah, the kerosene tank, the retrieval of the tape, and the time constraints for doing so were all placed there to deceive your eyes. To be honest, I was really nervous that you would notice. My brother would have found a more stylish way to defeat you. But this gambit took everything I had. I'm done with games like this.
Smart plan, though not unexpected from Kiyotaka's little brother. Looks like I'm victorious. I have won.
I saw through you and won!
And with that turn of events, your death is now certain.
10 more seconds and I would have been able to take it from you.
1 minute left.
All I can do now is pray. I beseech you, O Lord, hear my prayer. Save this pitiful sinner.
There's no such thing as God.
Are you so sure? Look, my goddess has arrived. My prayers have been answered.
Ayumu, here!
Hallelujah. Disarm successful.
Well now, looky who it is.
Oh, fancy meeting you here, Kosuke. Did you hear the news? Ayumu won.
My brother would have found a more stylish way to defeat you. But this gambit took everything I had. I'm done with games like this.
Hold up. I'm confused about something. If little Narumi knew I was waiting for you at Shumari Station, wouldn't he have told you to get off at the next station?
He did tell me that, but the conclusion had already been reached. You wouldn't kidnap me now, would you?
Huh, I wouldn't be so sure. I'm what you call a sore loser, and as you already know too well, I have a tendency to not keep my promises.
Maybe so, but Rio's not that way.
That is a fact. But if Rio was comfortable accepting defeat, then I'll have no problem doing the same.
I lost. I can't believe I lost.
Don't look so down. You're the one with the better skills, not me. You see, I'm just not capable of betting my life on my pride, or being resolute, and I can barely even believe in my own ability. Fact is, I'm a coward who will run for a safe place whenever given the opportunity to escape. To be honest, I can't stop shaking even now. I don't even have the strength to stand. I'm pathetic.
What? What are you talking about? How can you not believe in your own abilities? Look at you, you're sitting on the ground like you just got beat up. You should be sticking your chest out in victory. Why aren't you standing tall like a true winner? Don't sell yourself short. You beat us, so believe in your abilities.
The only reason I'm alive right now is because you didn't fight your hardest. If you had, I would be dead. If you don't believe me, then just think back to the other day as proof. You beat me completely. That day, you correctly judged me as a pathetic person. You read right through the front I always put up and won. I haven't really grown at all since that day, Rio. Truthfully, the only reason you misread my tactics this time was because you had me confused with my older brother. That confused you and made you incapable of predicting my actions. It wouldn't have happened if you had just thought normally.
Ayumu.
In terms of actual skill, I lost. I was just lucky.
That's not true.
I know myself well enough. I always run around doing things randomly, never thinking of the consequences I may incur. It's only after the fact that I actually rack my brain and make sense of what's happened. Hindsight is 20/20.
It wasn't just luck. It was your skill that confused me, not karma or good fortune. You smiled calmly and remained quiet until the very end, exactly the way Kiyotaka would have done. And though you claim you were frightened to the point of trembling, you kept it inside yourself so I wouldn't see it. Please, don't deny that courage.
Maybe you're right. But my brother wouldn't tremble like me.
If anyone is capable of going where Kiyotaka couldn't, it's him. Our fate may change after all.
Hey, wait a minute. What are you doing? Come on, sit up. Oh yeah, that's right. She's still supposed to be in the hospital. Are you all right? Say something.
What do you think you're doing? Here I am, worrying myself to death, just to find you playing with that awful girl? How dare you!
I'm not playing around. Call an ambulance.
What? What's wrong with her?
Her wound opened up again. She's bleeding.
Rio! Hey, little Narumi. Even if the police are able to get their hands on Rio, she won't say a word. In Rio's eyes, battle is sacred. She lost, so she'll let herself be caught and probably admit to killing Yamazato. Quietly.
Yes, but...
But what? I doubt she'll say anything about the Blade Children, which is what we know you want to hear about the most.
There's only one thing that I want to know about. Where's my brother? Where is Kiyotaka Narumi?
Sorry, pal, but I honestly don't know. I realize I haven't always been straight with you, but we can't even contact him ourselves. No one has a clue what Kiyotaka is planning to do with us Blade Children. Unfortunately, our future may be in his hands. Is that all you want to ask?
Yeah.
Fine.
Where are you going?
You've given us quite a bit of fun in the past few days. But unlike Rio, my people skills are lacking. Lying down like a dog to be captured just isn't my thing. And besides, the authorities would have a tough time nailing me on that tape alone.
Just go. But the next time we meet, I swear on my life I'll catch you.
Huh. What are you doing here?
Eyes? Rutherford?
How unfortunate. I had to see for myself. Rio lost to little Narumi.
So you're a...
Yes, I am. I am one of the Blade Children.
The Blade Children?
Little Narumi, leave right now. I will not hand Rio over to the police.
Hold on!
You have no say in this.
If you agree to leave now, you have my solemn promise to never again bring harm to you or that spirited girlfriend of yours.
Huh?
Oh, yes. You may even take the tape with you as insurance to settle your nerves.
All right, I've had enough. Stop trying to insult me, Eyes. Listen, her crime has been proven. With the tape, I can cause all sorts of problems for the bunch of you. I'm sorry, but I refuse to be strong-armed. No deal.
If you decline to hand over Rio, the police will discover the criminal relationship between us and Kiyotaka.
Fine by me.
You mean to tell me that you wouldn't care if the police found out that your brother was an accomplice to known fugitives?
The police will catch your brother too if you're not careful.
I don't care.
You can't be serious.
It would be for the best if the entire world was against him right now. It sure would be a lot easier to find him if he was a wanted man.
Even if you choose not to care, isn't there someone who would end up suffering over this?
He's right. If my brother wound up being on the run, then Madoka would...
If you leave, I swear to keep my promise. What will it be? Then we have a deal.
It seems I have no other choice. But it makes me wonder what's going on in that head of yours. What am I to you people?
It's not yet time for me to say. Someday you will know.
Little Narumi, believe in your abilities. Believe.
Ayumu!
Hey, watch where you're going, buddy.
Sorry, I'll make sure he's more careful from now on.
What in the world am I being tested for? What are they... No. What is my brother thinking?
Little Narumi, believe in your abilities. Believe.
Hey, Ayumu!
What is it?
You must believe in your abilities. I agree with Rio. She may be our enemy, but she is right.
Be honest with me. Do you think this deal will actually make Rio happy?
No.
Then why did you even bother offering a deal? This is now a question of Rio's pride. Hey! Say something! Of course, you never say anything, do you?
We cannot afford to lose Rio's abilities now.
Did something happen?
The entire situation has changed right in front of us, Kosuke. Very soon, even more dangerous hunters will be tracking us.
Kanon? Kanon came to tell you that?
We must begin making our preparations immediately, before all of the Blade Children are hunted down.
You're positive more hunters are coming? I knew this day would arrive sooner than later. Rutherford, is there anything else you need to tell me? A melon?
I meant to give this to her the other day, but got sidetracked. I thought she might get angry with me for forgetting it.
You make no sense at all, you know that?
Outside the window, a shooting star streaks, kira 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 ki. The moon glows brightly, yura yura yurari, napping so peacefully in the ocean of the stars. Then somebody came along and waved their special magic wand, spreading the magic of love to all.
Come on.
In a time
Let's go
of
home, sweetie.
bright-colored dreams. That shooting star shines, kira 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 ki, and changes stunningly to a sparkly crystal drop.
What a weird song.
Part 2!
In the bright blue sky, puka puka pukari, I fly through vapor trails and through cotton candy clouds.
Weird.
Ayumu, I know you weren't able to put Rio behind bars this time, but don't forget that you still won the fight. Plus, you found a way to guarantee my safety, which just goes to prove that you're the most amazing person I know. So what's the problem? Why can't you just be happy for yourself and all you've accomplished? Is it that you feel bad for how unfortunate the Blade Children are? I mean, Rio did take quite drastic steps just to protect her friends' lives. She deserves credit for that. That must be what you're concerned about, right?
Hey,
Yeah?
shut up.
You don't talk to someone like that when they're worried about you! You're sitting there all pouty and mopey, so I thought maybe I'd try to cheer you up a little! But no, you just have to be a jerk.
Look, I'm exhausted and my head won't stop spinning. Please, just lend me your shoulder. I don't think I've slept a wink since the day before yesterday. If I could just rest here for a minute.
Hey, check that out over there. Look at how he's sleeping on your shoulder.
I bet they do it.
You were great today, Ayumu. I'm so proud.
The Blade Children.
The poor child mumbled things about being cursed. She was always frightened, like she knew ghosts were around every corner. What if Sayoko is a cursed child?
Death must be inflicted upon the cursed children. Blade children.
Why are their lives being targeted? Did something happen in their past to trigger this? Give me a clue, Kiyotaka. Wherever you are.
Yet another late night at work, I guess.
Little Narumi, believe in your abilities. Believe.
What are they expecting from me?
It's not yet time for me to say. Someday you will know. If you leave, I swear to keep my promise. What will it be?
Damn it. Am I just following in my brother's footsteps yet again? Am I being dragged into the same darkness that has already enveloped my brother?
Kiyotaka once said that the power to believe in oneself can change even fate. Is he telling me to believe in his brother, in little Narumi? However, there is no longer anyone left. That I can believe in.
Eyes, come with me. Come with me.
Just a little FYI, next time she appreciates melons more than flowers.
They're not from me. They're from Kiyotaka.
Purple irises, huh? The happiness of those who believe and all that.
He always has these with him. What can believing ever hope to win?
Rutherford?
Eyes, Rutherford. But it makes me wonder what's going on in that head of yours. What am I to you people?
It's not yet time for me to say. Someday you will know.
Absolutely nothing has been resolved. Nothing about my brother, about them, or about anything at all. Another storm's coming.
When is Rio getting out of the hospital?
Not for a while.
I see.
Rutherford? When are these even more dangerous hunters you spoke of coming?
All I know is that they will be appearing very shortly.
Have you and Kanon been in contact with each other?
No. I haven't heard from him since that day.
Then how do you know about the hunters coming?
1 week ago, I received a letter.
A letter, huh? You know, it was last Christmas when he left us. Can't believe it's been almost a whole year. Hmm? Hey there, little fella. You sure are friendly. Let me see who you belong to. No tags. Looks like you're on your own, little guy. Better be careful out there. It's a big world. What's that?
Dried fish.
What? What is that, some kind of magic pocket or something?
Don't be absurd.
So you just happen to have some dried fish?
Never know when you'll need it.
When would you need dried fish? If memory serves me correctly, Kanon liked cats, didn't he?
A cat is a whimsical creature, yet proud and completely unraisable by people.
Rutherford, I should probably go check in on Rio.
Yes. Give him my regards.
You should get in too. It's getting cold out here.
Annihilation is our destiny. We Blade Children are children who must not live. Very shortly, even more dangerous hunters will appear to exterminate the Blade Children.
Kanon. Where are you?
Oh, so you're finally awake.
Kosuke, who brought these?
Rutherford dropped them off here earlier. He said that they were from Kiyotaka.
Eyes actually came to see me? Kosuke, you stupid idiot! Why didn't you wake me up?
I didn't know you wanted to see him that badly. I think he's still downstairs.
I needed to talk to him to tell him to bring me some more melons the next time he comes.
If you just lay around and eat all day, you're gonna get fat.
Kosuke, you're such a jerk! Tell Eyes what I want for my Christmas present. I want Santa Claus to bring me a big chocolate cake, and I want him to bring me a muskmelon, and I don't want any more flowers.
You can't be serious.
Just tell him, and bring him an umbrella. It looks like it's going to start raining soon. Thank you so much, Patricia. I wish things could stay like this forever.
Why are you crying? This is sad.
While I agree the narrative is sentimental, I don't think it's something to cry about. Besides, I've got to come up with something good for dinner. It's tough trying to find something different every night.
Ayumu, you cruel, insensitive, heartless demon! Take this! My deadly Hiyono screw punch! Oh, how dare you spoil the face of an unmarried maiden!
That's what you get for trying to punch me.
I find it highly suspect that Patricia doesn't make you cry.
Yeah, I'm not mentally unstable.
How can you not? Even the sky is crying! Oh, you're so evil! You bloodless and tearless demon! Cold-hearted villain! Amoeba! Human fly!
Come to think of it, I don't remember crying in a long, long time. I wonder why. Because of my brother?
Your mother passed on so suddenly. Eyes, listen to me. It's best to cry when you want to cry.
I'm not that kind of child anymore.
We grew up together, yet in all that time I have never seen you cry. Sometimes it's good to control your tears, but sooner or later it will become natural to hold them back. And eventually your heart will stop feeling anything at all. The more you can't cry, the less sadness you'll feel. eyes, you're simply too nice. So you should cry. Even if you are one of the Blade children, you don't want to lose what's important to you.
Crying doesn't change anything. Besides, being a bloodless, tearless demon will be best when I face my destiny. But you'll be beside me. You'll be with me, and you'll cry in my place, won't you?
Of course.
Then, that's enough. If you're with me, then I know I won't lose the things most important to me. I know it. Even in the pitch darkness, if we're together, we'll continue forward without losing our way.
That cat just ran out into the street. It got run over? Yeah, it's terrible. The poor little kitty.
The more you can't cry, the less sadness you'll feel.
But you'll be beside me. You'll be with me, and you'll cry in my place, won't you? I have no capacity for sadness. None at all.
What? Ayumu, you still haven't bought Madoka a Christmas present? Tomorrow is Christmas Eve, you know. What are you waiting for anyway?
You to stop bugging me?
To a girl, Christmas is the most important day of the year next to her birthday. Come on, Ayumu. Let's go buy her a present right now. I'll help you pick one out.
Let go.
Now, what do you think of this? Or maybe this? Or how about this? Will love any present as long as you put your heart into it. Got it?
Yeah, got it.
Oh, look at this! Isn't it too cute, Ayumu? Ribbit, ribbit! I love it!
Oh. As if you could afford such a thing.
Beautiful. Ayumu, wait up! Come on, we've been at this for half the day and you still haven't bought anything. Do you even intend to buy her a Christmas gift at all?
Sure, I just don't want to give her anything you'd like.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, what about this? Ayumu, come look.
What do you mean? Which this?
This! That right there!
Can't.
Why?
Just look closely. There's no way anyone can get that.
Oh, how horrible. I've skipped meals and worked super hard to be helpful to you, and just look how I'm treated. But I'm not surprised. Not even Patricia makes you cry. You're nothing more than a bloodless, tearless demon!
All right, I'll try. Will that make you happy?
Will you really, Ayumu? Will you really? Ayumu! Cha-cha-cha! Narumi! Cha-cha-cha!
known. I am one of the Blade Children, but I'm not like the rest.
Well, I'm sorry. I guess you were right about the dinosaur being too big.
That's okay.
Hey, there's a gift wrapping shop. I'll get these things wrapped so you can give one to Madoka. You wait here, okay?
Jeez.
Hooray! Hooray! Ayumu! Hooray! You did it! You can do it! Go! Ayumu! You did it! You did it! You did it! Good job, Ayumu! Here you go. One present for Madoka.
Thanks.
Well then. Thanks for the Christmas present and for trying to get that dinosaur.
Sure.
See you tomorrow. And have a Merry Christmas, Ayumu.
I'm home.
Ayumu! Welcome home!
What's the big idea? I thought you would be working late tonight.
Of course not! It's Christmas Eve!
What the heck is Eve?
Tomorrow is Christmas Eve, so tonight is Christmas Eve! So I decided it would be nice if I came home to have a nice dinner with my adorable brother-in-law. Aren't you glad?
You ought to stop acting dumb and take your job seriously.
Dumb? How could you talk to me like that? I'm your sister-in-law!
Oh, this is nice. Just how much did you have to drink?
Oh, you're such a party pooper. You should be more cheerful.
What on earth are you talking about?
Hey! I bet that's my Christmas present you've got there, isn't it?
Yeah?
You're such a good boy. Let's open our presents tonight. I'll be home late tomorrow, so let me have it tonight. Come on!
All right, sure.
We can't open them up now, right?
Yes.
Sorry, but did you notice this little chick is kind of wet and sticky?
It must have a sweating disorder.
Huh?
I better start dinner. What do you want?
I know! I want roast beef!
What?
Christmas and roast beef are practically synonymous!
Okay, fine. Roast beef it is. But I'll have to run to the store first.
Okay, sweetie, hurry back!
She's in a good mood tonight.
Hey, Yumu, since you'll be gone, can I listen to your CD?
Sure, go ahead.
Ice Rutherford is really popular right now, you know?
This piece. It's the one my brother really liked.
If you plan to follow in your brother's footsteps, you'd better be on your game.
Madoka.
That was beautiful. We've got some time before the show. Is there anything you'd like to go over?
You have the set list?
Oh, yeah.
I would like you to prepare candles. Pass them out to all in attendance. The lights will fall during this piece, and thousands of candles will be lit.
Oh, what a romantic performance!
Perfect for something so petty as a charity concert. Yes.
Merry Christmas, Rutherford.
In 5 hours' time, he will be a dead man.
Very shortly, even more dangerous hunters will appear. To exterminate the Blade Children.
The skills are at best an imitation of Kiyotaka's. We don't even begin to compare to the original. If you plan to follow in your brother's footsteps, you'd better be on your game.
Looks like they're my only lead.
Aha! I knew I'd find you up here. Even on Christmas Eve, you're just as gloomy as ever. Are you ever happy?
What do you want? Make it quick.
Ta-da!
That for me?
No.
Hunters.
So, it's finally beginning. Tell us everything.
Merry Christmas, Rutherford.
In 5 hours' time, he will be a dead man.
What an elaborate Christmas gift. Dream it up yourself, did you?
Don't take it so hard. You are the top dog.
So, I guess I'll be getting an explosive package soon.
Don't you know? I'd never use a bomb on you, Rutherford. I wouldn't want to mess up your pretty face. No, it won't be a bomb.
The sudden terrible death of the Great Eyes Rutherford will be a clear message for the rest of the Blade Children.
Playtime is over.
He's threatening all of us.
A bomb, maybe?
Never. A bomb would be way too simple.
Exactly. The hunter might realize we dismiss it as a possibility because of its simplicity. He could use that against us.
There will be no bomb. The time he indicated is the start of the concert. With that much time, we could easily find a bomb anywhere on the premises. Certainly he would realize that.
But there's no guarantee that this guy's going to attack at the time he said.
That's what's bugging me. He could easily bump you off in any number of ways. So why go out of his way to inform us about it? What does he stand to gain by telling us ahead of time?
He must be really confident in himself. I mean, he has the gall to warn us and give us plenty of time to react. It's like he's taunting us, basically telling us that our resistance is pointless.
And if he also means for my murder to be a message to the Blade Children, he'll make it look like an accidental death.
A display of power. Even with all those people there at the concert, it could still be made to look like an accident. He wants to show us just how easy it can be to kill one of the Blade Children, doesn't he? The bastard must think he's some kind of hotshot. I'll kill him.
You'll do nothing. I will take care of this myself.
What are you talking about? This isn't about just you. He's declared war on all the Blade Children.
Rio is still an easy target. Should anything happen to me, you and Rio should go and hide.
Rutherford.
$4 left, Rutherford.
The Hunter?
Abandon any notions of this being a declaration of war. Our fight is not nearly so clean and simple as that.
Eyes? You still owe me my Christmas melon.
It's a Christmas present.
From Hiono.
If you're done, then get out of here.
Sorry, I'm not quite done yet. Where is my brother?
I have no idea.
Then what's a hunter?
How do you know about that?
Is this hunter after my brother as well?
I don't have to answer that! Now just get the hell out!
Just calm down. I realize you're worked up because your friend is being targeted.
You jerk! You were listening in on us!
It's just like Kosuke says, he's telling the truth. We have no idea where Kiyotaka is. Nobody knows where he is.
Why don't you just cancel the concert?
Eyes would never do that. That's exactly what the Hunter would want.
So it's okay to put the lives of the audience at risk too?
Little Narumi, this is a situation you can't expect to understand. I'm trying to tell you as nice as I can.
Well, if you won't give me any information, then I'll just take it upon myself to stop this hunter and...
Kill or be killed. That's every single day for us. Sonobe was the first hunter. Imazato was another. Do you understand what I'm trying to say to you?
If you're saying there's a reason for what you're doing, then I have my own reason.
Do as you wish.
There's no way around it. We need little Narumi's abilities.
Merry Christmas Eve! I'm here to deliver your Christmas cake!
I don't remember ordering one.
It's from me!
Looks like we'll have the candles here just in time. Glance over the schedule and make sure it's all right.
What are you doing here?
Thought you might be lonely. Came to keep you company. There are no signs of the lights being tampered with. The stage is made of fiberglass, so it can't electrocute you. What about the piano?
I've checked it. It's tip-top.
So what? Can you think of any other possibilities?
Underground.
Huh?
The gas pipes.
Out of the question. No way. A flamboyant incident like that would attract way too much attention from the police. They'd know it wasn't an accident. The whole point of making it look like an accident is to avoid police intervention.
Figure anything out yet? You've got 2 hours.
Seems I've got 2 hours.
Damn!
There's a chance he poisoned Rutherford's food.
Did you eat any of that?
Poison affects each person differently. To determine a specific time of death would be difficult, but it is possible.
Jeez. How did I get talked into this?
Just have this tested, will you?
By the way, that crazy girl isn't with you, is she?
No, but I heard about you too. Your little indiscretion. And a police officer at that.
Oh no, I've been threatened! I'm gonna be blackmailed by that kid for the rest of my life!
Maybe.
The snow fell lightly, hoo-ah, hoo-ah, hoo-ah-dee, and drifted tranquilly into an angel made of white.
Weird song. So, have you and Ayumu made any sort of plans for Christmas vacation?
No, but Ayumu did volunteer to deliver all my Christmas presents for me.
Huh?
Will you quit it? It's become quite annoying.
However you look at it, there's no way to set a trap on stage. Maybe it is poison.
What's a hunter? Why is he trying to kill you?
Keep quiet.
What are the Blade Children?
I said shut up.
Answer me. Why are you trying to...
I'll tell you why. Because we're missing one of these.
Kosuke?
What does Ryo expect out of him anyway? How could someone like him be expected to save the Blade Children? He's just an eyesore.
You are expecting something of him as well. Otherwise, you would not have brought him here. This is a good chance to ascertain his skill.
Because we're missing one of these.
Our fight is not nearly so clean and simple as that.
The Blade Children. What kind of burden do they carry?
What did he say?
The food was clean, no poison. But that doesn't do much to help the current situation. I think you should consider canceling the concert.
I will not.
Minutes left.
You will not get away with this.
Incidentally, I don't use poison.
He's bugging us.
He knows everything we've been doing.
Here it is. Damn it! This thing doesn't have much of a broadcast range. The bastard must be close by.
We're at standby, Mr. Rutherford.
Call off the show, Rutherford. This is no time to be stubborn.
Step aside.
I won't let you do it.
We die when we turn our backs on our own fate.
You could be killed if you go out there.
You would do the same as I.
Rutherford.
Let him go.
But why? What did you bring us out here for?
He may have more than one listening device. We can't take a chance by talking in there and having the hunter hear our plans.
What, so you know what he's got in store?
Of course, but we're running really short on time. Rutherford, go back and stall the show by 5 minutes. That short of a delay won't make him suspicious. We'll use that time to incapacitate the hunter. What will be the murder weapon of choice? A sniper attack.
How do you know?
I'll explain it once we've stopped the hunter.
Just so we're clear, if Rutherford gets killed, I'll kill you.
Right, so lights come down and...
I'm beginning 2 minutes early.
Huh?
Also, I'm opening with this song instead. Rearrange the order for me.
But we're about to...
Just handle it.
Eyes, I told him delay the show. What the hell is he doing?
So you're ready to die.
Hurry up! We need to find where the sniper's hiding!
Considering the field of vision and ease of escape, the front right lighting tower facing the stage.
There he is!
I'll try and distract him. Why don't you come around from behind?
Got it.
Curtain call, Rutherford.
Don't shoot! Drop the gun, jerk! Stop! He purposefully made himself a target. What was he thinking?
It was his way of defying the hunter, as if to say, take your best shot.
He's insane. Even though the heat rising from the thousands of candle flames did create a distortion that blocked the sniper's view, it was still reckless.
Reckless? We've had our backs against the wall since the day we were born. Reckless is simply a way of life for us. By the way, how did you know it would be a sniper attack?
The bug he used. A pro would have used a more sophisticated one. He was counting on you finding it under the couch. The fact that he went out of his way to tell you he was listening is proof of that. Once I figured out that much, the answer came to me. The whole thing was a game to distract us from a simple shooting. Because you were being so cautious about the hunter, you overestimated him and lost your abilities of calm judgment and perception. As a result, you were lured into the incorrect theory that he would fake an accidental death. Check for yourself. There should be another listening device, one that's much more elaborate and not so easily found. You allowed yourself to be manipulated by the hunter, which made it easy for him to move around us and set up his attack. It was all a ruse to disguise a simple yet effective sniper attack. Hello?
Where in the world are you, Ayumu? You need to come home right this minute.
Yeah, all right. I'm on my way. See ya.
Now I'm confused. Did little Narumi plan on saving Rutherford from the very start?
Hi!
Good morning, Madoka. Is Ayumu awake?
Actually, he's sleeping, but that's not a problem.
Great, thanks.
Ayumu, wake up! You've got a visitor!
Who?
It's that girl with the weird song!
Tell her I'm not home.
Excuse me?
What's her deal? It's Sunday.
Ayumu! Your attitude really stinks. I'm here to help you, and this is the thanks I get, Mr. Lazy.
What are you saying?
You can't remember anything! We made plans to sit down, put together all of the clues so far, and figure out what this Blade Children thing is.
Have fun. You don't need me. You got your little book and all of its info.
Ayumu!
Okay, I'll help.
I'm leaving for work, Ayumu. Lock the door behind me.
Cool.
Going to work on a Sunday? I thought everyone was off today.
Maybe for those who don't have cases piling up at their desk. You two have fun.
Okay, you too.
Sure, like that'll happen.
Wow, your sister-in-law is such a modern woman.
You think so? All I ever see her do is work, and she doesn't act very ladylike.
You don't get it. We've entered a time when women can be strong. Finally, it's okay for a woman to bring home the bacon. Oh, I want to be just like her, fearless in the face of this man's world.
Whatever.
Oh, Daku!
Just try not to be too much like her. You're fine the way you are. Never mind. Let's get started.
Okay. If I'm not missing anything, the first incident we know of was 2 years ago when your brother Kiyotaka disappeared.
I'm going to pursue the mystery of the Blade Children. Until I can touch with my own two hands the unseen truth out there, I will not return. Please tell Madoka.
And with those words, your brother vanished, leaving no other evidence behind. A couple of years passed, and you began your freshman year at Tsukiyomi Academy.
And it was then that the first incident occurred. The attempted murder of Sayoko Shiranagatani.
Oh no, are you okay? Come on, young lady, say something.
Hello? Talk about dangerous. Guardrail's missing.
Did you do this? Did you push her off there?
After the suspicion was placed on you, you focused on finding the real culprit. Then, with your unrivaled skills of deduction, you revealed the truth behind Sayoko's fall.
Well, I couldn't have done it without your help. The melody of logic always plays the notes of truth, Professor. That's right. The person who did all this... it was you.
Well, right after that, Sonobe ran, but he didn't get too far before he was attacked himself.
We know that every incident has something to do with these Blade Children. It wasn't until later that we learned Sayoko is one of them.
From then on, the Blade Children began to stir things up with one horrifying event after another. It began with Kosuke Asazuki and Ryo Takeuchi. So you...
killed Sonobe.
Sonobe had been shadowing us for quite some time now. He wanted to kill us all.
Wait, you mean you're...
My name is Kosuke Asazuki. And yes, I am one of the Blade Children.
You're determined to stand in our way no matter what, Mr. Imizato.
You're a...
Member of the Blade Children, Ryo Takeuchi.
What do you want from me?
It's simple. I have to be sure you won't tell Ayumu Narumi what you know about the Blade Children.
Don't you think that's a little unfair to him?
Do you actually believe that fate is fair? If it was, then I wonder if the Blade Children ever would have been born at all.
I won't stand by and let you kill Ayumu. I would gladly give my life to stop you Blade Children.
Well, if that's the way you want it, then that's the way you'll get it. Mr. Misato? Goodbye.
I'm thirsty. Do you have anything to drink?
Yeah, sure.
A gentleman would get it for me.
Your Highness?
Wow, hot cocoa! The perfect little pick-me-up for such a cold winter's day! Delicious! Ayumu, you're amazing! This cocoa tastes like a cup of happiness that you brought from some faraway tropical land! It's so good, it makes me want to sing! Outside the window, kira 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 ki, a shooting star streaks, kira 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 ki.
Okay, enough. Can we just continue?
Oh, fine. At this point in the story, we move to your life or death struggle with Ryo Takeuchi. Is there something we can do for you?
Well, you see, I just found this stuffed animal downstairs in the school cafeteria. It had this note stuck to its head.
Don't tell me there's a bomb in there!
I know you're one of the Blade children. You won't get away.
I should have expected this from Kiyotaka's younger brother, but I am impressed you discovered I'm one of the Blade children. However, if we keep butting our heads like this as equally matched opponents, I don't think we'll ever see this thing through to the end. Okay, Kosuke!
This is one messed up situation. Are you sure you want to go through with it?
I've always known that it would come down to something like this. So, the time has now come to begin our final game.
You wouldn't take that chance. These glasses are only sugar water.
Ayumu!
Impossible. That tongue-piercing bitterness. Strychnine.
That's just what I expected. You talk big, but when it came down to it, you hardly touched the glass to your lips before you gave way to caution. You didn't drink nearly enough to kill yourself. That's no way to go about changing your fate. You believe me now? I promised a fair game.
She really is willing to risk everything.
Killing Misato was easy, and killing you will be easier.
Before you knew it, you were eyebrow deep in the mystery of the Blade Children. As far as we know, your brother might have fallen into the mystery in the same kind of way. By accident.
Dragged in would be more precise.
We still don't know the secret behind what the Blade Children are and why they continue to cause so many problems all the time.
Nor do we know the identities of the hunters who target them.
The biggest mystery, the one we have no leads on, is why all of them seem to attach so much importance to you. I'm hungry. Can we stop for lunch now?
Sure, why not?
You're such a good cook. Will you make it for me?
And what would you like to eat?
Curry!
Yes, Your Highness.
I'm so bored. I can't believe that I got a day off and I can't even go anywhere.
But I'm here. Doesn't that make it any better?
I'd rather lose a kidney.
What are you so pissy about?
I'm annoyed by guys who show up to my hospital bed with no presents and then lounge around like they own the place.
Sorry, Princess.
If Eyes were here, he would have brought me a present. Something melony.
Again with the melon? No way I could afford such an expensive gift.
You're such a cheapskate, Kosuke! Just go home!
Have you completely lost your edge? What happened to you? Hard to believe you're the same person who risked your life in that battle with little Narumi.
Will you accept my challenge or run away? Which is it?
Fine, I accept. But you'll regret this attitude put on you've got.
Try and make me.
The object of this game is to get both the tape and you, which are located in different parts of town. But there are no complicated rules.
What is it for?
It disarms a bomb that's been placed in a certain location.
What is this certain location?
Around little Narumi's neck.
It may be small, but it's powerful enough to blow your head clean off. And let the game begin.
It's all over if you're caught, so keep away from them until I get the tape. If you're near Shumari Station, then get on a train.
A train?
The safest place for you right now is on a moving train. They gave you a bit of a head start, right?
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about getting caught now.
I can tell what he's thinking for the most part. So listen, he'll put himself at risk somehow and wait until the last half to get the key.
Right.
You go straight for that tape, cousin.
She pushed me onto some weird train.
So sorry, little Narumi. The tape is mine. What the hell?
Oh, sorry about that. Guess I forgot to mention I sent a bunch of dummy tapes to confuse you. Pretty sweet, huh?
You serious? He's trying to act innocent, but he's cooking up something here.
You shouldn't let your guard down. See ya.
Huh?
There's something you wish to find. This, right?
So you brought it. Thanks a bunch.
I absolutely will not press it for you. You are going to die.
No. I absolutely will not die. Kerosene. If the bomb explodes, I'm gonna burn up pretty good. As will this. You won't be fully satisfied unless you have my head as well as the tape, and I know how bad you need it. So unless you press that disarm button, you will die.
You're right, assuming it is filled with kerosene. I replaced the kerosene with water. Now all you have for yourself is death.
You can have it if you want. It's a dummy. The real one's still in the mailbox at my apartment. All I did was show Asazuki one of the dummy tapes and he was fooled. Even you were tricked into thinking it was the real thing. How disappointing. Let us welcome the moment of truth together.
7 seconds. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. No way. What dumb luck. Stay back! Just as I thought. You set your watch 2 minutes ahead. Confuse me while you still have some time to spare, trying to paralyze my sense of time. It was a well-thought-out plan, though not completely unexpected from the little brother of Kiyotaka. Looks like I'm victorious. I have won. I saw through you and won!
All I can do now is pray. I beseech you, O Lord, hear my prayer. Save this pitiful sinner.
There's no such thing as God.
Are you so sure? Look, my goddess has arrived. My prayers have been answered.
Ayumu, here!
Hallelujah.
You lost, but I have to say you fought rather well. For someone with life-threatening injuries, anyway. You're a real piece of work, Ryo.
So was the winner of the fight.
In terms of actual skill, I lost. I was just lucky.
That's not true.
I know myself well enough. I always run around doing things randomly, never thinking of the consequences I may incur. It's only after the fact that I actually rack my brain and make sense of what's happened. Hindsight is 20/20.
It wasn't just luck. Ayumu, please, don't deny that courage.
Maybe you're right. But my brother wouldn't tremble like me.
If anyone is capable of going where Kiyotaka couldn't, it's him. Our fate may change after all.
Rutherford.
Eyes, it's you!
Last time I checked, dear, I was nearby and thought I'd bring a gift.
You didn't.
Oh, you did! It's...
Anyone for some dried fish?
Huh?
And then there's Eyes Rutherford. I would never have guessed that he was one of the Blade Children as well. Come to think of it, it was kind of strange how he first tried to meet you.
I have a demand. Somebody bring to me the younger brother of Kiyotaka Narumi.
Play for me.
What do you mean?
I want to hear you play the piano. I'm very curious to see if the Narumi namesake can live up to the myths that seem to surround you.
Sorry to disappoint you. They gave up the piano years ago.
Of what are you so afraid? Is the recognition that you're no comparison to your brother that frightening to you? You've been blessed with a gift, but you must be aware that your skills are at best an imitation of Kiyotaka's. You don't even begin to compare to the original. You're merely a cheap recreation of one of the greatest talents to ever live. Ayumu Narumi, you will forever be a loser.
I can't believe you're actually eating dried fish. What are you, a cat?
Yeah, I'm a cat and I'm gonna scratch your eyes out!
Oh, I get it. Those must be melon-flavored dried fish.
Kanun. Eyes, you're simply too nice. So you should cry. Even if you are one of the Blade Children, you don't want to lose what's important to you. Annihilation is our destiny. We Blade Children are children who must not live.
Don't be caught by the darkness, Kanun. The darkness of your own heart.
Oh, I can't thank you enough. I'm so full I could just pop.
5 bowls would make anybody pop.
You're still just gonna sit there and sip tea?
Yeah, we tend to eat dinner pretty late around here.
Oh, it's late. I ought to go.
Want me to walk you home?
No thanks, I can handle myself. I'll see you at school first thing tomorrow.
Sure. Be careful.
I always am. Really pissing me off.
Sorry, jeez.
Not you.
Who then?
The old man. I'm talking about our commissioner, not that dancing drunken idiot behind us, you moron!
Oh, right. I knew.
Of course you did, detective. He keeps starting arguments with me for no reason, like he's trying to get me booted, you know? Of course, it's always news to me. If he's got a problem with me, why can't he just tell me? That way we can fix it. Are you making fun of me? I asked if you were making fun of me with that smug attitude of yours!
Why would I? Sorry, honey, but I think I'm gonna be home a little bit later than normal.
1 cucumber salad.
On your marks. Set.
that was your best time today!
No sweat.
Here you go, Ryoko.
Oh, thanks.
Your times are getting better and better. I bet you're gonna break a record at the next district track meet. Maybe she'll break a world record and go on to compete in the Olympics.
You know, you guys should stop sucking up and spend a little more time practicing yourselves.
We're serious.
What about those college scouts? They're here to see you. I won't be going to college.
Huh?
I'm gonna run a quick lap. Huh. Just how long can I continue like this? No, wait!
Assistant Inspector Madoka Narumi reporting for duty!
Whoa, you got up all by yourself?
Really? Now, why would you say something like that? Is there some kind of problem with me getting up by myself?
Sort of. It's just that it takes me twice as long to cook the rice these days. That new gas cooker is slower than the electric.
I guess that explains why your rice has been so fluffy lately.
Ah, geez, what am I gonna do with you? This plus your new habit of coming home from work early messes me up. Preparation time is an important part of the cooking process.
Oh, so then it's my fault, is it? Ayumu, I have something important that I need to discuss with you.
What?
Well, you know there've been a lot of weird things going on up at your school, and I really need for you to stop poking your nose into them. These incidents are police business, understand?
I hear you. I'll stay out of your investigation.
Good, thank you.
You mean to tell me that you wouldn't care if the police found out that your brother was an accomplice to known fugitives?
She can't know the truth. She can never know.
Outside the window, kira 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 ki, a shooting star streaks.
Again with the weird song. Hey,
What's up?
why do you keep following me around?
Well, that should be obvious. Strange things happen wherever you go.
This isn't a game.
Wait for me, Ayumu! Oh! Warn a girl when you stop like that. Huh? Ryoko Takamachi. Sophomore track star, won the district tournament 2 years in a row. She's fast.
What is it they're doing?
Oh, it's a game. The jocks play it all the time. One person throws a rubber ball at the other person. If the ball hits, the thrower wins. But if it misses, well, you get the idea. And the loser has to buy the other one a juice. You get 3 balls to throw, so you gotta be good. You march off 25 feet or so and have at it. You can throw the ball however you want, but the throw doesn't count if the ball bounces off the ground before it hits the dodger. Kinetic vision, sharp reflexes, and explosive muscle power decide the game's outcome. It's quite an adrenaline rush for both of the competitors involved. You know, this match is kind of a big deal. The guy throwing is the baseball team's star pitcher. amazing. She's not the 2-year reigning champion for nothing. Those quick reflexes of hers are out of this world, you know?
Yeah, but there's a lot more to winning that game than just fast reflexes. It appears the true nature of the game lies elsewhere.
No way, Ryoko. That's not true.
Yeah, I don't think there's anyone at school who could beat you. I told you anyone can if they practice hard enough. Do you think so?
Well, hey, we gotta get going, okay?
Okay then, you two take care.
We will.
Bye!
Seems you've become quite the young track star, Ryoko.
Rutherford. What do you want? I thought I told you I never wanted to see your face again.
I need your special skills. Assist me.
I've already told you, I want no part of it. Just leave me alone and I'll stay out of your business.
Before long, even more dangerous hunters will appear. In order to resist their advance, I need your skills. You must accept your role as one of the Blade Children.
You actually think I care what happens to you or any of the Blade Children? Ice, you know I can't forgive you for what you did. It's all your fault. You turned him into a murderer.
All of the Blade Children live with blood-soaked hands. It is our destiny. As is our inability to dream of the future, no matter how fast you can run.
I guess you won't take no for an answer. The game will decide. You know how much I hate having to use my head, so I thought I'd pick a game that would test our motor skills. Something a little more up my alley.
It's a rather simple game, though. I guess that's what makes it so interesting.
It's definitely not a game for piano players like you with delicate little fingers, so I guess you're just gonna have to rise to the occasion. Just so you know, I'm undefeated at this game. Not even the baseball team's best pitcher has been able to beat me.
He probably doesn't understand the true nature of this contest.
Oh? And I'm supposed to believe you actually do?
This is not a simple game of throwing and dodging. Rather, it requires strategy and judgment, much like a game of chess. I'm not much for schoolyard games, but I do know how to set up a checkmate. You hit the bullseye every time, Kanon.
That's because it's a fixed target. With enough practice, I could do it blindfolded.
At your skill level, how hard is it to hit moving targets?
It's terribly difficult. When dealing with moving targets, everything's different. The way you aim, the way you throw. It's hard even for the best snipers with high-powered scopes and rifles. When I was a child, my mother often took me rabbit hunting. A wild rabbit not 5 yards away can escape if it's running. And forget about ever hitting a bird. Remember these words, Eyes. You will never stop a moving target simply because you have had the most practice or because you have the best equipment. You must read the target's thoughts and then lay a trap. Strategy is the key, like a game of chess. To put it another way, you can still hit a target even if you lack the special tools or the fancy techniques. Of course, a little bit of practice every now and then doesn't hurt.
Kanon, you taught me so much so long ago. My strategy against this moving target will not fail.
kept you waiting.
I'm not really hungry.
Don't worry, snacks don't fill you up. By the way, what do you mean when you said that game had little to do with speed?
More game.
You know, that game Ryoko was playing earlier.
Oh, that. At first glance, it looks like a test of motor skills, but that's not all it is. The game uses those light rubber balls, so not even the best pitcher could throw a fastball. A curveball would be easy to throw, but way too simple for an athlete of Ryoko's caliber to anticipate and dodge.
Oh, so if you just try to hit the person with every throw, they'll dodge it every time.
If you use the first two balls to knock your opponent off balance, you can immobilize him, and then use the third and final ball to strike. Strategy and judgment are the keys to winning, not speed.
I see. So, Ayumu, if it was you trying to take Ryoko down, how would you go about it?
Good question.
Okay, Rutherford. What is it you think you know about the nature of this game? Come on, Eyes. I'm ready for you.
Ryoko, allow me to say something first. I will not resort to simply assaulting your composure with the first two throws, only to finish you off with the third. My prediction? The first ball. This first ball will be the one to hit you.
He's bluffing. He's trying to psych me out.
Shall we begin the game, then?
Rutherford's got nerves of steel. I have to stay focused. If I let him get to me, he'll beat me for sure. Just stay calm and watch his every move. He said he'll get me with the first ball. But that's impossible. What's he up to? What's his strategy gonna be? I wonder if... That's it!
Oh, yummy! Oh.
You can eat.
Don't worry, potatoes don't fill you up. So, what's your answer?
Oh yeah, well, first off, I would announce that I was gonna knock her out with the first ball.
What? How is that gonna do you any good?
Just listen. My opponent would instinctively become fixated on the first ball and focus in on it. I would then throw that first ball straight up into the air. Of course, the dodger would naturally watch it as it goes up, right?
Yeah, I guess.
While she's watching the first ball, I'd tag her with the remaining two. And even if I miss, I'd catch the first ball and have another shot. The rules say you can use it as long as it doesn't hit the ground first, like having a fourth ball to finish her off.
Oh.
If he's smart, he'll throw the first ball straight up to distract me, then get me with the other two balls while I'm looking up. The first ball will be both a decoy and a weapon. It's a pretty good plan and follows exactly what he predicted. He'll be taking me down with the first ball he throws, but he'll have to be really quick and time it perfectly. It helps that he plays piano so well. He's ambidextrous. It's a great strategy, but it's not gonna work. Bring it on, Rutherford. I can take anything you dish out.
Can you now? Today, Ryoko, your luck runs out.
Just like I thought, a decoy.
Very good. You stayed perfectly focused and didn't let it distract you.
You underestimate me, Eyes. I could see right through your little trick.
No. You underestimate me. By the way, let's checkmate, Ryoko. Just as I predicted, the first ball I threw was the one that got you.
He didn't throw it straight up. He threw it at an angle so it would come down and hit me. There's no way you could have thrown it that well. You're no athlete, you're a musician, and you've never even played this game before. He's known my every move from the beginning. He knew there was no way I would join forces with him. He knew I would challenge him to a match in order to get rid of him. I was undefeated at this game until now. He must have been following me and watching me compete at school. He totally set me up. He watched the way I played the game, so he knew exactly how to manipulate me. I was sure I had a strategy figured out. So I held my ground and didn't move. I didn't let the first ball distract me. That changed me from a moving target to a fixed target, and an easy strike for Rutherford. I couldn't move. Checkmate.
I'll contact you later with my instructions. Be available.
Wait a minute. I made a promise, so I will help you. But I absolutely refuse to kill anyone for you. I will not kill. Even if it's a hunter, I'd choose being killed over killing someone else.
I know. And that's precisely why I need you. I'm counting on you, Ryoko.
Did you strain your delicate little piano-playing fingers practicing your throws? You're like a swan, Rutherford. Beneath the water, you're kicking desperately to keep going. But no one watching you would ever guess it.
You know, Ayumu, I always learn a lot when I'm around you.
Don't make a fuss about it.
Ow.
I just can't believe that you haven't stopped eating yet.
Well, thanks, Ayumu. Walk me home again sometime, okay?
Okay.
See you tomorrow!
Wait, that's not what I meant.
Don't worry. As of tomorrow, good things will start happening to you.
Ayumu! Ayumu! Hey, Ayumu!
I can hear you just fine.
But you won't believe it! There's a new sophomore transfer student!
A transfer student? So, big deal. It happens all the time.
That's just it! This is really bad! We have got to do something!
Hmm?
What's up? Long time no see.
What? What are...
Starting today, we're classmates. I'll be seeing you.
Kosuke.
I'm leaving for LA. We'll be out of contact for a while. Take care of Rio.
Celebrities. Always something going on.
And I really need for you to stop poking your nose into them. These incidents are police business.
I can't allow Madoka to get any further involved with the Blade Children, or my brother. She's just gonna get hurt again. Yet she continues, and keeps glaring at me from the shadows.
Ayumu! 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 I'm glad I finally found you. This is bad, really bad.
Please try and keep it down or you'll spoil my lunch.
That wouldn't happen to be another super fancy boxed lunch that would be a waste to eat by yourself, would it? You shouldn't have. Look, this isn't a good time to be goofing around, Ayumu. This is terrible news we have here. A new second-year transfer student arrived.
Come to think of it, you said that this morning, didn't you?
Yeah, but this guy is really bad news.
I don't see what the big deal is about some new guy. Suzuki?
Yo.
What do you think you're doing here?
What, can't you tell? Starting today, I'm a student at Tsukiyomi Academy.
It's true! Kosuke's the new guy I was talking about!
Hey,
Yes?
I was under the impression that our friend here disappeared from middle school. So where could he have transferred from?
I think he must be a fraud because he got a surprisingly good score on the entrance exam.
Look, I took that exam fair and square. Little Narumi, this means starting today I'm a senior student to you in the academy. So from now on you will address me as Mr. Asazuki.
Go to hell.
Ayumu would never do that. I'm a senior student to him and I work for the paper, and he's never once had the common courtesy to call me Ms. Uezaki. He just always says hey, or you, or yo.
Look, that's neither here nor there. Asazuki, what have you got up your sleeve? I highly doubt you transferred here to further your education.
No, don't tell me.
I know why. There's someone at this academy that you want dead.
Ah, perhaps. I could take care of a person or two.
You won't be causing any trouble on your first day, Kosuke. You got that?
Ryoko? Now it looks like you're trying to kill me!
Right, as if you'd die so easily. Now get up, tough guy.
Cheap shot. Blind kick from out of nowhere.
You're a man, aren't you? Stop complaining like a baby and go buy me some bread before lunch ends.
Bread?
It's what I eat to watch my girlish figure. Now hop to it.
Hold on, why should I?
Just go get it. Sorry about that. I'll put a collar around Kosuke so you won't have to watch your back all the time.
Nah, don't tell me you're a...
Sure am. I'm one of the Blade Children, Ryoko Takamachi. I've heard a lot about you two, and I'd suggest you try keeping a low profile for a little while.
What's that supposed to mean?
It means you should have fun while you still can. It's been real nice talking to ya. See ya.
Hyono, do you have any idea what they could be cooking up?
Got me.
Here.
Huh?
I bought you some bread.
That's a good boy. I've heard the rumors. So that's Kiyotaka's little brother, huh?
Yeah, pretty charming for the bastard's bro, don't you think?
I guess so. And people like him usually tend to keep something mysterious living at the bottom of their hearts.
Ryoko?
Hmm?
I'm sorry for getting you involved. I know you probably won't believe me, but you're the last person I ever intended to get caught up in this mess.
Kosuke, have you gotten taller?
Huh?
You've grown, haven't you? And just a while ago I was much taller. You've been watching your calcium intake, huh? That's a rude gesture even for you, Kosuke. Don't worry, I'll catch up.
You haven't changed a bit, Ryoko.
Annihilation is our destiny. We Blade Children are children who must not live.
Must not live. that's true, Canern, then why were we born in the first place?
Inspector Narumi,
Oh, hello, Commissioner.
may I have a word with you? It'll only take a moment.
Sure.
Let's do the next sentence structure now. Not only you, but he is right. Notice the placement of the comma in this one. Not only A, but B.
The nerve of that girl.
This will be on the next test as well as the final exam, so be sure to study it. So, the example sentence would translate as he
She
who
stole
sits
yet
in mud
another
gets
lunch
dirty.
from me.
This is an important
Unbelievable.
sentence structure, so expect it to be on the test as well. Actually, everything we go over today.
Hello? Rio? Rio? Oh, it's just Hiono.
Oh, there you are. What were you doing underneath the bed? Wait, you were playing hide and seek all by yourself, right?
No, you can't play hide and seek with only one person. That's strange. I could have sworn I smelled bloodlust from behind the door. Huh? What are you doing here, Hiono? Aren't you skipping class?
Ta-da! It's one of Ayumu's boxed lunches. They're so fantastic and filling that it's a waste to eat them by myself, so I thought I'd bring one by here. Figured we could share it.
Delicious! Oh, I want to marry him. Those aren't the normal doctors. Run,
What's happening?
No, I let my guard down. These aren't doctors. They're hunters.
Something is beginning. But what? Guess my only choice is to just ask her.
Hey, Rio, we're coming in. I hear you're still as short as I remember. Hmm?
Rio, where could she have gone?
Did Rio mention anything? About a room change maybe, or a checkup in another part of the hospital?
Both of those seem unlikely.
What does that mean, little Narumi?
You mean you can't tell? Judging by the circumstances, there's a high probability she was taken.
Very soon, even more dangerous hunters will be tracking us.
So the hunters that Rutherford talked about.
Finally showed up.
Were these your hunters? I'll take those looks as a yes.
This is none of your business. Get lost.
Take my advice. You'd best stay out of this.
Don't get me wrong. I'd like to sit this one out, if I could. But I can't. The fact that this food is here means that Hiono was here as well. So like it or not, this is my business.
We've been captured, Rio.
Thanks to you.
You know, now that I think of it, the air in the room did feel a bit tense and gloomy.
I still can't believe I let my guard down.
Ah, you almost boxed lunch. I only got to taste one bite of it, and I worked so hard to steal it from him.
Hey, Hiono. What information were you looking to get from me today?
What do you mean?
I doubt your only reason for seeing me today was to bring lunch, right?
Well, I had been thinking a lot about the Blade Children, and it seems to me you've all been acting strangely frantic lately. I have a mountain of questions that I'd really like to ask you, but I can't take notes with my hands tied like this, so I'll save them for another time. Hey, Rio, where are we anyway?
Well, if I had to guess, I would say it's an abandoned hotel.
It's a term we use for everyone who's been hostile to us and our cause. Anyone who's tried to hunt, maim, or kill the Blade Children.
So you call all your enemies the Hunters. So basically, we should expect more of these hunters in the near future.
Kosuke, where's Rutherford?
He left for LA this morning.
Just our luck at a time like this.
We'll be out of contact for a while. Take care of Rio.
Damn it. I won't allow Rio to be hunted. What's this?
The two you want are in the Excellent Hotel. Rescue them by midnight or they'll be blown to pieces.
It's from the Hunters.
7 hours left.
7 hours?
Excellent Hotel. It's abandoned on the outskirts of town.
It's starting to get dark outside. Rio, what's wrong? Are you okay? That sounded painful.
I'm fine. It doesn't hurt that much.
You certainly don't sound fine to me. I think we should ask our kidnappers to get a doctor here right away.
That would be pointless.
No, it wouldn't. As kidnappers, it's their duty to treat their hostages with the utmost care. Plus, you're already injured. They have to treat you.
Why would they help me when they want me dead?
Battle of the Cursed Children. It will continue forever until one finally dies out.
Our fight is not nearly so clean and simple as that.
Kill or be killed. That's every single day for us.
But to run away from my challenge, isn't that really the same as death? A terrible fate awaits you and will simply snatch away that which you desire and all you hold dear as it slays your spirit and mind.
We die when we turn our backs on our own fate.
You know, if the Hunters do want you dead, then I don't understand why they're even bothering with tying us up here like this. It just doesn't seem necessary to bring us here. If they wanted, it would have been easier to dispose of us back at the hospital, right? For some reason, they didn't.
Then maybe they do have a reason to keep me alive.
No sneaking in from the back. There are mines buried all over the perimeter.
Mines?
All of the first floor doors we could sneak through are locked. They're also rigged with explosives. The instant we open one, we go boom. The same thing goes for all of the windows. Looks like the only safe way to enter is through the front door.
In other words, come through the front door fair and square.
goodness the lights are on. At least now we know the power's working in this awful place.
This is a trap.
A trap?
I see what the hunters were up to now. They weren't just after me. They're planning to round us all up in one big hall.
Looks like they've been expecting us, huh? Fine with me, hunters. You're on.
I have no problem accepting their challenge, but there's no question they have traps waiting for us. We must proceed with caution.
The game finally begins.
Are they trying to lure us?
Lure us to the phone? Give me a break.
Just answer it, will you?
Rio? What do you think we should do?
Nothing. You're only here with me because the hunters weren't expecting you.
The hostages are on the top floor.
The top floor?
Too bad.
Hey, wait. What do you mean by too bad? Damn.
Do you guys hear that?
I do. It sounds like a time bomb to me. Our only choice is to go up. Let's go.
You're kidding!
Just move!
Little Narumi probably won't stand idly by once he learns that you've been caught up in this mess.
Well, then that's good. I haven't been entirely useless.
Will you just hear me out?
I'm all ears.
It's about the old man.
You mean Commissioner Kanzaka?
I work my butt off doing my job, and he has the nerve to tell me that I'd be better suited elsewhere. Can you believe that?
That's terrible.
So, what is it you do, on your days off or whatever?
I like to wash my car.
Huh. You wash your car?
Yep.
Then what is the fastest to counsel me about quitting early and not staying working you?
Don't ask me! No, honey, I won't be home for dinner tonight.
Yeah.
One cucumber salad.
That's not an earthquake. Rio, could that be Ayumu and the others coming for us?
I guess there's no turning back now.
It might be better for us to jump down rather than continue on ahead. Those are mines.
Oh, man.
Someone's having a little fun with us.
Narumi's younger brother. I don't know if it's goodwill or pity, but conspiring with those demons makes him no different from them. If he too must die, then so be it.
This sucks. They have traps set up everywhere we go.
Looks like everything is going the way they expected.
No luck here. Every other path has been completely demolished or made impassable.
And the power to the elevators has been cut as well.
Jeez, it's just like the hunter that went after Eyes the other day. They're doing everything in their power to match wits with us.
Perhaps someone is testing you right now. Just like you tested me before.
All right. So it looks like this entire building is covered with booby traps.
And it appears the only parts of the building with power are the lights, the phones, and the security system.
Security system?
Surveillance cameras. Remember the lights came on right before we entered the lobby? The hunters must be watching us from somewhere.
Which means there's at least one enemy in the security room, wherever that may be. It'll be really hard to make any moves without them watching us. Maybe we should take care of them first.
Not a good idea. I doubt they'll go down without a fight. It'd just be a waste of time.
What do you mean a waste of time? They know exactly where we are at all times. It's game over once they detonate a trap we get too close to.
No, it's not. Not if it's done with wires like we saw earlier.
No service.
If I can't get a signal in here, then the walkie-talkies you brought are probably unusable too.
You're right. Electronic jamming?
Yep. They've covered all their bases. But that means they can't use wireless communication either.
Then they're probably monitoring the phones, so let's avoid them too.
Good idea. So what do we do now? If we as much as graze one of those wires, those Claymore mines will explode and turn us into mincemeat.
The space between each wire is only 6 inches on each side and about 8 inches off the ground. It would be way too difficult to walk on foot, even on our tiptoes. Our only option is to get across this hallway. But how? What's he doing?
If you're done chatting, I could use a hand over here.
Sure, of course.
Hold on, Ryoko! We shouldn't have to help him. Let him do it himself.
If you've got any bright ideas of your own, I'm all about hearing them. If not, then shut up and get to work.
Do you honestly expect me to listen to you with no explanation whatsoever?
Got any experience walking on these?
What are they up to?
I seriously can't believe you're making me do this.
You seem like the best candidate with all that pent-up energy.
I really shouldn't be doing anything this dangerous. I suck at physical stuff.
Come on, you're more than halfway there.
You're a bastard. That was close. Maybe. Anytime.
He may be a child, but he is certainly resourceful. He is Kiyotaka Narumi's younger brother.
All right, we'll have to hoof it up the emergency stairs from here. Left or right? Which should we take? Are you sure? What's the easiest place in a room to set up a booby trap?
Well, a door.
Then why on earth would you choose a door that's closed?
There's a good chance that both staircases have booby traps in them, and if that's the case, then the trap you can best anticipate is the easiest to deal with.
Then we take the door.
If they're trying to test us, they're about 10 years behind the curve.
Hang in there, Riho. Ayumu and the others will be here soon to rescue us.
We can't just sit here while they fight to save us. We have to find a way out of these chairs so we can help them.
Sounds like a good plan to me. But we have to hurry.
The intruders have entered the north side emergency stairway.
Give them some light.
Bastards. They're leading us on. How many stories was this building again? And we have to climb the whole way up? This sucks.
Stop complaining. I know I'm in good enough physical condition to do this, but I'm worried about you two.
Well, Ryoko, it seems there's no reason to worry just yet.
What the...
I guess we don't have a choice. Looks like they want us on the 5th floor.
How kind of them to leave the door open for us.
Are you sure you want to give up on these stairs? There may be a way up.
How would you suggest we do that when the staircase is totally collapsed?
So you would prefer to just walk headfirst into another trap?
We've been in a trap since the moment we entered this building. No harm accepting one more invitation.
Hey, you're the one who said not to rush ahead. Whatever, you're all the same.
I'm home! Ayumu? Why is it so dark in here? Could you get me some water, please? I'm really parched. Ayumu? What, are you sleeping or something? Ugh, fine, I'll get it myself. Jeez. Madoka, I've gone to a friend's house. There's some stew in the pot if you want to eat. Help yourself. He lied! He lied to me again!
Come on, I'm getting sick of all these games.
It looks like we can't force an explosion like we did with the one on the door.
Nope. See all these containers on either side of us? I don't know exactly how much explosives are inside of them, but the entire floor would probably collapse if they went off.
Thing is, we can't go any further without somehow clearing this since the stairs are on the other side. Right, little Narumi? These guys sure have a lot of time on their hands.
It's about 5 feet 7 inches off the ground. It's not too high, I could easily jump right over it.
Forget about it. We still have a ways to go before we find the girls. What good would wasting your strength now do?
That's beside the point. You wouldn't be able to make it through anyways. The space between the top of the net and the ceiling is too suspicious. Just take a look for yourself.
Lasers.
Yeah, try to go over the net and you'll trip the lasers, which will cause an explosion big enough to kill us all.
That's pretty sneaky.
Does that mean our only option is to disarm the bombs?
We have neither the time nor the tools.
Then what do you suggest?
Since we can't go over, we'll have to go under. It's easier than it looks.
Under?
Tell me, do you notice anything peculiar about this room?
It's a conference room.
It would have been a pretty sweet one if they ever finished it.
The reason it was never finished is because construction was halted when the tech industry bubble collapsed.
Yeah, so? What's your point?
My point is that it was planned to be a state-of-the-art intelligent building.
Hey, what's this? How in the world did you know there was a wiring shaft beneath the floor?
No big deal. All these high-tech buildings are the same on the inside.
Hey, let's get a move on.
Yeah.
No.
Huh?
I don't think it's necessary to play around with these guys anymore.
What are you talking about?
Ahead of us is probably no different. These guys are way too predictable. There are gonna be traps like this on every floor. They'll be set up in a way that we have to pass through them in order to climb higher. Now, I don't know how many more traps are left, but there's no reason for us to have to deal with every single one.
So you want to defeat their plan?
Even if we do clear every trap, there's no guarantee we'd be able to rescue Hiono and Rio safely. Am I right?
Yeah, you have a point. You got any specific ideas in mind?
Well, your knife would come in handy if you brought it.
Huh? My knife?
What are you kids up to now?
Here we are.
Quick, go to the electrical room and reset the circuit breakers at once.
Yes, sir.
Planning to continue ahead while you're not being watched, eh? I expected something more from the brother of Kiyotaka Narumi.
The power's been cut. It looks like Ayumu and the others are fighting back.
Now's our chance. Let's hurry while the surveillance monitors are offline.
I didn't realize you were hiding a knife. Good thinking, Rio.
There we go.
The feed from the 5th floor is gone. And there's no sign of the intruders on any of the other floors.
They think they're being sneaky, but they're still on the 5th floor, even though we can't see them. What are they trying to do? Turn the elevators on and go investigate the 5th floor. I'm gonna find out what they're up to.
But sir, the power is out on that floor and there's no emergency lighting. It's going to be pitch black up there. What if they're planning to ambush us in the dark?
Then wear your night vision goggles and eliminate them if they are so foolish. You are combat professionals.
Understood, sir. We're heading to 5. We're unable to locate the targets.
What?
We did a sweep. They're not on this floor.
Impossible. Where else could they have gone? Go to the top floor. The hostages have escaped. Handcuff them this time so it doesn't happen again. Once you take care of them, scour each and every floor until you find those intruders. Now move!
Won't work. We're stuck. Come on. What was that?
You okay?
Here they are.
They found us.
Stop! Damn it.
Damn you, Ayumu Narumi.
How were you able to get up to the top floor?
The hunters were nice enough to give us a free ride on the elevator.
The hunters?
What happened was, we cut the power to the lights and then climbed on top of the elevator, and then waited for them to come fix the problem.
Then right before the elevator arrived at the top floor, we stopped it by triggering the anti-shock safety system. And in that brief moment between floors, we were able to rescue you.
But how could you be sure that they would use the elevator and not take the stairs?
They had elaborate traps set up on each of the floors below us. The quickest way for them to get there was with the elevator.
Wow, you guys are awesome.
You two weren't so bad either. You managed to get free so quickly.
I can't take the credit. It was all Rio.
Well, you know me, always ready for the unexpected.
Heck, you two probably didn't even need our help.
Remind me, who was it that wanted to bring a few automatic rifles with us?
Jeez, cut me some slack, will ya?
You're as stupid as ever.
Oh no. Everyone, run!
What's going on?
They've stopped the electronic jamming. That means they can trigger those bombs anytime they want. Be careful or you're gonna catch a cold.
Thanks, I appreciate the warning. In return, I have a warning especially for you. You know, I wasn't fooling around with what I said the other day about you keeping your nose out of police business. Just come clean with me, Ayumu. You're hiding something about the Blade Children, aren't you?
I'm not.
I see. So I'm just gonna be left in the dark about all this, huh? Now I have one more warning for you. You better hurry up or you'll be late.
Oh crap! Takoyaki. That reminds me, I haven't had breakfast.
Good morning, Mr. Grumpy.
Yeah.
Hey, what's wrong? You look so glum.
Leave me alone.
I wasn't trying to insult you. That look is perfect. It's proof that things are peaceful right now. And that's always a good thing, isn't it?
What kind of reasoning is that?
It's simple logic. When the wrinkles on your forehead come out, it usually means you're racking your brain on a difficult problem. See, your twinkles are back again.
Canone Hilbert.
Man, is that really you, Canone?
Hello. Pleasure to see you again, Ryoko. You've grown into quite the young lady.
Just showing up out of the blue like this is a real shock. What have you been up to all this time?
I traveled by myself for a while. I see you haven't changed a bit, Kosuke. It's good to see you still as crabby as ever.
Too funny. Guess you haven't changed either.
Anyways, it is good to see you both again.
So, Canone, did something happen with you and the hunters?
Not at all. I came to Japan simply to relax and enjoy some takoyaki.
He's no ordinary person. He came all the way to Japan just to
The music? Alright. But
There's still plenty of time until I leave.
Little
Let's
jazz.
get together. Soon. Take care.
Yeah, a little of everything.
Canone,
You know, we
have
would
you seen
highlight.
Rutherford?
You know,
Basically,
Flavor,
just
it's
taking
always
that
so
little bit
busy.
to step forward. Logical way. Afro logic. Yeah. Afro logic. Yeah. What is this?
What makes you mean when you're trying to
The music, deep inside, well played, somehow. Yeah, well, I mean, it's a process. It's a consciousness and an Afro consciousness. It's a growing concept, you know. Yeah, you got the usual elements of the Afro, the clay, conga, the shaker or shaker, Yoruba, jazz, and then the funk.
Ayuru, there's no doubt that your cooking skills are special, but the menu these past 2 days has been spectacular.
Would you stop stealing people's lunches all the time?
Me? Steal? Now that's just rude. Wasn't our deal that I would let you take naps in here in exchange for box lunches?
Don't mind if I do.
That reminds me, Ayuru. I was thinking about what happened the other day. Does it not bother you at all that police aren't doing a single thing about that huge explosion in the abandoned hotel where Rio and I were held hostage? I lightly poked Detective Zakaya for info on the situation, but he said it was swept under the rug and deemed a non-incident. Madoka doesn't seem to agree with the decision either, but she wouldn't elaborate. Have you heard anything at home? I'm pretty certain that she's worried about you. Ever since the incident with Rio, she's probably fully aware that you're involved with the Blade Children in some way. Actually, she must know because of the explosion the other day.
Basically, just taking Afro beats a step
Are you even
forward.
listening to me,
Logical
Ayumu?
way.
Don't tell me you fell asleep
Afro
already.
logic.
The mouth of yours never stops, does it?
My stomach
The
never
world
stops
uses
either.
for you from Africa. That's what it is.
Hungry, yo, no.
Could these so-called hunters have infiltrated the police department too? Is that even possible?
Hi there. Young Ayumu Narumi.
How do you know who I am?
Why, almost all of the Blade Children are familiar with you. The younger brother of Kiyotaka Narumi.
What is it you want from me?
Well, I came to Japan to enjoy some takoyaki. And I hear you're an excellent cook, is that right? Sorry for being so abrupt. I look forward to your takoyaki.
Who exactly is this Canone person?
We already told you. He's one of the Blade Children, just like us.
I mean, how does he relate to you?
Canone taught us all how to protect ourselves. Actually, he's the only person to do so.
How to protect yourselves?
In our eyes, he was an angel. An angel with black wings.
I hear you've overexerted yourself again. Are you alright now?
I'm fine.
That's good to know, because this place is no longer safe for you.
It's okay. I don't think there's the type of people who would attempt the same trick twice. And I'm sorry I got Hiono involved in this mess. I never meant for that to happen. But then little Narumi is probably the one troubling her the most. It just can't be helped. After all, he was...
Yeah. We will always be who we are.
I know that. And I understand. It's just that I have high hopes for little Narumi. I want to believe Kiyotaka when he says his brother holds the key to our fate. Because without him, I don't know if we have any hope at all.
Hold on. Yes? I see. Alright then. That was Kosuke.
What'd he say?
Kanon is here, in Japan.
So he came to assist us when he heard the hunters were getting serious. Tell me, do you really believe that his presence can help us in the long run?
Rio, the only thing you need to focus on right now is getting better.
Right.
Our path will come to an end someday. I doubt there will be any ships to guide us to safety.
She's really late.
Did you see her? Yeah, she was great. Talk about incredible.
Outside the window, kira 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 ki, a shooting star streaks. Sayoko?
Hi. Thank you so much for your help that time.
You seem like you're doing pretty well.
I am. Thanks to you, of course.
Who's that?
Sayoko was all smiles back there, huh? That's good. I'm glad she looks so happy.
Happy.
Hey, how about if you and me play tennis sometime? Yeah.
Stunning, wouldn't you say? The color of irises in full bloom. Don't you agree? I wonder, what do you suppose it means? You know, the happiness of those who believe.
You're...
Assistant Inspector! There you are! You shouldn't disappear during work like that. I had a tough time finding you.
What's the matter with you?
Nothing.
No luck so far. I can't find a single bit of data on this Canon Hilbert guy, like he doesn't exist. His name sounds like it might be German, but he could be from America. Have you ever wondered how many Blade Children there actually are? I mean, how many could there possibly be? Because there's Eyes and Canon, and... Do you suppose there could be even more groups of them in different countries?
Are you even listening to me? I'm racking my brain over here, you know?
What's the point in trying? We don't even have a way of learning a single thing about their background.
But we can't attempt to change the situation unless we're able to learn something. Or have you decided that you just don't care anymore? Yeah, nice try. You're not fooling me.
Seems you're popular wherever you go, Eyes. You look great, old friend. Have you lost some weight?
Canon.
Eyes, there's really no easy way to put this. But I've come to realize that I am unsure of the path ahead of me, as it is now split in two. Eyes, I have to know, which path will you choose? We don't have much time left to make our choices.
My mind is already made up. I will not choose the path of destruction.
I figured as much. There are so many of us after all. But surely that's not because you're foolish enough to believe what Kiyotaka said. After all, it's inconceivable that our backward-looking friend Ayumu could possibly hold the key to our fate. Let's continue this another time.
Are you a hunter?
If you don't want to lose one of the Blade Children, then I suggest you do what I say. I have Sayoko Shir Nagatani, 4 o'clock in front of the fountain in Central Park.
If it's me you're after, why don't you just come and get me?
Because you're just not as easy to take advantage of.
That was a hunter on the phone.
Yes.
If there's anything that I can do...
That won't be necessary.
I'll help you anytime you need it, Eyes. You know that. All you have to do is ask.
Hey, Madoka, you're home early.
Well, it is my birthday.
I should have bought a cake. Didn't even think of it when I was at the store just now.
Ayumu. You're gonna come clean with me today and tell me everything. I've barely been able to hold myself back since Sayoko Shir Nagatani's incident, but I can't stand it any longer. I'm aware of what's going on. I know you're involved with the Blade Children.
Look, I'm not involved with them because I want to be.
Why can't you just tell me what you know? Stop keeping secrets from me!
Wait, did something happen to you?
Today...
Yeah, hello.
Terrible news, Ayumu!
Oh, it's you. What's up?
It's Sayoko! She's disappeared! Her chauffeur came to pick her up from school, but she never showed. We searched the whole campus and couldn't find her. I have a feeling that something bad may have happened to her. It's not like her to go missing like this. Sayoko seems so happy today. What if she got mixed up with the other Blade children?
Stay right there. I'm on my way. I'm sorry, I have to go now.
Wait. Please tell me. That call just now, it was something about the Blade children, wasn't it, Ayumu? Come on, say something, will you?
If I don't explain everything carefully, there's no doubt she'll act recklessly. And now that I have reason to suspect the police, I can't afford to let her get involved.
You do understand why I'm asking you this, don't you?
I'll be back. Soon.
Fine, just go.
Fancy meeting you here, Rutherford.
I haven't the time to deal with you today.
Neither do I. Sayoko Shiranagatani is missing. Where are you going in such a hurry?
That's none of your business.
You and I both know we're running after the same thing, and no, it may not be any of my business. She may be one of the Blade children, Rutherford, but she's different from the rest of you, and you know it. What exactly am I doing?
Sayoko Shiranagatani, I take it? If you want things to stay peaceful, then you'll come to the fountain at Central Park at 4 o'clock.
Sayoko was all smiles back there, huh? That's good. I'm glad she looks so happy.
Why can't you just tell me what you know? Stop keeping secrets from me!
Terrible news, Ayumu! It's Sayoko. She's disappeared.
Sayoko Shiranagatani, I take it? If you want things to stay peaceful, then you'll come to the fountain at Central Park at 4 o'clock.
What exactly am I doing?
I'm old and don't have many years left. Little Sayoko is the only important thing to me at this stage of my life. You have to understand her. She once said that her life today was the only life that really mattered. That regardless of what she may have hidden in her past, believing in her happiness today was the most important thing. At least that's the way I see it, even if she is one of the Blade children or whatever anyone says. All I know is that as long as she is my salvation, my wish is to protect her even if it costs my life. And as long as she's happy with her life the way it is, then it's nobody's business but her own. If you ask me, she hasn't been cursed. She's been blessed.
That's a bomb in the box she's holding. If you can disarm it, you win. If you can't, the girl dies. It's a simple enough game, don't you think, Rutherford? Take a look in the bushes behind you. It's a present. I don't care if you and your friend work together. After all, I never said you had to come alone. But the instant you get too close to the girl, boom, game over. Good luck.
It's over if we get close to her. That's the game, right? This doesn't look good. Not only are the bomb schematics too complex to figure out, but I can't even get near her. The hunter is somewhere close.
Did you get it?
Yes.
Then I think it's time for you to take a little walk.
You know this is none of your business, little Narumi.
I can do whatever I want to.
Watch it, kid.
Oh, sorry about that. It doesn't look like you've been followed. That means there's two of us and only one of them. We can use that to our advantage.
Have you figured out the number of players? One of me and two of you. It's up to you whether the game gets more exciting or not. In fact, I'm counting on it. Give me some fun.
It sounded like he hung up before the ambulance passed by. Which means... the hunter must be within 2 blocks of here. If it's just one guy, then we have a chance. The hunter didn't give you any sort of time restrictions, did he? That means the bomb won't be detonated by a timer, but by a remote control he's carrying with him. Even if we can't disarm the bomb, we can save Sayoko by getting to the hunter. We just have to keep him from using that detonator. Of course, it's up to you whether you want to go along with my plan or not.
You go and do what you want to do, and I'll go do what I have to do.
How much farther are you going to make me walk?
Come on now. Don't sound so scared. Things are just about to get interesting. You'll really enjoy this. I promise.
What do you mean? What's going to happen?
What are you planning to do with my grandfather and the others?
Oh, nothing really. Your fate was sealed a long time ago. From the moment you were born, one of the disgusting Blade children.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You'll know soon enough. Just keep on walking. Despair is all that awaits you.
He had to have been within 2 blocks. The hunter is here somewhere. Hello?
Well, have you spotted me yet, little Narumi?
What's that sound? Where is he?
Say, I bet I can guess what you're thinking. First you run off and hide, then Rutherford disappears too. You expect me to panic when I lose sight of the both of you and chase you down. You're planning to draw me out into the open instead of disarming the bomb. Your strategy is to catch me and prevent me from using the detonator. Well, did I guess right?
What is that sound?
I'm actually a pretty nice guy, you know. Wouldn't you agree? I've given you the bomb schematics and great hints like this. But regardless, you won't be able to catch me.
The hunter knows Rutherford would risk his life to save Sayoko, and probably built his plan around that fact. The hunter is merely toying with Rutherford before he kills them both. But he didn't count on me being involved.
Your fate was sealed a long time ago. From the moment you were born, one of the disgusting Blade Children.
Thanks, sorry about that.
Dying of boredom here. Do something, will ya? What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? I just started the timer. You're bored with this too? Fine, the game will end in 5 minutes.
A marionette clock. I'm sure that's what that sound was.
A marionette clock. This way.
The less than 5 minutes, I've dug my own grave.
There.
Now that he's set the timer, I can get as close to her as I want. The fact that he gave us the schematics tells me that he doesn't think I can disarm the bomb. His overconfidence will be his undoing.
The hunter chose this area for a reason. He's familiar with it. He probably hangs around this square in his free time, which would put him somewhere in his 20s. And considering his cocky attitude, there's no question he's extremely confident in himself. He's convinced that he's mentally and physically superior to us, and he has no fear of being caught. And naturally, he would have a well-prepared escape plan.
Your strategy is to catch me and prevent me from using the detonator. Well, did I guess right?
It's him.
This is a bomb. The game is over.
Damn, the disarm switch.
Did you look inside the package?
Who is this?
I believe your future was inside.
The box was empty. There was nothing in it.
Yes, that is your future.
Who are you? What do you want?
The Blade Children have no future, no hope, no despair, nothing. There's nothing for the Blade Children but ruin.
I am Sayoko Shiranagatani. Even if what you say is true and a cursed fate does await me, I believe in now. I will believe in now and never look back.
There was a third party involved. I really doubt that Hunter was just playing around with us. There's no question, there was a bomb in that box. But who would have switched out those boxes? And why? Rutherford could have disarmed that bomb on his own. I guess he didn't really need my help after all.
I probably could have dealt with this by myself. So why didn't I refuse little Narumi's help?
Where have you been lately?
Oh, the chief asked me to fill in on a minor case. It's no big deal.
What kind of case?
Just some routine questioning on a missing person.
You worked a missing persons case?
Hey, I need the work, you know? The economy's bad.
Yeah, I guess.
Sometimes I just think that kind of work's beneath me. You know what I mean?
Well, you gotta do what you gotta do.
I wonder sometimes.
Even so, it's better than no work at all.
What, you want to work missing persons?
Sure, I'll work any kind of case they assign me.
An assistant inspector for Metro Police searching for lost kids. I suppose it could happen.
The economy is bad.
Which is a pretty lame excuse if you ask me!
Let's have a couple more beers.
Okay.
Go ahead, order the best in the house if that's what you want.
Thanks, but don't we usually split the tab anyways?
Yeah, well... Anyways, how much of your paycheck goes to spending money?
30,000 yen? Tops?
Wow, that must make it tough.
I'll have a car payment and stuff.
It's all over if you're working your whole life just to pay off loans.
Think so?
You'll never find your role in life as long as you're buried under possessions.
Food for thought.
Material things are a waste of time. They just get in the way of your true goals. Spend your life trying to buy things you can't afford and all you have is debt. Stick to your dreams and good things will happen.
Good advice.
Then again, that's what I do and my life stinks.
Economy is bad.
Stop taking out stupid loans, you idiot!
I think it's time you start looking for a new career.
1 cucumber salad.
Bye, Ryoko. See you tomorrow. Bye, see you later.
Ow! Take it easy.
Moron. You're trying to sneak up on me? Not in a million years, Kosuke.
Here.
Oh. You catch on quick.
Did you hear about how a hunter tried to go after Sayoko Shiranagatani?
Yeah.
I guess the hunters are serious about trying to get rid of us now.
Well, it's not like this is news to anyone. Just don't give them any chances.
How long do you think we can keep this up?
Kosuke, wait. You're not thinking of doing anything stupid, are you?
Come on, I've never thought of anything stupid in my life.
You're right.
Just 3 more weeks until I finally get out of here.
I hear Rio's going to get out of the hospital in 3 weeks. And I also heard Sayoko's coming back to school tomorrow, so I just hope things will be normal around here for a while.
Unfortunately, that's completely out of our hands.
But Ayumu, you helped Eyes defeat that hunter who came after him and Sayoko the other day. Don't you think that changes things?
I didn't exactly intend to help him.
Of course, that might just be the way you see it. You ever think maybe you... Hey, Kosuke.
Yo, what's up, Kyoko?
That's Hiyono!
Little Narumi, there's something I want to ask you.
You want the hunter's description?
Anything at all? Let's have it.
Why not ask Rutherford?
He's a little busy right now.
Sounds kind of fishy to me.
Yeah, whatever. Just tell me what I want to know.
Kosuke, why is it so important that Ayumu tells you what this guy looked like?
Don't worry about it. It's none of your business what the Blade Children do.
Truth is, I don't have to tell you anything.
What do you mean?
I'm really just sick and tired of getting racked up with you people.
Why do you think Kosuke was so determined to get a physical description of the hunter you saw?
Who knows? In any case, I won't be involved with the Blade Children anymore.
You did get involved and you couldn't do anything. That's what you think, isn't it? You're used to being the guy who's always got the answer right off the bat, but this time's different. It's kind of like giving up on a boy before you've even had the chance to say, I like you. Just an example, though.
What is your point?
The Blade Children have done some unforgivable things to you, and I understand why you feel the way you do. But right now, all they're looking for is redemption. And it's obvious they're all expecting something out of you. Maybe you could try and talk with them.
Just drop it.
Who is it?
Hi there, Rio.
Gnome? I'm glad you came by.
These are for you, dear. Japanese irises are so pretty, don't you think?
The hunter that went after Sayoko was definitely familiar with this area. Everyone will be hunted down if this sort of thing keeps up. I'm not the kind of guy to just sit around and patiently wait to get killed. I need to catch this hunter and beat whatever information I can out of him. If nothing else, I can figure out their next move. They really spent some time setting up traps here. Maybe they use this place as their hideout. I didn't expect him to actually be here. Is he hiding because he failed? Perfect.
Word has it they're about to turn you loose from here.
Oh yeah, then I'll be back to fighting on the front lines.
So you intend to confront the hunters then?
I can't just sit around and let them come get me again.
If you make that choice, what do you think lies beyond when the fight is done?
Using a gun already? Man, he must be getting really desperate. He can't shoot me if I can make it outside. Not with people around. Damn, he was expecting me.
For as long as any of us can remember, we've been told that we have borne a cursed fate from the moment of our births, that we must not be allowed even to exist. And now we garner new sins, never once betraying those dark whispers.
Oh, Kanone.
How did I get myself into this? I can forget about getting any information now. I can hardly move. Now of all times. Can't really talk now.
What's for lunch today? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Did something happen?
I gotta let you go, okay?
Hey, I'm not done talking to you yet. Where are you, Kosuke? Kosuke, what are you up to?
Ryoko, sorry. But you'll have to get your own lunch from now on.
Kosuke.
We are sorry. The number you have dialed is not
Did
in service.
something happen to Kosuke?
Oh, it's you two. That's what I'm trying to figure out. He's just so damn impulsive.
Impulsive? Don't tell me something's happened with the hunters again.
I don't know. But he doesn't appear to be on campus.
Ayumu?
You don't need to worry about Kosuke. I'll keep a firm hold on his leash.
Ryoko, what's going on? This seems strange.
Who knows?
Well, do you have any idea where he might have run off to?
No, but I did hear a train in the background when I called him. He's probably at a station.
But there's gotta be over a dozen stations in the area.
Then I guess I'll have to check them all. This isn't something you two should get involved in. This isn't your problem. You two should really just stay out of it.
Ryoko, wait!
The hotel that was blown up the other day. Behind it is a freight train depot. Try checking there.
Thanks, Ayumu.
Is she okay going by herself?
It's only a matter of time until he finds me. Talk about pathetic. This is what I get for going out on my own. Can I run? I can still move if I have to, but...
How long will we be able to keep this up? How long will our cursed fate continue?
Wait, so you're saying that...
That was a bonehead thing to say. Forget I ever said anything. Rio, I'm truly happy we got to see each other. I look forward to when you're released.
I know the burden of the curse upon us. And that someday we're going to have to face it.
The time of redemption is coming, no matter what. I've become a sinner of my own free will. Funny how I realize that only now, when my time's almost up. Damn it. I guess in the end, I try to justify my own actions just to live another day. I can still move, but running is just another excuse.
Hey, Ryoko. Have you found Kosuke yet?
Well, I didn't expect a call from you, and no, I haven't found him. But this is definitely the place.
Booby traps, huh? Ayumu, Kosuke is being chased by a hunter.
It was his choice to go it alone. He knew what he was getting into.
But they're both in serious danger. Ayumu!
Give me the phone. If you see traps, we can assume the hunter has Asasuki cornered nearby. Are there any places to hide?
Yeah.
What else can you see around you?
Fuel shed with lots of oil drums.
You said you heard a train on the other end of the phone earlier. Can you remember hearing anything else that might help?
Let me think. Now that you mention it, I heard someone running through a puddle.
That's a good start.
I'll go look for one. Not again.
What is it? Another trap?
Yeah.
Can you disarm it?
Sure. It's a simple enough setup.
Put it in your pocket after you do. You might be able to use it later.
Gotcha. Okay, I'll call if anything happens.
Guess I'll have to do this redemption thing heroically. Huh? Ryoko?
You're as stupid as ever. Let's go.
Listen, Ryoko. Run.
You idiot!
Damn him.
No, wait!
What are you doing? Let go.
No, I won't.
Ryoko.
Promise me you won't kill any more. Promise me you won't, no matter what the reason is.
Are you serious?
That's what you want too, isn't it? I can tell. I came here because I don't have the heart to let you die alone.
Like I need your pity. Ryoko?
Run!
Sounds like he's still alive.
Yeah, but just barely. He's pretty beat up. I don't think I can move him far.
You said there was some sort of fuel shed with oil drums. Can the two of you make it there?
Yeah, but what for?
Just go.
Take a look at what you're standing in.
What is that?
Train fuel. Pull the trigger and we all explode. You can die right along with us.
2 against 1, pal. The tables have turned. Ryoko!
Salvation and hope. Do you honestly think we have the right to strive for such things anymore? Even Kiyotaka's words seem like a dream to me now. For some reason, I'm afraid to return to the world outside this room.
Yes, in your eyes, I would imagine the world outside this room must really seem like hell. Just don't forget, you do have friends waiting for you.
Hey, Kosuke! You made it! I'm so glad you're all right! How's Ryoko?
She's just unconscious.
But you're okay. That's what matters.
Yeah, we're both still alive, all right. At least for now.
We've got a reported accident at the freight train switchyard. All nearby units head to the scene immediately.
Wataya, let's go.
Right.
Hey, Ayumu?
This is weird. The cops got here awfully quick.
You're Inspector Narumi's brother-in-law, aren't you? It doesn't look good for you to be here like this. You should get on home.
Ayumu?
Narumi, Wataya.
Commissioner Kanzaka.
Here you go, Inspector. This ought to keep you awake.
Thank you.
Looks like another all-nighter for you.
This case is outside the scope of your duties. You and Wataya head back to the station and finish up the cases you've already got.
Why? Why was Ayumu there?
You know, something doesn't fit right. One of the officers at the train yard I was talking to told me that Commissioner Kanzaka was personally taking charge of the case there. Why do you suppose he'd do that?
Madoka didn't make it home last night. You'd think she would at least call to...
Good morning, Ayumu! I'm curious. Why was someone as important as the police commissioner at the train yard yesterday?
Are you ever not on the job?
I did some digging this morning and learned that the police commissioner's name is Kanzaka.
And I take it you took the liberty of doing a thorough background check on him.
As a matter of fact, I went to my usual sources to find out his name, but that's all I could get because the rest of the files were too heavily encrypted.
Oh, so there is some info even you can't get to.
I couldn't hack through it yesterday because I was too tired. So I'll get a good night's sleep, and then I'll... For now, I'm going off the info I got from Detective Wataya. Commissioner Kanzaka is apparently Madoka's direct superior. It seems that she's mad at him for being pulled from the Criminal Investigations Division. She and Wataya hang out every night after work at a local bar, and she gripes about it all the time. Ayumu, has Madoka mentioned anything to you about it?
Why are you chasing me? Go away! Joe, go away! Go away! Hey, that dumb dog took my backpack!
Ooh, Rio, you're out of the hospital?
I'm back on the front lines again, ahead of schedule. I can't just sit around anymore given the situation.
But you can't be completely healed yet.
Hey, Rio! Bye!
getting shorter every time I see you. Did you shrink a few inches while you were in the hospital?
I'll have you know that I've grown 3 whole millimeters since last year. And my chest grew too.
Okay.
So is there any way you can use your information network to dig up some background on Kanzaka?
I don't know, is this an official request?
Well, yeah. I'm kind of starting to rely on you.
In that case, I'll get right on it. You can just leave everything to me. I'll leave no stone unturned, no lead unchecked, and I'll shake all the trees to see what falls out.
I'm counting on you.
He's counting on me!
Don't worry, the preparations have been made. There are no problems. I will be taking the next step shortly. Thanks for your help.
In some social situations, there is a significant tendency to simplify symptoms. Surely there have been social-economic strides that have been, for the most
This
part,
isn't
symbolic.
working.
Yono, pay attention.
No!
Why? Why must she always steal my lunch?
An empty stomach makes for a slow brain. So, that means it's time for me to eat my lunch and then give it another go.
She took my food and she's still eating.
Right, just you watch. I'll work extra super hard to make up for all the boxed lunches I've eaten. Time to dig in!
Her information network pales in comparison to the police's. She won't get a hold of Kanzaka's personal data. None of these incidents, including last night's, have gone public yet. That means someone within the police force is working with the hunters and covering everything up. It would have to be someone with a bit of authority. Someone in a high-ranking position.
Then does that mean someone on the police force is siding with the hunters?
Yeah.
So if the hunters do eliminate all of us Blade children, we can be certain that this insider will keep it all hush-hush.
Oh, that was great. Now that I've got the power of a full stomach, I can settle this mess in one fell swoop.
See you later.
Aww. Aww. Aww.
Hey, Narumi! Here, I was told to make sure you got this. Later.
Hey, Ayumu! You ready to get back at it and pick up where we left off? This time, I know we'll be able to discover who's pulling the strings at the police department.
Sorry, but I can't. Something's come up. And it looks like we can forget about Kanzaka.
What happened? What do you mean we can forget about Kanzaka? Ayumu!
Mr. Rutherford, this message was left for you.
What do you mean, forget about Kanzaka? Are you just gonna forget about all the hard work I've done for you, too? You can't throw a girl out like trash!
You're making it sound like I'm the bad guy.
So who cares if I do? You're driving me up the wall!
Okay, fine. You can keep checking into Kanzaka if that's what'll make you happy. And tomorrow I'll make a special box lunch and bring it to school just for you.
Really?
Promise.
Yay! In that case, I'll work extra hard for you and then totally enjoy your box lunch! Later!
I was starting to think I'd never get rid of her.
Sorry, guys, but I've got some disturbing news. I just got an email from the hunters. They're calling us out. It said come to the scene of yesterday's incident at 5. That gives us 2 hours.
I'll call at 5 o'clock. I want to know your answer.
What about trying to capture the hunters and getting a line on the insider at the police department?
Then maybe we could figure out what's going on.
Yeah, the only question is how to capture them.
Meow. Howdy, Blotchies. Having a strategy meeting?
Canone.
Canone, how'd you know we were here?
I'm psychic.
And what the hell is a blotchy supposed to be?
B-L-A-C-H-I, short for Blade Children. Doesn't it sound cuter that way?
Oh, well, I guess not.
It's kind of strange for you to show up like this. Did something happen?
I intended on doing some leisurely sightseeing. However, I no longer can. Nor can I continue to remain silent as I watch all of you struggle against the hunters. I'm here as a friend and as one of your fellow Blade Children.
You seem to be getting a little too involved. It never would have come to this had you simply remained ignorant and kept your head down in fear of your brother's shadow.
What's your point?
You have been marked as someone who needs our attention. Someone who will negatively influence the true fate of the cursed Blade Children.
Who exactly are you?
Eyes, why do you seek the light of illusion? Even if you do turn away from the darkness, the world we exist in will never change.
But our journey has not yet come to an end.
You still haven't figured out which path you're supposed to choose. Because you still believe in the illusion of hope. Do you intend to continue to seek the light of illusion and continue to wander? Do you intend to leave me behind?
The Blade Children must not be allowed to exist in this world. They are cursed and should be detested. All of the Blade Children must be exterminated. We cannot afford to make any more sacrifices.
Enough with the speech. What did you call me out here for?
You've become lost, young man. And now I am forced to take you away. Your fate will be the same as theirs, depending on your reply. Withdraw from all of this. Promise never again to get involved with the Blade Children, and I will let you return home. Otherwise, I will have to remove you by force. Of course, I'd hate for you to make a choice that would sadden your sister-in-law. There's no reason for you to be involved. You do not carry the curse of the Blade Children. Although, oddly enough, it would seem the Blade Children have come to believe that you are the key to their salvation. Face it, you are nothing more than a helpless child. No matter how you try, you'll never be Kiyotaka Narumi. Go home. Go back to your sister-in-law. To the world that's meant for you.
Think back, Eyes. I gave you strength. The strength to lose to no one. The strength to survive.
I haven't forgotten.
Then why? Why do you try to throw away the strength you've been given? Why do you try to run away from the fight? Why can't you understand what I've done? I've always tried to guide you. So don't. don't leave me all alone. Listen, up until now, you guys have only been on the defensive when the hunters have drawn you out. But now it's our turn to go on the offensive.
So we pretend we're accepting their challenge, but then turn around and stick it to them.
That's the Canone we love.
Shouldn't we talk to Rutherford about this?
Oh, don't worry about him. I'll deal with Rutherford myself. All right, I'm off. See you at the train yard at 5.
Ayumu, you were at the freight depot yesterday. Why are you always at the scene of the crime? Tell me why. Why won't you answer me? Why do you act like you don't know anything when it's obvious you're somehow involved? Why do you act like you know everything and then clam up when I ask you about it? Answer me! Why am I always left in the dark? You won't tell me anything. Why? Why won't you talk to me? Why won't you say anything? What are you trying to do? How can you just stand there and not say anything?
Could you just let me handle it? I don't want you to suffer. First my brother, and now the Blade children. I don't want to see you in any more pain. I'll take my brother's place and protect you.
What are you talking about? This is all your fault. My life's been terrible ever since you came along. You're constantly butting in on things that aren't any of your business and getting me into trouble at work. You're the one that's making me suffer. So why don't you stop getting in my way? You're gonna take your brother's place? Yeah, right, you're just a kid. Stop dreaming. You will never be Kiyotaka.
She's right. I will never be my brother.
Canone, I've already answered that question. I cannot choose the path of destruction.
That's not what I'm asking. The real question is which path will lead to destruction. The only thing you can see is the light of illusion.
Why do you insist on calling it an illusion?
You've lost sight of reality because you so earnestly seek redemption. Little Naruma can't save us, eyes. The only ones who will be able to save us will be ourselves.
Canone, the path of which you speak is shrouded in darkness. It's an absolute darkness that no light can penetrate. I want to be able to trust in Kiyotaka's words about the happiness of those who believe.
Farewell, you leave me no other choice. This is the end, eyes. I'll show you reality. Go to the underground sewage tunnel. There you will find the Blade Children's hell. They are beautiful. Allow me to buy some for you, Madoka, my dear.
Who are you? Haven't we met before?
Please give me the honor of purchasing these on behalf of Kiyotaka Narumi. Madoka, take my hand. Come with me.
The Blade Children must not be allowed to exist in this world. They are cursed and should be detested. All of the Blade Children must be exterminated. We cannot afford to make any more sacrifices.
Do you intend to continue to seek the light of illusion and continue to wander? Do you intend to leave me? You've lost sight of reality because you so earnestly seek redemption. Little Naruma can't save us, Eyes. The only ones who will be able to save us will be ourselves.
Kanon, the path of which you speak is shrouded in darkness. I want to be able to trust in Kiyotaka's words about the happiness of those who believe.
Farewell, you leave me no other choice. This is the end, Eyes. Go to the underground sewage tunnel. There you will find the Blade Children's hell.
So, the hunter is expecting us. Kanon guessed right. Now to see if we can pull this off or not.
What about trying to capture the hunters and getting a line on the insider at the police department?
Then maybe we could figure out what's going on.
Yeah, the only question is how to capture them.
Howdy, Blotches. Having a strategy meeting?
Kanon.
Kanon, how'd you know we were here?
Listen, up until now, you guys have only been on the defensive when the hunters have drawn you out. But now it's our turn to go on the offensive.
But don't the hunters know about the underground too?
Of course they do. That's why we will plan our meeting entirely above ground. Any suggestions?
Well, if it was me, I'd probably set traps above ground to catch us. That'll leave them with the underground as their emergency escape route.
So we force them down there?
Yes, we avoid the traps set above ground and drive the enemy underground.
Where Eyes and I will be waiting.
Like herding cattle.
Mm-hmm.
Ryoko, you see anything yet?
No sign of snipers. I don't even see any police officers around, despite everything that happened here.
It would seem we were right in our assumption about the hunter on the police force. Rio, how are things on your end?
I found the 12th one. They're all set in places to prevent us from escaping.
Lure us in, and then keep us here with traps. That is their style, no doubt about it.
But we're making all of the preparatory moves this time, though.
Everything's going to plan so far. Time for me to go say hello to our target.
Kosuke, don't do anything stupid. Remember, our goal here is to capture them and get information.
I know. All right, you two. Move into position.
Roger.
Rutherford, Kanon, I'm counting on you to catch them. Well now, Police Commissioner Kanzaka, right?
I'm honored that you know who I am, Kosuke Asazuki.
With a hunter in the high ranks of the police, it's only natural they would do things extravagantly.
I would say we both do things extravagantly. So sorry, but you'll be the first to go.
Give it up, Kanzaka.
Nice try. There might have been mines buried there, but you can't use the same trick on us twice.
Electronic jamming.
While we were at it, we took the liberty of removing the traps you had all over the place.
It would seem I've been rather preempted.
We want information from you. That's all we're interested in here.
And if I refuse to talk?
You'll talk.
All we want to do is change the situation.
I'm afraid things will not go as easily as you wanted.
Escaped underground, just like we wanted.
Little does he know, Eyes and Canone are waiting for him.
Then let's go.
We're not home right now. Please leave your name and message after the beep. We'll get back to you as soon as we can. Thanks.
Hello, Ayumu? I'm not calling for any specific reason. It just seems too quiet. And I can't see the sky. I guess I'm just worried about the Blade Children. Ayumu, why won't you pick up the...
Now where did he disappear to?
Did he really come this way?
I'm certain of it. It's exactly like Canone's blueprints.
Are we?
My guess is a gathering pipe where all the rainwater drains into the sewers.
I don't remember Canone mentioning that.
And that bomb just now.
Rutherford and Canone would never mess up. Not like this.
Maybe it would be best for us to just consider our plan defeated. Let's just go.
That smell.
Gasoline!
Huh?
Ryo, Kosuke, Ryoko, and one other person. Must be a hunter.
Up here!
I don't know about this one. There's no telling if it leads back to the main tunnel.
Well, there's no way we're turning back now.
But judging by the way it's burning, we'll eventually run out of oxygen.
Let's go.
Let's see. The best place to lay a trap.
Where are we?
My life's been terrible ever since you came along. You're constantly butting in on things that aren't any of your business and getting me into trouble at work.
You've become lost, young man. And now I am forced to take you away.
You're the one that's making me suffer. So why don't you stop getting in my way?
No matter how you try, you'll never be Kiyotaka Narumi.
Stop dreaming. You will never be Kiyotaka.
Great. First fire, now water.
Damn it! We need to stop the water from flowing.
Looks like it's coming in from all over. I doubt the three of us could block them all.
So then we're trapped.
I don't get it. How did that bastard Kanzaka know what moves we were going to make?
And what about Eyes and Kanon?
I wonder, what would little Narumi do at a time like this? I know. Let's get ourselves out of here and catch Kanzaka before he makes us all look like chumps.
Sounds good.
A map of the switchyard and the underground blueprints. You can match the two, right?
From the sound of your voice, you seem to be in a hurry.
Yeah,
I'll call you the instant I'm done.
thanks.
Of course.
What is it, Rio?
What do you think this place was built for?
What do you mean?
I really doubt they made this place just so they could trap us. They're probably using some abandoned facility just like they used the hotel.
Big help, Rio. The water's obviously collected here for something. So what?
Isn't it possible that we might be inside another building that's not actually a part of the utility tunnel network?
Maybe it's some kind of tank for experiments, or possibly a water treatment system.
So if I were a door, I would be...
The lights are too bright to tell, but it should be on the ceiling.
If we could only find the door before the room fills and the water reaches the top.
Unfortunately, we're more likely to drown before then. How long can our bodies stand this temperature anyway?
Rio!
Are you okay? Hold on!
Thank you.
Okay, Ayumu, I'm all set here.
That was fast.
That path beneath the switchyard leads to a factory. The parent company, a scientific research facility, went bankrupt last month, but it seems the sewers are still intact.
The sewers?
Yes, there are thick pipes protruding from the abandoned water treatment plant.
Listen, when it's time to give up...
Yoko!
I won't give up yet. I'll make sure you live.
Eyes!
Grab on!
Is any of that going to be useful to you?
Very. Sorry to bother you so suddenly.
Oh, not at all. Ayumu, you're going, aren't you?
The sky. It looks like an ocean of stars.
You're right. Please be careful.
We owe you one. Thanks, Rutherford.
You did well to know where we were.
Yes.
Seriously, thanks a lot, Rutherford.
That was too close.
Rio!
Can you stand?
Thank you, Rutherford.
It's him.
Even if you stand up and take a step forward, there is no place in this world for you.
Even so, we will stand up and walk ahead. No matter what our fate may be.
You cursed children. Despair awaits you ahead. Only death and destruction remain on the path you have trampled.
Wait, hear us out!
If you're going to pray for sleep, then I'll be glad to listen.
Okay, enough with the high and mighty talk, Hunter! There's no escape. You're going to tell us everything we want to know about you guys.
This is the first time I have ever looked up at you Blade Children. Though I have looked down upon you and prayed for your eternal rest. Return to the darkness that which was born from it. That is our creed, our only duty.
Your duty? What are you, death?
You are death.
Hear us out! All we want to do is change the situation.
Don't move.
Ryoko?
Ryoko!
Stay back or I'll snap her little neck.
Let go!
Ryoko! I won't let you die.
Hold on!
Come on, don't let go!
Are you honestly attempting to save me? You have no hope of salvation. You haven't the capacity to save yourselves, much less anyone else. As you can see.
Stop! You'll fall!
My life does not matter. Even if we die and our mission fails, you will still be cursed. Canon Hilbert realized this fact.
Canon?
It can't be.
Eyes Rutherford, I take it you knew already. It was one of your fellow Blade children, Canon Hilbert, who deceived you. He was our collaborator, and he set you up.
I don't believe you.
Blade children. You are cursed children.
No.
Return to the darkness of your odious fate.
Ayumu Narumi, please tell me. You must know. Why were we ever born? Please tell me. For I must know. Why are we alive?
Return to the darkness of your odious fate.
Ayumu Narumi, please tell me, why were we ever born?
I'm not my brother. Nor am I one of the Blade children. So what can I possibly answer?
will never be Kiyotaka. What do they think they're doing driving that fast in this weather?
Where's the harm in it? It's up to them how they use their lives. They're simply living by their own rules. What could be so wrong about that?
And you'd like to say the same for the Blade Children. You are one of the Blade Children, aren't you?
It certainly is hard to see out there. I hope the rain lets up by morning.
Can't believe I could actually sleep.
Mr. Rutherford, sir. Good morning. I've brought your breakfast. Mr. Rutherford? Mr. Rutherford?
Come back, Ice.
I bought us some breakfast.
You need to start answering your phone.
What do you want?
Let's go have breakfast. Look outside. The weather's really nice today. It's like all that rain yesterday even cleared up the air. Not going outside on a beautiful day like this would be a huge waste. So, let's go.
Return to the darkness of your odious fate.
Come on, Ryoko.
Here you go. The weather is nice, but I warmed it up for you anyway. Here. Don't look at it like you're so worried. Even I can make a rice ball that's not half bad. Ow! Isn't it delicious? I've never tasted anything quite like it before. Go ahead, dig in.
Sure.
Make yourself at home. I swear, the bread from that bakery is the finest in the world.
What is it you want? Why did you approach me?
Why'd you make me ride shotgun?
You know Kiyotaka, don't you? Can you talk to me about him?
Now, why would I want to do that?
How is he doing? Where has he been?
I bet you'd like to see him, wouldn't you? But think about it. If Kiyotaka is alive, why hasn't he even once tried to get in touch with you? In the end, even if he is alive, he wouldn't go looking for help from anyone. Not even from you, dear.
What's your point?
That's the type of person Kiyotaka is. And besides, I, for one, don't consider Kiyotaka Narumi to be that divine.
Why couldn't we save him? I guess there's no opposing destiny. Not for the Blade children.
Who exactly are the Blade children?
That is a tough one to answer.
It seems your existence would be inconvenienced if the world knew about you?
I suppose it's something along those lines. Or maybe it's that we mustn't exist at all. However, we have no way to determine which is the truth. Are we meant to not exist, or are we simply an inconvenience? As long as we exist, all we can do is continue living. Or should we just disappear from this world?
It doesn't sound like I'm gonna get a straight answer.
It's only natural to be afraid.
Afraid? Afraid of what?
Madoka, why exactly did you agree to come with me? You waste all this energy believing in him, but you can't help thinking he's abandoned you. You're so afraid about learning the truth.
Believe it or not, I have faith in Kiyotaka.
Well, no, you don't really. You are just afraid.
No, you're wrong about that. I just want to help him.
You also want to be needed. Kiyotaka practically disappeared before your very eyes. He vanished without so much as a word. There's no need for you to act so tough.
I'm not acting tough.
I can't say that I blame you. I can't say that I blame you at all. But you should be honest with yourself. Your hope will only wear you down.
That hit the spot. Now that our stomachs are full, what do you think we should do next? Is there anywhere you'd like to go?
I'll leave it up to you.
In that case, I guess something outdoorsy would be nice. It's so nice and warm out. I just feel like relaxing in the sun.
Okay.
But first, let's take a walk to settle our meal. Actually, would you be interested in having some pasta?
Sure.
Oh, that's great, because I found this absolutely adorable new Italian restaurant just a few blocks away, and I've just been dying to give it a try. But, as you know, it's just not the same when you go by yourself. Thank you for saying you'll come with me. Oh. Hey! Hey, Ayumu, wait!
Ryoko?
Stop worrying about me.
Where are you?
You don't need to worry about me.
You at home? Ryoko? Ryoko?
I knew it. I knew it from the very start.
Don't talk like that. I'll figure out...
We're up against fate. There's nothing we can do.
but I'll at least make sure that you're...
It's pointless. After all, I'm one of the Blade children, too.
I want to help, which is why I'll try to...
What am I waiting for? How is waiting gonna wear me down?
When I watch the flow of water, my mind grows calm. Do you know why, Madoka? Because we were born from the ocean. All life began there. All of it. Yet we are unable to return to it. If we're to live in a world of nothing but suffering, then perhaps we should cease to exist.
Why would you say something like that?
Death is natural providence. It is not something to be feared. It's just... It's just that it's painful being alone.
Talk to me. It might be a help.
I want to see the end of destiny.
Then it's not too late.
No, it truly is. Thanks to Kiyotaka and that brother of his.
I guess you're not going to say anything, are you? Okay, Ayumu, what happened last night?
Nothing.
Liar! I know something happened! What was it?
It was nothing. It's just
It's just what?
Just that it's all ended.
Ended?
Are you there? It's about Ice. He hasn't come back yet. He went somewhere. Help me.
For some reason, Kiyotaka thinks very highly of young Ayumu. He says he's the key to the Blade Children's salvation. But poor Ayumu has gotten too involved.
So then, you're really after Ayumu, not me.
Hello? Please say something. I really need you.
I can't.
Why'd you do that?
Don't worry about me anymore. You'll just be wasting your time.
Ayumu, why'd you do that? You could hear she was crying. Ayumu!
Leave me alone.
But why? Tell me. This isn't like you, Ayumu.
Yes, it is. I'll always be like this. Not a single thing has ever brought me satisfaction.
Ayumu?
I'm done with all of it.
The Ayumu Narumi I know appears to have run off to hide somewhere. So then, I guess I'll just wait till he comes back. If you happen to bump into Ayumu somewhere, tell him to believe in himself. Bye now, see you later.
Giving a suffering person false hope is a sin. It's unforgivable. The reason being that fate is unalterable. Everything is predetermined from the beginning. Just as everyone must face their own death. Perhaps it was fate that even predetermined that Kiyotaka would abandon you. Have a nice trip.
Open this door! What are you planning on doing to Ayumu? I know you can hear me! Open this door!
Let us begin. Ayumu Narumi.
I'll always be like this. Not a single thing has ever brought me satisfaction. Don't worry about me anymore.
Stop it. Stop it. Stop. Don't worry about me.
It's you. Nice to meet you, Ayumu.
Madoka. Madoka. Yeah.
I have your precious Madoka.
What have you done with her? Kanon! I have no intention of getting involved with you any further.
Come with me.
What are you talking about? This is all your fault. My life's been terrible ever since you came along. You're constantly butting in on things that aren't any of your business and getting me into trouble at work.
Face it, you are nothing more than a helpless child.
You're the one that's making me suffer. So why don't you stop getting in my way?
No matter how you try, you'll never be Kiyotaka Narumi.
Stop dreaming. You will never be Kiyotaka.
Even so, I have no choice.
What do you say we get started?
Tell me what you've done with her.
Oh, you'll find out soon enough. This train will take you to her.
It seems I have no choice.
Obey your destiny and get on the train, Ayumu, just like you've done so far.
What's he planning? There definitely has to be some sort of trick. Where is he sending me? This is so typical. Here I am, completely helpless, so I just let myself be carried along the tracks.
Hello? How's it feel taking a trip all by yourself to an unknown destination?
Stop playing. Tell me what the deal is.
You seem rather annoyed. Shall I guess what it is you're thinking? Let me see, it's probably something like, it's everyone else's fault that things happen to me, right? You simply get caught up in it all like an innocent bystander, despite wanting no part of it. That's how you justify blaming fate on others.
So what?
You don't realize your very existence is unpleasant.
Yeah, whatever you say.
Your attitude as well. You're so immersed in this conversation, you haven't even noticed the bomb I planted on the train. You may be their hope, but your actions bring danger to those around you.
A bomb. Where would he put a bomb?
bunny, cuddly bunny.
It was sure nice of that man to give you that, right, sweetie?
Yeah.
What do you think you're doing?
Here?
What is that? A rice ball?
Oh, damn it.
So, now that you've had a chance to look, have you finally found little old Arrow?
Yeah, thanks to you.
It's too early to breathe easy just yet. The device is simple. All you have to do is enter the password and the bomb will disarm. But if you can't enter it in time, then it will explode once you arrive at the next station. Oh yes, the train windows don't open, so don't even bother trying to throw it outside.
What is wrong with you? Do you somehow get your kicks by trying to kill innocent people?
Oh, that's rich. Of course not. You would never let that happen now, would you? Just like Rio and the others, I will give you a chance at victory in accordance with the rules set forth by your brother Kiyotaka.
So now the only question is, will the Rainbow Gates of Heaven be where you and Madoka reunite? You have one chance. Mess up and you will explode.
What is wrong with you? You planted a bomb on a public train with dozens of people? You're insane!
If Kiyotaka was right about him, then Ayumu should have no trouble overcoming a danger of this size.
If Kiyotaka was right.
Well, whatever. I feel sorry for troubling you with this, Madoka, but unfortunately this is the only way to make Ayumu serious.
And just what are you expecting from him?
I'm not expecting anything. I'm simply nipping an undeveloped bud of hope.
Hello? Ayumu, is that you?
Can I ask a favor of you?
Yeah? Of course you can, silly.
I'm not trying to brag or anything, but I've never once said no to any of your requests.
Sorry for being so sudden, but I need to know how long it takes to get from Asahi Wharf to Seaside Park Station on the commuter train.
Just a second.
Let me check. 4 minutes. Though it would take less than that if you're already on the way to Seaside Park Station right now.
Did something bad happen?
Can't talk about it now. I'll explain the whole thing later.
Understood. I'll be anxiously awaiting your call.
Thanks, Hiono. I owe you one.
Ayumu!
Yeah, what is it?
If there's anything at all I can do to help.
In that case, sing a song for me.
Huh? A song?
Yeah, that weird one.
What's so weird about it?
Oh. Good luck, Ayumu.
My time limit is 3 minutes. Think. What could the password be?
So now the only question is, will the Rainbow Gates of Heaven be where you and Madoka reunite?
Arrow. Rainbow.
Ayumu must be racking his brain over that password right about now.
Rainbow colors. Arrow.
And knowing how he is, he will soon realize the password is not a color.
It's not a color. Then what is it? Arrow.
Do you know what an arrow is, Madoka?
Arrow. The flower?
What you may not know is arrows and rainbow gates share a commonality.
A commonality?
That's it.
The Greek goddess of rainbows?
Iris.
The arrow Iris and the rainbow goddess Iris. Both of them are written I-R-I-S.
Now arriving at Seaside Park Station. Exit from the right side. Please check that you haven't left any personal items.
It's time.
You've cleared it, Ayumu. Although stopping something that simple doesn't win you any special prizes.
Tell me where Madoka is.
Get off the train, Ayumu. Now look around. Can you see her? The boat's about to leave.
Inertia is all that's moving us. Another iris. What do you want now?
Feel like playing a game, Ayumu?
Do I even have a choice? State your business.
There you go, Ayumu. That's the spirit. There's a small device on the boat you just boarded. It's a bit fancier than the previous one.
Another bomb?
Jump into the ocean before it explodes and you'll live.
But I won't make it to see Madoka, will I?
Oh, that's right. But if you can find a way to make it past the trap, then the boat will lead you directly to her.
Tell you what, as proof that the boat won't simply take you straight to a fiery hell, I'll give you one chance to survive. Now listen. There is something besides you out there that has life. That is your hint.
Birds?
Oh, you only have about 2 minutes left. Take too long, and it's the end.
Stop it this instant! What's the point in going through with this silly game? Do you even have a goal in mind?
A point? A goal? I don't need you telling me how to do things. I'll tell you something interesting, though. Something you've been wanting to know about. Kiyotaka has a place where his favorite irises are in bloom. Well, are you happy now? After all, your goal has always been Kiyotaka. Even now, when Ayumu is on the brink of his own death. The truth is, you can only see yourself. Your head is filled with more things about yourself than anyone else. Go ahead, Madoka. Tell me I'm wrong.
Birds. And this iris. Birds and irises. What now?
Ayumu?
Oh, it's you.
Sorry, I called because I was worried about you.
It's okay. I'm busy right now.
Let me help you then.
Birds.
Birds?
And irises. Have you ever heard of an iris bird?
Wait, isn't that another name for a cuckoo?
Yeah.
Let me tell you a story. About cuckoos. Born in the nests of other birds, they will kick the other hatchlings out so that only they survive. From their birth, they are destined for death and destruction. The cuckoo bears a cursed fate and chirps in sorrow.
What's that have to do with anything?
What kind of sound does a cuckoo make again? Don't they sort of hum?
Cuckoos hum? Humming. That's it. That's the clue.
Ayumu?
The melody of logic always plays the notes of truth.
Oh, Ayumu!
Of all the things found on a boat, what hums when it's turned on?
The engine. Come on, hum. I've cleared the bomb for now. But
another bit of trivia. On the verge of death, the cuckoo will fly about wildly, just before bringing an end to its own life.
You're still planning something, aren't you?
The engine's been rigged, but now I should be able to get to Madoka. It's gonna crash. Well, it's either sink or swim.
Welcome, Ayumu. Your beloved sister-in-law is in the warehouse before you.
What kind of factory is this?
Oh, Ayumu, up here.
Tell me where Madoka is.
She's safe, in a room back there behind you. So tell me, Ayumu, will you be the princess's knight in shining armor?
Static electricity.
This is a fireworks factory. Even the slightest spark will prove deadly. Of course, the most frightening fireworks are the ones they keep on the ground there.
What now? Wait, if this is a fireworks factory, then there should be a ground wire somewhere. This is insane. He's barely giving me any room to dodge. Those were less than a centimeter away. If he keeps throwing those knives at me, my static electricity will eventually cause an explosion. What do I do? That's it. My synthetic fibers. Oh, crap.
You should know better, Ayumu. Static electricity is not so easily dispersed from a human body, jacket or no jacket.
Yeah, thanks. In other words, I could cause a huge explosion even without your help. I've been manipulated. This factory has become a minefield.
I assume you've realized, as long as you're down there, you must fear even the tiniest of sparks that will no doubt occur when these knives touch you.
But the static electricity is just a ploy. The real trap is...
Ah, so it seems you've noticed. Yes, if you don't save her, your beloved Madoka will be launched together with a load of fireworks and become a star in the night sky. It would be a beautiful sight. Of course, it's up to you if you want to just run away. Courageous, aren't we?
I'm sorry, Kiyotaka. I'm sorry, Ayumu. I'm useless to you both.
So what will it be, Ayumu? This little gizmo here is the detonator for a bomb that I planted on that forklift. I guess what I'm trying to say is I can drive you both to your death with one hand tied behind my back.
But doing that would put you in as much danger as us.
Oh, you needn't worry about me. If you had a brain in that fool head of yours, you would start thinking about how to save yourselves instead.
Looks like you've got me pinned.
As always, you are powerless to do anything. So which path will you choose, Ayumu? You have three choices. An explosion caused by my bomb, an explosion caused by static electricity, or complete and utter surrender to me. So which path will you choose, Ayumu? You have three choices. An explosion caused by my bomb, an explosion caused by static electricity, or complete and utter surrender to me. What will it be, Ayumu? The decision is yours.
He's not like the other Blade children. He's not testing me. He'll do whatever it takes to beat me, no matter the consequences. He really does want me dead.
No matter what happens, I just know you'll be able to overcome it. Believe in yourself.
The illusion of hope does nothing but confuse people. Wouldn't you agree? Or do you believe in hope?
To be honest, I'm at my rope's end. If conceding to you can save me, then I won't hesitate to kneel down and dirty my forehead.
Well, in that case...
You said before that I have three courses of action that I can take. It seems fair on the surface, but in actuality, I've only been given one. If you insist on going along with my brother's rule, then the only thing awaiting the loser should be death. In other words, conceding to you won't save my life. It'll be the end of it.
Is that your conclusion?
Yep. Either way, I have no choice but to kneel before you in shame. As such, I have one final request.
A request?
That's right.
All right, go ahead. Out with it.
I want you to let Madoka go. It would be too much to have her die because of me.
Why, certainly, I have no qualms with sparing her. However, your flimsy lie about kneeling down before me is nothing short of pathetic. So you can drop the act, Ayumu. There's a single spot within everyone where light resides. Do you know where? It's the eyes. The light of resistance still resides in your eyes, Ayumu. It refutes your words and insists that no, you will not die today. Tell me I'm wrong.
You know, for someone who considers himself so damn superior, you sure don't act like it.
Your keen ability to throw my thinking off balance at a time like this impresses me. But there's no point in planning anything, Ayumu. It would be a waste of time since it's painfully obvious that I have the upper hand.
Then why do you hesitate? Your scathing words hold so much conviction, and you've been standing over me with such dominating posture, so why do you fret over a petty little light of hope?
It's very small, but deep inside me, there is still hesitation about if it's really okay to lose you. Is that what you want me to say? Unfortunately, that's just not the case, Ayumu.
I'm aware of that. I'm also aware that your aim is to completely deny the meaning of my existence, which basically means you don't have a single expectation of me or my abilities. But you do have fear. Am I wrong here? It may not be much, but you fear this minuscule light. Isn't that right, Kanoe?
Know what else impresses me? Your ability to firmly believe in yourself just before you die.
I've never had a single expectation of myself. Not once in my entire life have I ever felt the meaning of my own existence. I wouldn't even be needed. If my brother were here, I'd be nothing more than an observer. But even so, I absolutely refuse to give up on myself that easily. Even if I don't know whether or not I'll live, I have no choice but to try.
You wish to believe in yourself, is that it? Then go ahead and try. Believe in your foolish self. There is not a single element here to bring you victory, nor is there an escape from this huge pile of explosives. If you try to run away, the static electricity will undoubtedly trigger the explosion. After I press this button, you will have 3 minutes until you realize just how powerless you really are. You are truly pitiable. You have my word, I will take Madoka to a safe place. Farewell, little Narumi. Disappear with your false hope.
Ayumu.
How could... Your little friend.
So you fought a bomb with a bomb. How creative.
Thanks to this bomb that you so kindly left for me, I was able to deflect the blast for a brief instant. And thanks to that short delay, I was able to escape unharmed. Though you might have called it the shoddy light of hope, it seemed to work just fine. I'll be leaving now.
You can find her at the bridge nearby. You are a frightening young man, do you know that? Despite having the look of a loser, you continue to believe in possibility. I never even once considered that you would hold on to that thing.
If you never give up, then possibilities will always be around you. The happiness of those who believe. That is what the iris truly signifies.
Resourcefulness and belief in oneself. But don't you think there's something that can shatter those things in an instant? Ah, yes. Nothing beats extreme violence.
When was it that we started down different paths?
You were the one who chose the path of recklessness, Eyes.
That may be true, but there is still hope.
Hope for what?
Canaan, should we continue to live in the darkness of despair? As long as we exist in this world, all we can do is have faith. Faith that the meaning of our existence lies within.
not that simple, Eyes. Kiyotaka's happiness of those who believe does not exist in our world.
Stop it. How long are you guys gonna quote my brother because that's all I ever hear? I've had enough of this. I can only do what I can. And that's all.
That's all? That's all it took to triumph over me?
Sis?
I should be the one asking you that. Look at you, you're all covered in ash.
Madoka, I can't do anything.
Don't say that, Ayumu. I'm so sorry.
Don't be.
Hello? Hello? Eyes, hey! It's so good to hear from you. No, I'm not crying.
It's almost afternoon.
Madoka.
Why don't you get yourself washed up? Breakfast is almost ready. Don't just stare at it. You better eat up before it gets cold.
Yeah, right.
There's still a little bit more soup left. Want it?
Sure. It just doesn't seem right.
Huh? What doesn't?
I just can't believe that you're making me breakfast.
That is so rude! I'll have you know I can make a simple meal like anyone else.
That's not what I mean. I guess maybe I don't know, happy.
Aw, how cute of you to say that! Now you go ahead and just keep eating. Wait a minute, actually.
Huh?
You're gonna be late.
Why didn't you say so sooner? See you later.
Bye! Have a good day!
Morning.
Morning. What?
Oh, nothing.
Oh, yeah. Thanks for your help yesterday. The truth is...
That's okay. The only thing that matters to me is that I was useful to you.
Yeah, so, you really did help me out a lot.
Didn't I, though?
And your rice ball, too.
My rice ball?
Ryoko! Yo.
Hey, Kosuke.
Yeah?
What do you think is gonna happen to all of us in the future?
What do you mean?
We carry a burden that's too heavy to do anything about. So what do we do now?
Run. Don't ever stop. Run as much as you can. And I'll be there watching. Run, Ryoko.
Kosuke, that's stupid even for you.
Ow!
Hey, Ryo!
Want a ride?
Ryoko! Kosuke! Guess what? He came back! Ice came back!
Looks like all the Blade children are back in school today.
Looks that way.
Well, hey, it's about time for class. What do you say we hit the books?
I'll be sleeping on the roof.
Ayumu. See you after school.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Assistant Inspector. Tonight's not a good night. I'm swamped with papers to go through, and look how thin my precious little Wally has become. Oh, how will I ever make it through till payday?
What are you talking about?
Huh? What's with you, Assistant Inspector?
What do you mean?
You're made up all fancy-like for once. Did something happen?
Well, sort of. I'm thinking of taking a vacation.
A vacation in a busy time like this? So you going to a hot spring?
Probably, something like that. Cover for me while I'm gone, will you?
Okay. Man, a hot spring sure sounds great.
It's nice and warm out. Spring has sprung.
That it has.
I feel I'm finally beginning to understand the meaning behind Kiyotaka Narumi's words.
Kanu, even if our paths differ, the world we live in is but one.
Fate can never be changed.
You so sure?
Fate. What is fate?
This is what I've come to realize. As long as you never give up, there will always be hope. So I'm sure fate can be changed.
I'm sure it can, Madoka. I'm sure it can.